Good morning. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Ben, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 15th. Futures are back near the highs of the session, 7,600. Currently up over 100 and what is that? 106, 101 handles. All right. So Iran and the U.S. are, I guess, came to some agreement. They're going to sign on Friday. Maybe. A lot of shorts most likely covering this morning. Okay, let me just get Bloomberg on here. Hope everyone had a good weekend. It was really, really hot here in Myrtle Beach. And then as thunderstorms came in, that was always good. Cool things down. All right, you can see SPY is up this morning. Qs, IWM. Let's see the Qs. Okay, that's up quite a bit as well. IWM. Okay, so weekend video talked about how bullish everything was. They had a couple of bearish concerns. One was the Iran deal, selling into strength, selling the news. If that were to be the case, we got Warsh this week. I think we had 16 bullish indicators. 3 were neutral and 1 was bearish. New York Fangs are all showing signs of pushing even higher. Apple pre-market is in the upper half of Friday's price action, so that could use a little bit more oomph. Amazon, that one's been struggling to get back. Forming a base down here. Amazon over on the right. Forming a base near the 200-day, the red line. Okay. Let's see, Google been holding right near the 50-day, that blue line. It's gapping up this morning. Google. Meta, that needs to get back above the 50-day. What time is it? I don't have my, okay, we're about to open here. Okay, 9:29. We're about to open. We got 1 minute left to go. 1 minute. $50 seconds. All right, Meta's looking good. Tesla. Okay, Tesla gapping up, heading towards the 200-day overhead. Tesla. There's Tesla pre-market 412, gapping up. Okay, let me get ready to sell a couple of things here. Let's see the S&P. And we are open. S&P climbing. Okay, so futures are on the move. All right, let's take a look at hedge flows. We'll keep an eye on hedge flows. Okay, looking good. S&P 500. Again, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday morning, bright and early. Opening bell. Okay. You can hear Schwab is about a minute behind. All right, let me get Pulse up and running. Where are you? Discord. Okay, looking good. Futures on the move. All right, so all I'm doing right now is taking a few things off the table. Okay, Home Depot.
Pulse, long dated.
ARM is down. Okay, I might buy the dip on ARM if it dips a little bit more. All right, what's Cerebras doing? Cerebras, CBRS.
Long dated. Gold Pulse, long dated. ARM Pulse.
Okay, let's look at the top 10 real quick. Top 10, Western Digital. Those active, gapping up, Western Digital. Okay, Micron. Also, Micron.
Size, long dated.
Gapping up, Micron. Seagate Technologies, all of these gap. Shoot. STX.
Apple Pulse.
Strategy, MSTR. Okay, Bitcoin is gone.
Size.
Bitcoin.
Long dated.
Okay, Bitcoin is gone.
SPX Pulse.
Okay, Bitcoin, nice move. Turn off the low. Bitcoin is super bullish.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Bitcoin's ripping there. Okay, that looks good. See BITX. I have a position in BITX.
Shenanigans.
Looking for that to get back towards the 20s. Okay, futures still going here. Shorts covering. Shorts are covering. We'll check the watch list in a few minutes. Okay. All right, number of stocks advancing. We've got 307. I would expect to see more, but that's fine. We'll take 310 advancing. NIMO is at plus 39. Okay, let's see what junk bonds are doing. I'm sure it's risk on. Junk bonds are risk on. The 10-year yield should be risk off, meaning bullish equities if the 10-year is pushing lower. Check your IWM. IWM, actually, yeah, that looks good. IWM should be up. All the small cap sectors, all 9 small cap sectors were higher going into the close on Friday. No reason to believe that won't continue. Meta, like to see that continue. Okay, Netflix turning back up finally. Okay, this morning, Apple, Microsoft still dragging its feet. Okay, continuing on with the NASDAQ 100, we cover Western Digital, Strategy, Seagate Technology, Micron. Also, AMD releasing a new box. It's like $1,500, $14.99. Competes with NVIDIA's $8,000 box. Basically got an AI data center on your desktop with that new device. AMD gapping up. That should continue. I don't want to chase any of these right now. I'd be taking profits off into strength. Okay, see if we get any kind of value. Booking.com turning back up. Booking looking good for Russell.
Size, long dated. BE Pulse.
Okay, Bitcoin. We got Booking.com following through.
Triple Semi Pulse.
DoorDash turning up. Okay, that looks okay. Let's see. M-chip, microchip. Semi's looking good. All right, let me take a few more things off here. Let's see.
0 DTE.
Robinhood looks good. Robinhood, looking for that to continue. Gapping up. Robinhood gapping up.
Avgo Pulse. Long dated. NBIS.
Robinhood.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Oracle Pulse.
McDonald's. Let's see what McDonald's.
Size.
It's trending. Got rejected at the 50-day. Looking for that to follow through. McDonald's. All right, Taiwan Semiconductor. Looking for that to continue as well. Gapped up. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. Looking for that to follow through. RSI rising. MACD stochastics turning. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. Gap and go. Oscillators are all bullish. Daily. RSI, Stow, MACD. Okay, looks good. Apple's still pushing. Okay, futures at the high. Let's keep an eye on that. Hedge flows. Okay, you can see you got a 99 percentile up here overhead. That's a non-zero day. Let's look at 0 day, 99 percentile, 98.5. All right, so they took a little bit off, it looks like. Nope. Hard to say. 98, 98. Non-zero day, this is a 99 percentile. Okay.
Size. Long dated. Triple Q's Pulse. Apple Pulse. Gold Pulse.
Gold. Let's see what gold looks like. Gold. GLD.
Size.
Okay,
Long
gold
dated.
gapping up. Gold gapping up.
Marvel Pulse.
Okay, look at the market. Holy
USL
smokes.
Pulse.
Look at this market
Long
go.
dated. SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. WDC Pulse. Long dated.
S&P still cooking. All right, let's keep an eye on this.
Gold Pulse. 0 DTE. Call strip. Size. Long dated.
All right, again, continuing on with the top
Apple
10.
Pulse.
The top 10. Okay,
Spider
we left
Pulse.
off with DoorDash,
Long dated.
Booking.com, Qualcomm looking good. Oops, I hate this. Stock charts keeps
Pulse.
Qualcomm looking good. All right, so Qualcomm not too far, not too extended yet. That probably keeps going for a bit. I would wait. Any new entries, I'd wait a little bit. Chasing up here, you're going to get slammed most likely. We got a lot of shorts covering. Wait for the dips. Watch your RSI and your 1 minute charts if you're going to day trade.
Hood Pulse. Long dated.
Intel, INTC, Intel gapping up.
Triple Semi Pulse.
Okay, Intel, it's got that 132 level to take out. Intel. Okay, what do I have left in Intel? Did I take it all off? I certainly did. Okay, it's a doji right now. So Intel is going to be a setup for me. If this can fade a little bit, a lot of people still reluctant to give Intel the thumbs up. We'll come back and look at Intel, but I like this for a little dip first. Taiwan Semi, I'm watching that one too. Like to add to this one. It's already starting to fade a little bit. Taiwan Semi, S&P, back to S&P. Okay, we're fading at the high right now. Okay, S&P.
Triple Q's pulse, long dated. Meta pulse.
Okay, so continuing on with
Long
the
dated.
stocks that are looking good today. Let's see, LRCX. LRCX. Did I put that one on the watch list? I thought I did. LRCX. That one was looking really good. Did I? It's in the lower section, I think. I didn't put it on the list, but it's in the lower section, I believe. Lam Research. Yeah. Okay, that one's looking really good as well. All of these chips, memory, getting a bit extended on the weekly time frame a bit.
Triple Q's pulse.
Okay, so we got a Wednesday VIX
NBIS.
expiration. We got Warsh speaking. We've got OPEX on Friday. A lot going on. We got the Iran, U.S. Steel, potentially
Q's pulse, long dated.
the closest we've been. All right, what's Apple doing here? Apple on the move here. Apple, Tesla pulling back. Apple. Okay, Apple ripping here. Okay, looking for Apple to get back above that red line overhead. Apple. Let's keep an eye on Apple, and we'll come back to the S&P in a minute. S&P is a bit overbought at the moment.
Size.
Apple's still pushing. Okay, Apple. Okay. I got 300s.
TSM pulse.
And I got some
Long dated.
310, 315s. I got back into some 310s, 315s. Have 300s though. 300s, I've had those for a while. The 310, 315s, those were pretty cheap. I just bought some on the bounce. Was that Thursday? Friday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds.
Wow,
Godspeed.
you're really behind. Wow, that's pretty delayed. Almost 15 minutes. Now, I wonder, let me just check
Long
Discord and make sure that these pulse alerts, when these are going off. Let's see, we had some ARM. Let's see, let me just check ARM here. Okay, Meta pulse at 9. Okay, so this is on time. I don't know why she's saying the open. It's already 15 minutes past. Okay, so Qualcomm, that was just now 9:43. Qualcomm, that was 9:43. Excuse me.
Google pulse, long dated.
All right, so let's see. Qualcomm, AMD. We got
Apple
AMD,
pulse,
$11 million
long dated.
worth of
Google pulse, SPS.
$11 million worth of, what is that? Calls.
Google pulse, long dated.
AMD accelerating 2 times baseline. Before that was Taiwan Semiconductor, Pulse, 7 prints. Calls are leading on AMD. Calls on AMD. Okay, don't buy the high of the day. Looking for AMD to pull back in a little bit, and that's going to keep going. It looks like that. I guess they like what they saw with AMD.
Long dated.
$1,500 box that's basically outdoes NVIDIA's $8,000 box.
LRCX pulse.
AMD looking good. Okay, AMD. AMD. Okay, AMD still going here. Very strong day, AMD. CRML's up.
Tesla Pulse.
The precious
Long
metals and the
Silent Pulse.
rare earth metals gapping up. The let's see,
WDC
Starbulk
Pulse.
SBLK. A lot of these shippers are probably going to come out of bases now. Let's go look at shippers real quick while we're waiting on the markets. Shippers, bulk carriers. Let's see what the dry bulk looks like.
TSM
BDI.
Pulse. Long dated.
All right.
Shenanigans.
Okay, that's going to take a little while to turn, so there's no need to chase here. We'll get these to start moving higher. DHT Holdings. Okay, Diana Shipping. All these shippers. Okay, let's see what's actually moving the markets the most. Okay, the most momentum, Western Digital, AMD, Seagate, Micron, Newmont Mining gapping up with gold. The miners gapping up. Teradyne gapping up through 420. Royal Caribbean, that was one Cayman pointed out last Monday, I believe. We did dip initially, but this looks very bullish. I like it, Cayman. Royal Caribbean, Cayman.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds. Godspeed.
She keeps saying that. I think that's a bad script or something, because all the pulse, I checked the pulse alerts that they came out with, Qualcomm and AMD and Taiwan Semi. Those are all accurate. Those are on time. Not sure why she said what she said. That script is off.
Long dated.
Okay, Oracle, we're looking for that to continue. Oracle off of this base. Andrew, you thinking about Oracle? I was thinking about it as well. ORCX, I'm thinking about buying some more ORCX if this can get back above the 50-day, and Oracle can stay above the 50-day. Okay, ORCL. If I can stay above the 50-day. Probably going to base a few more days, but I'll keep an eye on it. Apple's still going here. Apple. Oh, come on. Apple. Okay, that looks pretty good. Apple are a little bit overbought, but looks pretty good here. Apple. Okay. Continuing on with stocks that are moving. Coinbase gapping up. DoorDash. DoorDash looks really good. DoorDash looks pretty good here. Okay, coming out of a base. If it gets above the 50-day, I would put an alert right around 167. I wouldn't buy it right this minute. It needs to come out of this base. Same thing that Robinhood did recently. It was basing right here. Robinhood gapping up now. With the pattern day trader rule going to the wayside, Robinhood most likely will continue to benefit quite a bit. S&P still climbing here. S&P. All right, we're still going. MSTU looking at. Okay, MSTU. I would say 425, 504, 425. Okay, so it looks good. Strategy long.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay, futures continue. This looks good. S&P.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The market opens in 60 seconds.
You see what I mean? That's a broken script.
Tesla Pulse, long dated, Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse, Deep Puts, Q's Pulse, SPX Pulse, Intel Pulse, Shenanigans, Spider Pulse. Size, long dated. Size, long dated. AMD Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans, Meta Pulse. SPX Pulse, long dated.
Okay, hedge flows continue to ramp higher.
Semi-pulse, AMD Pulse.
Okay, let me zoom out a little bit
Long-dated.
here. Let me
Deep
zoom out.
Pulse, Shenanigans.
Okay, so we're coming into this
SPX
level here, 7570.
SPX Pulse.
7570 is resistance. 7570 resistance.
SanDisk Pulse,
Okay,
long dated.
7570.
Meta Pulse, long dated. LRCX Pulse.
Okay, Nokia. Okay, Nokia. Corey posting an upgrade on Nokia. Let's go take a look at Nokia. Nokia.
Meta
Okay,
Pulse,
that should be
long
moving
dated.
higher. Nokia.
Meta Pulse, long dated. LRCX Pulse, AMD Pulse. Deep calls, deep puts. 0 DTE, call side. Size,
Okay, what's SpaceX doing? SPCX, SpaceX. SpaceX not fading at the moment. 173, SpaceX 173.60.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Triple Q's Pulse. Zero DTE, call strip.
SpaceX continues to hang out at the highs.
Long dated.
All right, Western Digital,
Pulse.
all these chip and memory stocks are at the highs.
Q's Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE, call strip. Gamma.
IWM, IWM looking good. Gapping up, IWM. Looks good. IWM looks good there, Mondo.
Size,
Okay, the 10-year yield, I want to see that lower, 10-year lower. 10 years at the bottom of the day. AMD far outweighing everything else with the action today. All right, we're starting to dip a little bit, looking for AMD, looking for a buying opportunity on some of these. Think about the open this morning. It's been crazy. You don't want to chase these. You're looking for opportunities. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Come right back. We'll probably get a little bit of a fade here.
Don't forget, long dated. Q's Pulse, long dated. Tesla Pulse, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. Size. Marvel Pulse, long dated. SPX Pulse. Size, long dated. Size. Spider Pulse, long dated. Marvel Pulse, deep calls. SPX Pulse. Size, deep puts. SanDisk Pulse. SanDisk Pulse, long dated. ASML Pulse. SanDisk Pulse, long dated. Intel Pulse. SanDisk Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. WDC Pulse, long dated. Meta Pulse. ASML Pulse. Tesla Pulse, long dated. SanDisk Pulse, long dated. Intel Pulse, deep size. Meta Pulse. Tesla Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. AMD Pulse. AMD Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. AMD Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Gold Pulse. Tesla Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. AMD Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Nvidia Pulse, Gold Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse, deep push. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Micron Pulse, Gold Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse. Shenanigans. Micron Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. Gold Pulse. Amazon Pulse. Long dated. Meta Pulse. Long dated. Google Pulse. Meta Pulse. Long dated. Marvel. Shenanigans. Amazon Pulse. Long dated. Deep Core. Google Pulse. Meta Pulse. Long dated. Google Pulse. Spider Pulse. Zero DTE. Call sign. Amazon Pulse. Google Pulse.
All right, AMD continues to fade. Looking to buy the dip.
Deep Core. Spider Pulse. Long dated.
S&P.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
There goes Google. Google's on the move.
Soft Pulse. Long dated.
Okay. A lot of these stocks are overbought, so I'm not in a hurry to buy anything. I want to get a dip. I'd like to get into some AMD, but I'll only do it if I get a little dip to enter. Okay, we got a little dip there, AMD. This might keep going. What does the volume look like? RSI still a bit overbought. Okay, I'll wait a couple more minutes. Let's see. Google, Meta looking okay. Meta. All right, Meta's having a pretty decent day.
Marvel. Meta Pulse. Long dated. Oracle Pulse.
Okay, Apple, continuation, Apple.
Long dated. Long dated. Meta Pulse. SPX Pulse. Marvel. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Apple, I got some 300s I've had for a while. Those are out in July. Probably send those, probably roll those out at some point. Apple. Apple had a nice little dip.
Q's Pulse. Long dated. Meta Pulse. Deep put.
50-day.
Triple semi pulse.
That looks
Zero
pretty good. All right,
DTE.
so a lot of stocks are starting to fade a little bit. Cracks starting to form. You got this resistance overhead 75.70, both on 0-day and non-zero day. 75.25. Let's take a look at a few of these Pulse audio alerts and see what they're doing. She just said NVIDIA, right? Wow, it's pretty active this morning.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
NVIDIA.
NBIS. Long dated.
Okay. NVIDIA.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Calls are leading 90%. 3 times baseline. NVIDIA. 42 prints, 8.3 million.
Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay, let me.
Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts.
Okay, let me.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Avgo Pulse. Micron dated. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans. Nvidia Pulse.
Nvidia is active.
AMD Pulse. Long dated.
Microsoft still pushing.
Deep puts. Shenanigans.
Okay, looks like Friday's 210s are very active. Friday's 210s are very active for Nvidia. All right. Friday's 210s. Nvidia. All right, that's fading right now. I would be looking to buy on the dip here. Watch RSI if it gets oversold. Watch it get oversold. SOXS starting to turn off the low. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia looking for this RSI to drift a bit lower for better entry. Looks like the 210 strike is very active today for Friday, for Thursday rather. Juneteenth.
Long dated. Deep calls. Sandisk Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay, Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot. Keep in mind, this is probably one of Lee Star's favorite stocks, especially during hurricane season. This one, I don't know that he would trade Generac, but he would also look at Generac, GNRC. They're doing they're doing work with these big data centers as well. Cummins Engines, Caterpillar, the industrials were pretty active last week. XLI. We also had the financials active. XLF. Okay, what's consumer discretionary doing? That's gapping up. Consumer discretionary, retail. Okay, so let's look at TJ Maxx. Okay, Walmart. Walmart still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Ross Stores. Okay, BJ Wholesale. I just got my Costco yearly renewal letter, so I got to do that. Costco, looking for that to continue. All right, so stocks are pulling back from the highs right now. Okay, so you don't want to chase. You want to be looking for opportunities. Apple's still pushing, so that's showing relative strength. AMD. Okay, it did bounce at VWAP, fading again. Okay, Nvidia. We got the 210s for Friday, for Thursday. I'm probably going to say that a lot today. The 210s.
Long dated. SAC. Silver Pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE. Cost. Gum.
With this news with Iran, crude oil rates perhaps moving to the downside, that may be more favorable for the housing market as we proceed going forward into the summer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thursday's 210s, Nvidia.
George, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for getting us across the price action and the data for us this morning. George Dillis there. Coming up, we will examine how the latest labour data is shaping economic sentiment ahead of Kevin Walsh's first FOMC meeting as the Fed chair that's coming up.
Marvel Pulse. Long dated. Deep.
Okay, 13,000 contracts have traded already on Thursday's 210 strike for Nvidia. Watching that. Nvidia.
Long dated. Soft Pulse.
Okay, looking for Nvidia to turn back up here. Nvidia.
AMD Pulse.
Nvidia looking for a turn. Let's see. Let's look at the 1 minute chart. Nvidia. Okay. It's at 50. RSI is at 50. This could drift a little bit lower right now. S&P is still fading a bit.
Avgo Pulse. Long dated.
Nvidia.
Google Pulse. Deep calls. Tesla Pulse. AMD Pulse. Deep puts. Soft
Hedge flows still rising. Hedge flows are still rising. Okay.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
Bitcoin, nice run up this morning and fading, exactly what you'd expect. People chasing, getting excited,
Micron Pulse,
only to get disappointed.
Shenanigans.
Don't chase, wait for the 60-minute, or wait for your 60-minute to set up. Also watch your 1 minute if you're day trading. 1 minute RSI, NVIDIA, watching NVIDIA. Trying to turn here, NVIDIA. The 210s are very active on NVIDIA. Still fading. NVIDIA.
0 DTE, call side.
Okay,
Side.
flat VWAP at the moment.
Long dated.
Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's still going here. Apple looking good. We got the 300s
IWM Pulse,
for July
long
monthly.
dated.
Apple's looking good.
RCX Pulse,
S&P's pulling back.
Q's Pulse.
Western Digital, Seagate, DoorDash, AMD, and Micron's the top 5 on the NASDAQ 100, top 5 on the S&P 500, Western Digital, Seagate, DoorDash, AMD, Micron. So the same 5 on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. Okay, that tells me to go look at the advanced decline percent, see how that's doing. Okay, everything is rising. S&P is starting to stagger a little bit. You see it's not a straight line right now. Mid caps, same thing with small caps. Mid caps, small caps, but everything is rising. NASDAQ looking the strongest. It's not at plus 30%.
Long dated.
It's not at plus 30%, so it's not overbought. The S&P, we know coming into today, we had everything was bullish, 16 bullish indicators, 3 neutral and 1 bearish. So no surprise, we had the S&P breaking out, S&P equal weight breaking out to new all-time highs on Friday, following through now. Okay, just don't chase it. Wait for the dip. Okay, wait for the dip. We're off of the red zone, so we're not quite there yet. S&P pulling back a little bit. Number of stocks above the 50-day, number of stocks above the 20-day, all look good. Neither are in the red zone, so that means we got more upside potential. And the advanced decline percent, advanced decline percent are all pointing higher, but not overbought.
Marvel Pulse.
So just concentrate on buying the dip. Okay, there's NVIDIA dipping a little bit. MACD's turning, RSI is turning back up. NVIDIA, let me just see what Pulse is saying here again. NVIDIA. Wow, a lot of flow today. A lot of flow. Microsoft Pulse.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Puts are leading on Microsoft at the moment. Puts. Marvell.
Pulse.
Puts are leading on Marvell at the moment. Puts are leading on the S&P, so they're looking for a little bit of a fade here. Q Pulse. Calls on the Qs. All right, NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher now. NVIDIA.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. TSM Pulse.
I was just about to say that. I mean, what would you need to see in this market as far as this being beyond just an oil reflex?
Meta Pulse. Long dated.
Well, I mean, I think there's 2 markets. I mean, you were talking about.
Markets acting muted. I don't know. I think Grover put it well last night. That the markets have already figured in a lot of this.
Amazon Pulse. Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse. Micron NVIDIA Pulse. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Pulse. Meta Pulse. Soft Pulse. Tesla Pulse. Deep puts. TSM Pulse. Long dated.
In a market which is, generally extremely expensive. So, I think there's a lot riding on that question. If we really see a genuine energy but I don't think that's a likely outcome.
Yeah, I would think a lot of this is already priced in.
I think actually a buyer of a lot of the energy sector on this move low. And as I say, that's fairly independent of crude. I'd rather be long the energy companies themselves than crude.
Okay, RSI, S&P continues to fade.
Right, okay, got it. We'll have to wait and see how things pan out, particularly if we get any confirmation later this week as to, obviously.
Apple still rising. Apple still rising.
Long dated.
Apple looking good. maybe we see 300. We're back above the 60-minute 20 EMA. Okay, that's my first benchmark. Looking for that to get above 297 and start trending like it did over here on the left. Okay, needs to get the 20 EMA up and to the right. So that's what we're looking for on Apple. All right, starts moving. It's above the 50 day. Looks pretty, chart's pretty clean.
Long dated.
This is really a small nuance. This is really at some level for the broader market. This is really cosmetics. It's really surgery for Fed watchers, but it really is the details for the broader market.
ARM Holdings, we got buyers at the low of the day for ARM. Okay, buyers showing up. ARM Holdings looks like it wants to keep going. ARM looks good.
I agree. I mean, it has been creating, of course, it's anchoring expectations, but it has been creating, of course, also a lot of lock-in effects of where the opinion should be for FOMC movements. See what we get on Wednesday, Torsten. Thanks as always. Thanks a lot.
Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. When we come back, the big question still remaining around Iran.
Long dated.
Secretary Mark Esper tells us why he says this is
SMH
potentially a
Pulse.
war.
Plus, why Anthropic disabled access to its powerful AI models this after a warning from the U.S. government.
And we'll talk to one of the first analysts to SpaceX as shares rise again after
Micron Pulse.
debut.
Long dated. Deep put. Long dated. Shenanigans. Meta Pulse.
A lot of people
Q's Pulse.
looking for SpaceX to drop. Hasn't happened yet. There goes ARM Holdings starting to push a bit higher. Okay, looking for NVIDIA to keep going here. NVIDIA turning back up a little bit. NVIDIA. Okay, looking for this to turn back up. Okay, NVIDIA. Looking for it to turn back up. Okay, so far so good. NVIDIA need to get back above 210. There was a lot of open interest at the 210 strike for Thursday's expiration. What's that? The 18th. NVIDIA, check that out.
Size. Long dated.
Home Depot, HD,
SPX Pulse.
Home
Long
Depot.
dated. TSM Pulse. Intel Pulse. Deep.
Home Depot, a little dip here. That's starting to turn. All right, RSI set up. Okay, so look at your daily. Okay, this is for new traders. First thing, look at your daily. Okay, it's in a bullish trend. That's good. Look at stochastics. Stochastics rising and embedded. That tells you to look for dips to get bought. Close in the upper half of the daily range. We're currently pulling back. So what we want to do, we want to look at the 60-minute. It's trending. It could fade a little bit. So this is a little iffy. But at this point, I would say, okay, RSI oversold a bit. Look for this to turn back up. That would be a good setup for a day trade. All right, Home Depot. I already have a position, so I'm not going to do anything with it right now, but this looks pretty good. Home Depot. It's the time of the year, hurricane season. Okay, Intel dipping a bit back to 128. I would like to buy some Intel. I sold on Friday.
Long dated.
Okay, Intel
Deep.
coming back. Okay.
Pulse.
It could base in this area a little bit longer. If it breaks out above 133, That would be where I want to set my alert. Okay, so Intel 133. Okay, let me set an alert here for 133. 133. Up. Did that okay, let me get rid of that. Delete that. Delete.
Triple semi-pulse.
Okay. I want it 33 133. One-
Absco pull. Long dated.
133. That's good enough. 33, 133. All right, Intel gets above 133. That's going to be a breakout. Sorry, fading right now. Fading. NVIDIA. NVIDIA is above the 50-day. Doji right now, it's in the lower lower half of today's range. Stochastics oversold and turning. MACD oversold and turning. Momentum shifting more bullish. Sorry. We've got shorter histogram bars, volume, watching for the bounce, RSI rising. Look for a bounce in NVIDIA. There's a bunch of trades today on the Thursday. I keep saying Friday. The Thursday 210 strike. So check that out for NVIDIA. That's right around $2.80 right now. There's 16,000 contracts so far. Okay.
What does that mean? So, and we're not even talking about the nuclear issues. President Trump, for example, said that Iran would be allowed to do some type of civilian.
The media is like their heads are spinning because they didn't think this would happen. There's still room for it to fail, of course, but the media, they're like, they don't know what to do with themselves. Last night it was the UFC that was making them crazy. UFC on the lawn. That's crazy. Only in America.
Spider pulse. Long dated. AMD pulse. Deep calls. SPX pulse. 0 DTE. Call size. Long dated.
And both of those are at least unclear right now, partly because we haven't seen the text of the agreement of what the broad parameters have been set. I think long-term, Carl, I think, as I've said,
Okay, a lot of chips being bought on the dip.
I think the next few months will be marked by the economic phase of this, where we'll see relief. Oil prices will go down. We see that today, obviously, but at the pump, they will go down. And then I think beyond the election.
Okay, SMH Pulse puts leading 94%. ARM Holdings puts leading at the moment. Okay. ARM puts.
Mr. Secretary, about the notion that the Iranians, they love this ambiguity.
SPX pulse. Long dated. LRCX pulse. Long dated. TSM pulse. Micron pulse. Shenanigans. Size.
Probably pretty low. Yeah, look, on one hand, you would say their best bargaining position is now prior to the midterms because President Trump.
Okay, Bloom Energy calls are leading there, Frano. Bloom Energy, BE. Bloom Energy. Let's see what that looks like. BE. Gapping up. All right.
And so what type of deal will they want? They will look for the ambiguity. They will create ambiguity. That's why these words matter on tolls versus fees. On
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. LRCX pulse. TSM pulse.
And so that's what I think we need to look for in the next.
Okay, Frano, that looks good. Bloom. All right, some big trades on Bloom.
Which is what Trump went to war with here to begin with. So he says that Trump affirms that it will not procure or develop a nuclear weapon, but there's the question which they have to decide on in the next 60 days about how to dispose of the stockpile, right?
Yeah, they're firmly integrated into the whole AI build out, energy storage, etc. All right, NVIDIA not following through yet. ARM Holdings, let's see. Let's take a look at ARM.
by this evolution? What will happen to the material? If it leaves the country, where will it go to? Russia, to the United States, China? I mean, these are all really important details that Iran is going to want to have a really strong voice in.
Yeah, Secretary, it's David again. When this began, I mean, it may not have been overtly said, but it certainly was believed, I think, as well, that regime change, positive regime change, could be accomplished here. I'm curious to get your view. Obviously, there was regime change, but not of the type that I think was hoped for.
SP
Yeah, let's just say there was
exports.
leadership
Long
change, and I
dated.
think more
Intel
hardliners
pulse.
come into power.
Deep
It's
calls.
made arguably
Deep
less of a
puts.
theocracy and
Hood
more of a
pulse.
military
Soft
run government
pulse.
at this point.
Okay, S&P is starting to bounce. Looking for a bounce.
Any other folks. And former RGC government people are in positions of leadership. So I think it's a more hardline government. It's a leadership change, not a regime change. But what you're speaking to is a broader issue of disagreement, I think, between the United States and Israel. Israel clearly wants a regime change, and the president said in the last 24 hours that's not what he's looking for. And yet, interestingly, with regard to support for the war, the numbers between Israel and the United States are reversed. 60 to 70% of the American people don't support the war. Over 70% of Israelis do support the war.
Micron
Particularly those
pulse.
who are faced
Long
with
dated.
Hezbollah in the north.
Shenanigans.
So, again, there's politics involved here for both Israel and the United States, and I think
Hood
over coming
pulse.
days you're going to see
Long dated.
more coming out
Deep
of Israel
calls.
and more from
Marvel
Israeli supporters
pulse.
here in the
SP
United States
shenanigans. Long
expressing
DRAM.
skepticism
Don't
and
forget.
concern about the deal.
And nobody's talking about what it means for the Iranian people after
Right,
they
well,
endured
yeah.
the massacre months ago.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll get some economic relief
Sandisk
as the spigots
pulse.
open.
Shenanigans.
With regard to Iranian oil sales, to me the other question,
Intel
about
pulse.
the shippers, the
Long
insurers,
dated.
is
Deep
let's
calls.
assume the Strait really
Deep
opens up on
puts.
Friday. And
Sandisk
we're not even
pulse.
talking about clearing the mines because that would take some time. But let's just assume it opens up. All those ships over 1,000 are going to rush out of the Strait.
TSM pulse.
The question is, if
Long
the talks
dated.
go rough, will they rush back in? Will they come back in to reload in a few weeks? To me, that's a big question. If you're an insurer or a ship owner or a crewman, is once you get out, do you want to get trapped back in there?
Still a lot of questions. Also, can they remove the mines? Is that part of the agreement to make it easier?
Yeah,
and safer?
I wouldn't be surprised if President Trump raises that at the G7 with the Brits, the French, and some others, the Europeans who have minesweepers. Hey, you want to show support? You could send your minesweepers and let's get this place cleared out. But they're probably not in the area. That would take a few weeks to get them, like 1 or 2 weeks to get them there. But I think that's on the table as well. It'd be a good sign for the Europeans to do that. I think it would be a smart political move for them.
All right. Intel. Okay, the dip getting bought here. Okay, Intel.
This $22 billion deal for Roku and what Fox hopes to get out of it. Plus the street takes
Okay, let me just take a look at the 1 minute chart on Intel. Intel Pulse. Okay, let's see. Intel. Intel.
Long dated.
All right, BE, more coming in there, Frano.
0 DTE.
Okay, Intel leading by calls on Intel. Okay, there's a ton of the 130s for Thursday.
Long dated.
Okay, I'm going to buy a little bit of that on the dip, buy a vertical. 130, 140. 130, 140. Those are going for $2.83. I'll buy a couple of those. Let's see what happens here.
Marvel pulse.
Intel, Friday is 130, 140. Call spread.
Amazon pulse. Long dated. Marvel pulse.
NVIDIA starting to turn up now.
Q's pulse. BE pulse. Long dated. AMD pulse. Deep calls.
Intel. Note the Bollinger Bands opening up. Note Bollinger Bands. Intel.
Amazon pulse. Long dated.
Mhm. $133 breakout.
All right, we got a big deal this morning, and the acquirer stock price is getting shellacked. That, of course, would be Fox. Take a look. It's down 18.5%. Now, they're issuing a good amount of stock. It's a significant part of the consideration. Originally worth as much as $25 billion for Rover, but the value has been
Okay, Intel. Intel looking for a turn here. Okay, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA, looking for NVIDIA to turn up. NVIDIA, looking for NVIDIA to turn up. A lot of action on NVIDIA this morning. We have Bloom Energy also on the watch list. Bloom Energy, lots of activity on Bloom Energy this morning. There goes NVIDIA now.
Ultimately be rewarded as well is going to be a key question. It will be answered if, in fact, they can get the combined growth rate of the company higher.
All right, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA starting to climb.
They are talking about $400 million in cost synergies right off the bat. They're not talking about revenue synergies, but that is part of the hope here. Lachlan Murdoch, who runs Fox.
Okay, Home Depot. Let's see. HD. Home Depot. All right, so trending. Home Depot 921, crossing up to the 50-day. Home Depot. We're headed to the 200-day. Home Depot, the 200-day is about 20 points overhead, so you got about an 8% move, maybe 10%. Apple still pushing the highs. Apple pushing the highs. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 15th. Wash coming into the market soon. Let's see if any comments from him yet. All right, Trump has landed in Geneva ahead of the G7 summit. Trump is in Geneva.
They have a lot of ad inventory they can sell. Now they can combine it with the news and sports offerings from Fox, and conceivably that will add a good amount of overall value. But again, I would come back to that first day performance. Now you do have some arc going on here. In other words, there are people who are setting it up and shorting the stock of Fox as well. By the way, deal came together pretty quickly. They did sign a confidentiality agreement back in, I think it was March, but I'm told by people involved that it was really the last few weeks in which
Mm-hmm.
it does appear that Anthony Wood, who controls Roku through a 55% voting stake, was.
All right, NVIDIA looking good.
It's the time where inflection.
NVIDIA. Okay. Let's see, NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher. NVIDIA volume coming in. RSI, MACD. Looking for that follow through. All right, S&P bouncing. Hedge flows still rising. Oh, we got a nice trend day so far. Okay. Okay, so a nice trend day so far. You know, speaking of trend day, don't hear much about Trend Day Aragua, whatever it is. Right? I mean, I haven't heard anything about them in ages. Interesting. Used to be that's all that the media wanted to talk about. Mm-hmm. All right, so looking pretty good here, S&P.
That's true. That wasn't a what's the enterprise value on that? It's unclear.
75.70 still the largest strike overhead on the 0-day.
When we come back, the street initiating SpaceX after its Friday debut. We'll talk to one analyst who says the stock is a buy.
ARM Holdings still turning up. ARM Holdings.
Trump is racing to Washington in an effort to resolve these export restrictions. We'll get to that when Squawk on the Street comes right back.
Okay, let's see. ARM Holdings, Axon. Let's see what these guys have to say on Bloomberg.
Investments, I think, recognize that will continue.
Axon.
Peter, just as a CEO, I wonder how you deal with the volatility because you've had some insane months. I look at in May, your stock was up 200%, like an annualized 1,000%. And then over the last couple of weeks, it's lost 43% of its value. Now you're still obviously up on the year and you're still doing well, but the peaks and troughs are far apart. How do you deal with that as an operator?
Yeah, well, Rick Wire's really focused on the long term, and that's the kind of investors we want as well. Is we want people who see the long term value of space, and so the ups and downs within a quarter or even within a year. I think the idea is that we are looking to create shareholder value over time. So
NVIDIA is still trying to push a bit higher. NVIDIA.
We have a really good strategy. We have a really good plan, and we continue to execute that every day, regardless of.
Okay, Home Depot, Intel. Okay, Intel. We're looking for that to climb here eventually. RSI is starting to rise. Intel. Let's see. SOXS. Trying to push. It's not getting much. Not getting much on the way of follow through. The stocks that are on the top of the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500, Western Digital, DoorDash.
Euphoria still over the SpaceX IPO. That thing is rallying a lot, but also oil falling 5.5% or so. Middleton ahead of Nash's first FOMC decision as Fed chair. So the inflationary trade takes a back seat. But first coming up on the show, Fox is buying Roku for $22 billion. On all of your deals, that's up next. This is Bloomberg Opening Test.
Okay, DoorDash continues to rise. These are the top 5 on the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500. Presently, Seagate Technologies pulling back a little bit. DoorDash looks pretty good. Still trending, DoorDash. Big turn back up.
It feels like a point in the journey. This is not the end. I think it's new beginnings of what's hopefully even a more exciting journey.
MSTR. MicroStrategy. All right. Been trending lower for weeks on end. Finally breaking the downtrend. BITX. All of these looking good. Okay. NVIDIA. Backing off a bit. NVIDIA. 60-minute. Turning the corner. 20 EMA. Price above.
SpaceX investors. They've been investors for quite some time. They joined us Friday to discuss the company's historic public debut. The stock, you can see, higher again today. This after Elon Musk wrote on X over the weekend that he thinks SpaceX can reach $1 trillion in revenues by 2030, and that he would be surprised if it doesn't cross that mark by 2031.
Meta.
The company also announcing today that underwriters
Intel dipping a little bit more. Intel. NVIDIA looks like flat. It looks like a doji day. Looks like a doji day for Intel and NVIDIA. Robinhood. Let's see. Robinhood, that gapped up. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood is still going here. Okay, Robinhood's back up to the high. Robinhood, if you're interested. Okay, that looks pretty good. The 60-minute Robinhood, a bit extended. Okay, but breaking through 100. I didn't think it would get there that fast, but I guess I was wrong about that. Bollinger Band's opening up top and bottom. 102.50, that's the 200-day, so we could hit that pretty soon. The volume looks pretty good, like institutions. Institutions are buyers.
AI, I know it does, but what is remarkable to a certain extent is when they talk about the total addressable market of some 28.
Okay, Robinhood. I'm just checking my entry here. Robinhood, view trades. View trades. That was June the 10th. June the 10th. Okay, today is the 15th, so that was last week, right? June 10th. Okay, so that was a Wednesday. June the 10th. And okay.
And so, my own expertise in co-governing the stock is the thing that's happening here on the ground, which is
all right. So $1.80 entry. $1.80 entry. That's looking pretty good. Robinhood.
Customers today and maybe mobile customers in the future.
Yeah, I mean, all of which, again, if it comes back to a certain extent to Starship launches, I mean, is that going to be sort of the critical thing that we're going to be focused on in the financial media?
$1.70 entry. Okay, cool. All right, so watching for more upside. The markets up quite a bit on the day to start. Consolidating presently, not giving it all back, not fading, which is a good sign. Hedge flows continue to rally up. Okay, we're starting to flatten out at the high of the day right now. Okay, so starting to flatten out. Let me go to the 5 minutes so I can see this a little better. All right, so we're starting to flatten out up here. We still got some potential upside. We got a 98 percentile, 75.50. That is a negative gamma. All right, so that is market long, dealer short. You're looking at what the dealer representing the dealer. Purple is dealer long. Red is dealer short. Okay, so the dealer is taking the opposite side of your trade. You're long, he's short, or she. Okay, so we got that resistance right there. If we can get through that, the next level is 75.60, and then ultimately 75.70, and then 75.85. None of these are 99 percentile. Nope.
Are they a threat to Comcast? Are they a threat to Charter and Verizon and the entire ecosystem, so to speak, of connectivity?
ARM Holdings, nice dip buy. ARM Holdings.
Global and AT&T on the mobile side, and Comcast and Charter, who are the incumbents in home broadband. And the threat is very different across those two subgroups of telecom. On the home internet side,
Okay.
the threat is clear.
Robinhood.
They have been constrained by
Robinhood, very nice looking chart so far. Robinhood.
So we're watching how Starlink prices home internet in the next 6 to 9 months.
Okay, so I'm at 100 now. Okay, I gotta roll these out. I got the 95 100s. Let's see. Let me go ahead and take profits, and I'll take profits, and I'll get back in on the next dip. Robinhood. That looks pretty good, Robinhood.
Because Starlink can't penetrate commercial and public buildings.
Right. To be watched and discussed in the future, of course, as this continues. Appreciate today, Peter. Thank you.
Working order. Let's see, Robinhood.
We've got much more ahead on the SpaceX debut, including early investor Peter Diamandis with a big prediction about the company's upcoming strategy. Plus, Anthropic racing to resolve its latest battle here with the White House after disabling some of its AI models over security concerns. That's after
Okay, Robinhood. I just exited. What I plan on doing, I had the 95 100 strike on Robinhood, and I will get back in, probably same August expiration. I'm just waiting for it to dip a little bit. I'll buy the 100, 105. Okay. I'll do that. All right. Robinhood. All right. So when you take a spread, the max profit, your max profit is the upper strike. Okay. Robinhood. Oh, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 15th. Okay. Robinhood. Robinhood. Okay, looks good. Daily. Robinhood looks good. All right, looks good. NVIDIA looking for another bounce. I'm looking for Intel to bounce as well. So far, so good.
Welcome back. Anthropic dispatching its staff to D.C. looking to resolve its latest battle with the White House. Kate Rooney has the story. So what exactly happened here, Kate? Sarah, so right now we are hearing from a source close to the situation that senior Anthropic staff are in Washington right now, Washington, D.C., meeting with White House officials to restore access to this company's newest AI models. But the backdrop here, this all started unfolding on Friday. So Anthropic's models were abruptly shut off Friday night after the Commerce Department sent an export control letter to the company, which told Anthropic to cut off access to foreign nationals. Anthropic included all customers to comply with that. It does come just days after Anthropic first released its most capable AI models. This was Fable 5 and Mythos 5. This class of models was initially just rolled out to a small group of companies to help find cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Anthropic at the time essentially said it was too risky to put in the hands.
Okay, Robinhood looks good.
It does say that it got explicit approval from White House officials before deploying those, and that widely released version did have guardrails around bioweapons and cybersecurity, but there were also reportedly loopholes. The Wall Street Journal reporting over the weekend that researchers at Amazon were actually the ones who found some of these security jailbreaks, as they described them. CEO Andy Jassy that reportedly flagged that to senior officials. Amazon, in a statement, says not uncommon for governments to seek our counsel on security risks, and then said that we don't share the details. Anthropic, though, really calling all of this a misunderstanding, and their statement says they're complying, but disagree that the finding of a narrow potential jailbreak should be cause for recalling a commercial model deployed to hundreds of millions of people.
Guys, it is the latest clash between what is now a $900 billion AI company and the White House, the government. If you remember, blacklisted Anthropic as a supply chain risk earlier this year. That is still playing out in court right now. Back to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, are they, do they not like the attitude of Anthropic when it comes to addressing the concerns?
Attitude.
Because Anthropic is a company.
Anthropic has
where
an
their CEO,
attitude.
Dario Amodei, has been sort of out front in talking about how these companies need to be more responsible and safer for society, and yet, you know, they're the ones who keep getting slapped from the government.
Yes, Sarah, absolutely. Well, that is important to note that this is one of the companies that's been on the forefront of calling for regulation. So some over the weekend pointing out that it happens to be that this company is now being regulated, but the personalities in this clash, I think, are also important to point out. You had David Sachs over the weekend essentially accusing the company of not taking this seriously and not reacting in the way that the White House thought was appropriate. Pete Hegseth sort of said the same thing. And so it does go back in some ways to the DoD spat, where that was very much a personality disagreement. We've seen that over the past 6 months or so, where this company has not been able to smooth things over fully with the administration. When we think it's sort of over, it's not, although I'm told, again, people are from Anthropic are in Washington trying to make this work. And this is vital for their enterprise business. They don't want to be all these models that folks, companies think all of a sudden the rug can get pulled and they're not going to be able to use it. So there's a real risk to their business here if they're not able to smooth this over quickly. Although personalities are key in all of this.
Although I'm sorry, David, you go ahead.
No, that's okay. Okay, thanks. Regulatory capture comes up a lot, Kate, with this company as well, though. And it's sort of interesting to me, like, which side is it? Because there are a lot of voices in the AI world that criticize them for saying they're just scaring everybody because it's actually part of a strategy.
Yeah, that has been the criticism, that they say we need to slow down AI, although we are that far ahead that it could potentially benefit them. The company would say that there's a lot of nuance, they still want regulation, but that's been the knock on Anthropic, and so they're going to have to sort of explain that. How are you ahead of the rest of the market while still saying, guys, let's slow down this entire industry. This sort of flies in the face of it. So there's a lot of irony baked into all of this.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Kate Rooney. Oh, there you go.
Thanks.
Meantime, got a 16 handle on the VIX today, sinking this morning as tensions cool a bit with Iran. Let's get to Oliver Rennick at SIBO in Chicago. Morning, Oliver.
Good morning, Carl. Things seem to be normalizing back to what bulls want. We've digested $2 trillion in new equity supply with no problem. So that looks like a recipe for a rally, and the VIX is responding. Right now, we're just under 16.
What's going on with? Okay.
Retreat in volatility happening about as fast as it ran up 10 days ago. VIX this morning back below that.
All right. 0 DTE SPY 750 call. 27,000 contracts. Wow. That was nice. That's nice. What's Oliver yapping about? Semiconductor ETF options. Okay, looks like NVIDIA wants to go some more.
Some bullish trading in VIX, where more than twice as many puts were bought than calls this morning, and also in crypto. There's a lot of attention on blockchain-based perpetual futures trading around SpaceX, and we see call buying outpacing puts 3-1 in both IBIT, the Bitcoin ETF, and Coinbase this morning, guys.
Okay.
Oliver, thank you.
All right, looks like NVIDIA wants to go here. NVIDIA is trying to push off this level. NVIDIA is trying to push to this level. Strait of Hormuz traffic remains uneven. Trump landing in Geneva ahead of G7. Iran will be required to complete certain steps to denuclearize in exchange for sanctions relief. I don't see how they could keep going in the direction they were going. They have to do something. Okay, here goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to go. All right, we're getting some flow, as you can hear in the background. Okay, so today's high overhead. Okay, today's high. High of the day is right there. Okay. All right, looking for Intel to turn. I like buying the dips. There goes the S&P. S&P taking off to the upside. S&P 500. Okay, so okay, new high of the day for S&P. Looking good, huh? Looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 15th of June, halfway through the month already. Time is flying. There goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. All right, if you took those calls that were active on NVIDIA, those are going for what now? NVIDIA, those are going for 320. Okay. Looking good. NVIDIA, go NVIDIA. Go NVIDIA. S&P still climbing. S&P looking good. Hedge flows continue. Let me tone down the brightness here so you can see that hedge flow line. Hedge flow line's rising. Okay. Okay. 0 day. Okay, we've got 75.70 just overhead. And then again at 75.85, 75.70, 75.85.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen live at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Today, after a successful IPO launch and with SpaceX shares rallying yet again today, we're joined by one early backer, Peter Diamandis, about why he thinks the stock will replace Bitcoin as the go-to investment for free capital.
Plus, NVIDIA is tapping the bond market for the first time in 5 years as it seeks to fund its massive capex required to produce cutting-edge AI chips.
Plus expectations for G7. The president's in Europe this morning.
75.70, 75.85 overhead levels.
And what it might mean for the global economy and markets. Speaking of markets, got an all-time high on the Dow today. S&P's working on it, up 123 points. Obviously huge 2% gains in things like consumer discretionary and tech, as energy is down 4% plus, and the 10-year gives us some relief, although not too far from 4.5.
It's impressive to see that given all of the rumors and the rallies that we've seen into a deal, that we got the deal and the market is still rallying on the news. I mean, we continue. It wasn't a sell the news kind of event so far, but we're buying with this rally.
All right, there goes NVIDIA.
Oil, which is coming down again, down more than 5% on WTI. We're going to start there with this peace agreement for a deal to end the war with Iran and then move lower in oil prices. Both Brent and WTI now at the lowest level since March. Let's bring in our Brian Sullivan, who joins us here at Post 9. It's good to have you here on a day like today. So what are you hearing?
Well, okay, I want to get to something that I think a lot of people are missing this morning. One reason why the markets are moving. But first, let's take a look at the price of oil. It's obviously down. Okay, we hit 78.40.
All right, chips are staying pretty strong for now. Bitcoin turning back up.
We're at 80.49 right now, down just over 5%. So not quite where we were a year ago, but we are creeping down. I expect gasoline nationally will probably go to $3.25 to $3.50 a gallon over the next couple of weeks. It's going to evolve. People say, how long is it going to take? I don't know.
Yeah, gas has been dropping.
Oil, gotta refine it, gotta transport it. There you go. Here's the critical thing. I got to co-host Squawk Box this morning. We had JD Vance on, Vice President Vance, as a guest. And we
Really? He was on
Friday
Squawk Box?
Specifically, would Mohammed Ghalibaf be there? JD Vance, Vice President Vance, said yes. Why is this important? Mohammed Ghalibaf is seen as
Mohammed Ghalibaf? That's a pretty interesting name.
He is not part of the more moderate Pezeshkian presidential regime. He's a hardliner. So the fact that Ghalibaf
Vice President Vance said may be there.
All right, here we go. Markets are on the move.
An additional bid, because that would be seen as basically an idea that even the hardliners might accept this deal. Ghalibaf effectively reports to the Ayatollah. All right, not just the current contracts that we're looking at. Take a look at the forward oil contracts, talking about July, August, September, October. We're going down to $73 if you look out to November and December on the CME. The other big story here, will we get sanctions relief? Not just from the United States, as Vice President Vance said, you guys have talked about. A lot of details being worked out. Will Italy, will Germany, will France, will others ease some of their sanctions on Iran? And then the question for the oil market going forward, guys, how fast can the Gulf states, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Qatar, how fast can they load oil? I talked to Marine Traffic this morning. He said there are 56 empty oil tankers floating around the Arabian Gulf this morning. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
And depending on their size, that's anywhere from 50 to 110 million barrels of oil.
go.
The source I spoke to in one of those nations said they can load faster than the market thinks because they have reservoirs kind of like their SPR.
I think the other big question, Brian, is and I'm curious if the vice president talked about this at all, is what happens in 60 days? What needs to
Here we go.
do when it comes to the nuclear material? And if it's not, do we
Nice.
have to get into this situation again where the strait is blockaded?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a risk.
There goes the futures. All right, looking good.
It's very clear. Today's a good day, so we're relying on the markets to tell the story. We don't have a deal. We have a framework of a framework, right? We have a deal to make a deal. And the reason I brought up Ghalibaf is my number one thing to watch is that we have seen headlines one day where there's some kind of a peace talk, and the next day a ship gets shot at, or a U.S. helicopter gets shot down. And it's very clear that there are multiple people inside of Iran speaking at the same time. If we get the hardliners and the more moderates inside of Iran, I'm using the term moderate, obviously very loosely here when I'm saying when it comes to
That
Iran,
looks good.
then we could see a real deal that sticks. You've still got the issue of potential mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, hedge flows continue to rise. This is looking good for the bulls.
Maybe say, you know what? We don't believe in a deal. We don't want a deal because things won't end well for them. So with the framework of a framework, but there's still a long way to
How
go.
can you not look for a deal? You can only play hardball so long when everything is gone around you.
Liner in Iran thinks this is a good deal. Did the U.S. give away too much? And by the way, we do have our first reported deadly Israeli strike in Lebanon today, the first since the announcement of this framework.
And that's the big, another, I don't want to say the big variable, Carl. You're right. There are numerous variables. How Israel reacts to this. I know you just spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
And he has not released a statement on this or responded. Hoping that comes,
Probably shouldn't say it, but
If things heated up this
yeah, I
week,
won't say
maybe
anything.
the hardliners, the Mohammed Ghalibafs of the world, turn around. They don't go to
Rather
the
not
front
say.
side. And if they don't go to the
Just
front
think it,
side,
Vinny.
the
Just
market's
think it.
left with an idea that
Don't say it.
maybe this deal will not stick because that faction of Iran doesn't want a deal. I know it's confusing, but you've got effectively 2 or 3 parties speaking at the same time, all on behalf, quote, of Iran.
Okay, NVIDIA,
Some of them have
new high of the day coming here. There goes NVIDIA breaking out. Looking good. Looking good, NVIDIA.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is they have been very weakened by this war from the United States and Israel. But the question is how much, and
Well, apparently the
are they speaking with
Ayatollah
one voice?
is alive. He's getting better. We haven't heard from him. But Ghalibaf reports effectively to him.
Right.
There is a president of Iran who for 40 years was sort of a lame duck, a figurehead. Now the president trying to sort of accede more power, but the hardliners are going to have something to say about it. Either
NVIDIA, can we get an expansion out of this? Expansion day would be nice.
months, price of oil is down, price of gas
NVIDIA, let's see, NVIDIA. ATR on NVIDIA is about $7, let's say $8. We're up 6 right now. We're up 6 at the moment.
You'll have to buy me a cup. $3.50 a gallon nationally.
Where are we today?
406.
We're $3.99 this morning.
Yeah. Are we $3.99 already? Where are you filling?
That's just
Not in New York
Send me that way.
that's the national.
Yeah. So I didn't make that big of a bet.
down
be under $3 a gallon at certain stations in a week.
Okay, that's more specific.
There you go.
There you go. I'll take that back. Just
Now, if I
because
lose, you'll never see me again. Right.
I like having coffee with you.
Right, thanks. For more on how
in terms of confidentiality and security. So there's a number of companies and governments already who are opting for on-premise installation where they can control the model, they can control all of the software stack. Clearly, you know, the news from the last few days is a huge wake-up call for others across the industry. The fact that models, which a few days before were presented as some of the most capable in industry, suddenly are no longer accessible means that there can be a lot of volatility in terms of access to the technology, and that's got to be a big concern for companies.
Right. Joel, this news hit 5:21 p.m. Eastern Time Friday, so I appreciate it's been just a couple of days over the weekend. But has Cohere had any inbound? Right, if there are entities that can't get access to meet those in Fable 5, maybe they use you.
I would say like huge number of inbounds. It's coming from business customers who are looking to diversify the set of technology that they can rely on, both for the core models, and we do build our own models, and for the orchestration and governance platform. A large number of inbounds from governments around the world, especially outside of US and China. You know, the governments are concerned about their own ability to access the technology, but also the economic trajectory of companies and citizens within their frontiers. And then, of course, a lot of inbound interest from investors who are wondering, what does that mean? We know there's, of course, the big IPOs coming, a lot of volatility from that point of view, and a lot of people who are just trying to understand the situation and see what have the news changed in terms of what should be their investment strategy.
I had asked Seth to explain the concept of a jailbreak in the code, right? That is the reported issue that the US government had with Mythos and Fable 5. Explain technically how that works and how you'd approach, I guess, explaining it if it was you that was dealing with the Commerce Department on a restriction like this.
Yeah. And so the concept of a jailbreak can be used pretty loosely, but quite specifically, there's a sense in which a particular system has some guardrails around the intended use of that system. And a jailbreak happens when someone manages to infiltrate the system in ways that weren't intended. So in this specific case, we can imagine, you know, from Mythos to Fable, Anthropic has put in some guardrails that prevent the ability for the model to be used to create cybersecurity attacks. So we can presume that the specific jailbreak that was identified is the ability to go around these defenses and in fact make the model produce outputs that would leverage some of the cybersecurity capabilities of the model.
Something at the center of Anthropic's response is that many of their own staff wouldn't be able to access this technology based on the restriction, right? Because many of their staff are foreign nationals. It also highlights a world dependence right now on US technology. You're a Canadian company, I get that, but what's your thinking on that issue? The concentration of leadership in the field of a small group of US companies, maybe you dispute that?
No, I don't fully dispute in the sense that, like, where we sit today, there's literally, you know, 4 countries in the world that have the ability to train foundation model: US, China, France, Canada, right now. Even in those companies in the US, there's a large number of foreign nationals. The, you know, inbound talent into the US has been a formidable force for the progress of this technology. So this is going to be a big challenge. And the other thing that's worth mentioning is, in many ways, a lot of the developments in AI of the last few years, you know, are at this level of ideas and concepts. Sure, we have the models, but really the recipe for training these models sits in the head of a relatively small number of people. But there's, you know, a large enough amount of circulation between the various companies that we can assume the capabilities to do that exist, not just at Anthropic.
Joel Pinot with Cohere, thank you very much for your time. What is our top story today? Now, coming up, NVIDIA heads back to the bond market after a 5-year absence. Why is the AI giant looking to raise billions of dollars while it's sitting on a mountain of cash? That's what the stock pitch looks like. Be right back. This is Bloomberg Tech.
insight and data help us deliver reliable energy to millions. Aramco, an integrated energy and chemicals company.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Continuously pushing performance is how players take their game to the next level, and how Aramco delivers reliable energy to millions. Aramco, an integrated energy and chemicals company.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Nuveen invests with the foresight that comes from over a century of experience, spanning both public and private markets, finding opportunity today to shape how portfolios are built for tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching. Nuveen unlocks potential across public and private markets, from real estate and private credit to infrastructure and natural capital, redefining the role of alternatives in tomorrow's portfolios. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
You're playing right now can't get a jackpot in 10 minutes, just delete it. Then come try Tenma. You have a chance to win big. No ads, no tricks. Any prize you win can be cashed out straight to your bank account. Just log in and claim your free daily bonus.
I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
Today's big number, $20 billion. NVIDIA is looking to according to sources. 7 tranches, maturities from 2 to 30.
Okay, NVIDIA is still making higher highs, higher lows. New high of the day. New high of the day. Looking good.
Raising large amounts of capital to fund AI-related infrastructure. But why does a company so flush with cash need to borrow more? Bloomberg Intelligence reckons that it's to focus on funding partners. BI senior credit analyst Robert Schiffman joins us now. When you publish the React, that's the bit that jumped out at me off the page, right? Why would they do that? Well, they have a track record of investing in the kinds of startups that rely on their technology. Extrapolate on that thesis.
Yeah, well, listen, you can never be too rich. It's a big problem to have. Quite frankly, NVIDIA does have a cash problem. They have too much of it. So people are scratching their heads this morning thinking, why are they raising more? Listen, you take money down when it's available. There is so much money chasing after this AI build-out. They're going to put in the highest quality names that they can. And I think NVIDIA is just taking opportunity here to basically borrow at effectively a zero rate, at least from a WACC perspective, to give them more financial flexibility. I think they're likely to pour money probably back into strategic partners like OpenAI, like Anthropic.
Meta, a lot of bullish activity on Meta. Okay, 12 prints on Meta.
Capital angle to this, the shareholder return story has changed recently with NVIDIA. You know, I'm a student of your work, right? It's not that unusual for companies flush with cash to just say, like, okay, this is an interesting thing for the finance org or the treasury team to do. Explain the kind of nitty-gritty of that.
Well, listen, you know, the weighted average cost of capital is what they're looking at. The weighted average cost of debt when you have a $5 trillion equity market cap is basically zero. So you could take money, borrow it from bondholders, and use it for equity or equity-style investments.
Meta, seeing a lot of activity on Meta. Excuse me. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat in your ear. I'm your host, Cousin Vidin, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June 15.
But again, when people are willing to give it away for next to nothing, you're going to take it, and you're going to give yourself that financial flexibility.
Robert Schiffman, who leads up Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much. Let's turn to SpaceX. whose shares are extending gains for their second day of trading following the company's blockbuster public markets debut Friday. The trading offers this other glimpse into
All right, so a nice little push there on NVIDIA.
most private companies, and then they did the biggest IPO in history. There are some mechanics to what's happening in the market next. Joining us is Stephanie Aliaga, JP Morgan Asset Management Global Market Strategist. You know, the big anxiety in the days leading up to the IPO was this great rebalancing of the passive funds because NASDAQ, Russell indices, fast-track SpaceX's inclusion. It's day two. Shares are still higher. But how much does the market need time to digest before it has to undertake that rebalancing?
It's a great question, and that's exactly the point. You know, this issue of all of this issuance hitting the market doesn't happen all at once. You know, relative to the size of how much supply of SpaceX there will be in the market right now, we're just looking at a small fraction of this, right? 4.5% was that first day volume, and that's going to ramp up over
Okay.
time. I think that 6-month mark is really going to be
Futures continue to rise. S&P hedge flows, you can see, are clearly moving higher.
and then that increasing over time gradually over the course of the year, particularly given the S&P taking a more temperate pace there. But given that longer term horizon, here, you know, this is a market where we are looking at a large bump in terms of IPO issuance.
Thing you need is I think I put it at 100%. Well, first of all, it's Elon never wanted to be the CEO of Tesla. He thought it was an important company. He built it, but his focus was always on SpaceX. He wanted to find a CEO for Tesla, was never able to do that. Does not have control of that company like he does of SpaceX. And bringing them together really consolidates them and enables him to really guide the combined company. And it really is one combined company. It's the Gigafactory, the Gigafactory capability, his Terafab that he's building for chips, his robots, all of these,
All right, Intel's turning the corner. Watch Intel. All right, Intel turning the corner after dipping. Okay, this looks pretty good. Intel. Look for this to run back up. At least the VWAP. Intel.
The conversation's really evolving past land-based data centers, and even over the weekend, a lot of back and forth about what is easier to do, put a data center in the ocean or put a data center in space. I assume we know your answer to that question. Yeah, Peter Thiel has invested in a company that's going to put data
Watching Intel here. Intel starting to turn. Put a stop underneath 127, 128. Looking for this to follow through. Push higher. Let's see here. Robinhood. Robinhood, I did take some profits there. I plan on buying Robinhood on dip. If it dips there, it might stay strong. Anyway, Intel got your oversold condition. Now it's turning up. I love this setup. This is one of my favorites for day trading. Very simple. Utilize an RSI either above or below your chart, but watch the 1 minute chart. Once we start to turn, put a stop underneath 128. Okay. If you're entering at 129, you're looking for at least $2 upside. 131, can we get it? Yeah, 132 was the high. 132 and change. Looks like Intel's starting to catch a bid. Let me see if there's any. All right, so Intel.
It's 500. It's a launch of Starship every hour, right? which is insane. But if you think about it, that's the kind of launch rate we see normally with airlines. Airplanes are launching every minute from the local airport. Every few seconds from the local airport. But he's designed Starship to accommodate that kind of a launch rate. It's the only vehicle. When I say, the launch industry is the mode, no one is close, not by, 10x or 100x. So it's something which is going to enable this vision to occur, and it's going to feed a very hungry AI industry. Yeah, we had an analyst on this morning, one of the few that have initiated coverage of the stock.
All right, let's see if Intel can go. Has any Intel trades here? SanDisk, Intel Pulse, Intel. Calls.
Low Earth orbit. The traditional geostationary satellites are some 23,400 miles above our head at an orbit that orbits the Earth once every 24 hours, so it stays stationary. These low Earth orbit satellites are, hundreds of miles, maybe as much as 1,000 miles above us, so that the speed of light
S&P, Meta Pulse. We're still seeing Meta. Netflix with a lot of activity on Netflix. SOXL, long the semis.
debris that is moving at 17,500 miles per hour that could intercept another one. There is plenty of room in space. Just to be clear, even when he's, when Elon's speaking about launching 500,000 satellites, the amount of three-dimensional space around the Earth is huge. Orbital debris has to be measured. We have, I run the X Prize Foundation. We've been designing an X Prize for doing that. But it's a large enough industry that cleaning up orbit is going to be a derivative business that people are going to start to build on top of. And I think it's one of the most very important points when you bring the cost of orbit, launched orbit down, and Falcon 9 has brought it down about 25-fold compared to the traditional industry. Starship is going to bring it down hundreds of fold, as much as 500-fold cheaper to go from the surface of the Earth to orbit. It opens up hundreds, maybe thousands of new industries. The best analogy are the railroads. As we built the railroads across transcontinental, it opened up new towns and mining and farming. The same thing's going to happen here.
Yeah, new industries are born. Peter, finally, I just wanted to ask you as a friend, a longtime friend and investor with Elon Musk, right on cue, as soon as Musk reached trillionaire status on
Intel.
a large number of them had meltdowns about,
All right, looking for that to continue.
it's not fair. And I do wonder, especially for you as someone who sees Tesla getting folded in with this company as well, if ultimately, if we see a change in the administration or a change in Congress, if this is an investor or a business risk that they could come target Elon Musk.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things. One, I would never, ever, ever bet against Elon. Let me put that one first. Second, yeah, he did become a trillionaire, and I think that will continue to accelerate. I think the real story, he's made 5,000 SpaceX employees into millionaires. He's made hundreds of them into centimillionaires, maybe billionaires. And again, it's launching.
Yeah, I love that joke. How many millionaires has Elon made? And then comparing that to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders made 1 millionaire himself. I love that. That's a pretty good joke. A pretty good joke. You have to, not be so crazy about politics, but it's pretty funny. My son keeps saying, "Hey, you go into politics, you make a lot of money." Yeah, you make a lot of enemies too. I guess if you don't mind, hate politics.
Also, when I interviewed Elon on my Moonshots podcast twice in the last year, one of the things he said was,
There goes Google. All right, it looks like NVIDIA wants to keep going.
18 months, triple-digit GDP growth in the next 5 years. And that's on the back of these technologies. I don't, he's one of the
Intel.
wealth creators, not by,
Sanders
by,
Spider
stealing from people. He's creating value over and over again. I don't think you want to, disrupt this value creation engine that Elon has.
Shenanigans.
Will there be administration risk if it flips into Democratic? Perhaps. But I think at that point, this is such a fundamental.
Okay, generally it's a pretty bullish day. Coming into this week, we had 16 bullish indicators, 3 neutral, and 1 bearish. Okay. These are so many things that were bullish for the week ahead. At the close on Friday, so many things look really good.
But I think disrupting what Elon has built is the wrong move for is going to be just a extraordinary story for the decade ahead. This is a multi-decade, multi-generational
Pulse.
wealth creation engine, for sure.
Well, Peter, we are glad to have the chance to talk to you about it as someone who was in there early and knows the story very well. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Peter Diamandis.
Okay, we're still looking good here. Hedge flow still trending. How different can this be, right? If you look at last week, what was it? Thursday, I think it was Thursday. Look at hedge flows in the morning, just sideways, right? Like a sine wave, and then eventually we take off to the upside. Today, what about Monday? Let's see. Wednesday, that was trending down all day. Wednesday, looking at the hedge flow line, the purple line, that trend down all morning. On Tuesday, Monday, trend. So today we got a nice trend. We see targets right overhead, 75.70 and 70. All right, so 99 percentile now, 75.85, 75.85. There we go, 75.85, 99 percentile now. That's our first, I think. Okay, first 99 percentile. Okay. All right, so that looks good. Mm-hmm.
Google Pulse. Long dated. Size. Long dated.
Boo, boo, boo. Okay, so we got 99 percentile. We're heading in that direction. 75.85. 75. 75.85.
AMD Pulse. Long dated.
Okay. Looks good.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. AMD Pulse. Long dated. Size.
I remember when people were saying, if we get a deal with Iran, how the markets will blow up. I'll take profits in the strength or whatever. Don't forget your plan prior to the news. Okay, so far the markets are looking very strong. S&P is still at highs. Okay, S&P still at highs and climbing. Hedge flows.
Tech stock surging today following this deal on a peace framework with Iran. Our Christina Partsinevelos has a look at this morning's biggest movers. There are a bunch of them, KP.
So many. Because markets are really expecting this deal is the end of the 107-day conflict, even though there's really still a lot to figure out. But honestly, stocks had a lot of reasons to move higher before that headline hit. You've got a smoother macro backdrop this week with less risk of any hawkish surprises from the Fed. And then the smooth opening day of SpaceX trading, which is really acting as a clear signal for stocks to extend the rallies that they had at the end of last week. The stock, you can see, up almost 8% after that record IPO. Elon Musk adding fuel, seeing the company.
Google still pushing. Meta looking good. All right, Meta. What do I have Meta-wise? Meta. Okay, hope everyone's having a good day in the room. All right, Meta. NVIDIA, all these working well. Where's my Meta position? Meta. Okay, Meta is doing well. Okay, good. All right. Meta, I got July. Meta, I got Meta, July 610s. I also have some 600s. I also have some July 650, 655s. When did I buy those? When did I buy those, Vinny? I bought those in May. Okay, in May, Meta. I've been sitting on these for a while. All right, Meta looking pretty good. Let's see. Let me just take a look at Meta real quick. I don't want to buy anything high of the day right now. Markets most likely will continue into Wednesday OPEX. Probably, maybe even Thursday. All right, so Meta looks pretty good. Okay, so here's the setup. Okay, so if you're a new trader, you got a bullish day. Stochastics is just now turning. Okay, so the decision is yours, but I wouldn't buy the high of the day. I'd be buying dips. That said, this is showing strength, so it's probably going to keep going. I see a lot of big trades coming off on Meta. So if you're going to get in, even though we're at the high, I would suggest if you're going to take 10 calls, for example, maybe you do 2 call spreads. All right, so you're still able to get in, but you're not chasing, and you're scaling in. So if it does pull back, you can always add to it with the intent of having 10. And the reason I would go with spreads is because it's, let's see let's see where Meta is here. Meta, where is Meta? Oh, there it is right there. Meta 90% risk reversal rank. So implied volatility is pretty high. So yeah, I would definitely do spreads if I'm going to do that on the long side. Meta. Okay, so here's Meta right here. Pretty high risk reversal rank. Doesn't seem to be bothering the bulls here or buying this. Okay. There's 1,400 contracts trading at the 600 strike for July. Let's see what's going on Friday. Friday the 18th. Thursday. I keep saying Friday. Thursday, we've got 3,000 contracts. 8,000 contracts at the 600 strike.
Great news for Universal, and of course, he's been doing a ton of press. Great interview with him, and then the Times, like a half-hour video interview with Spielberg. It's been great to see. Thanks, Contessa. Sure. When we come back, the president arriving in Europe for the G7, looking to tout this potential agreement.
Meta's still going. All right, so I can't buy the high of the day. So what I'll be doing is watching for potential entry. There's several. You only need one good entry, right? One good stock to work in your favor. $500 a day, $2,500 a week, $10,000 a month. All right, all you need is one good trade. If you're like throwing money at the markets and you don't have any kind of rhyme or reason behind your trades, if you're buying everything at the high of the day, your odds are pretty significant on pullbacks, especially if you buy a bunch of positions. So I like to buy the dips eventually. We'll get a little pullback. All right, Intel, looking for that to turn up as well. Okay, it's kind of just taking its time. So other stocks are getting more attention, like Micron. That just pulled back a little bit. All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's looks like it wants to go again. Lots of trades on NVIDIA today. Okay, so looking for dips to get bought. Okay, looking for the dips. Have a little patience. All right, it's easy to get excited and buy the high of the day. It's more difficult to wait and be patient, wait for that dip. All right, let's take a look. NVIDIA, Intel still pulling back a little bit. All right. NVIDIA, okay, at the high of the day. Okay, it's at 50. RSI is at 50. Feels a little overdone right now. Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, 60, just now turning the corner. So NVIDIA is going to be a good trade over the next several weeks. Most likely, it looks like it's starting to do what it did over here. Okay, downtrend, pops above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. You look for longs on dips. Okay, you don't buy the high. Get your best bang for your buck on dips once it reverses. Okay, it did the same thing over here, but failed recently. Okay, so this is a descending pattern of sorts. All right, so we've got these lower highs and lower lows. Almost a channel. And you got RSI rising. So that's good on the 60 minutes. So you just want to buy dips. That's all. That's the prerequisite right now. So it's above the 50-day, 50 days up and to the right. So your best entry is to be patient and wait for it to pull back. Okay. It could keep going. In which case, okay, if you cannot hold yourself back, then don't buy an entire position. Buy 10, buy 2 instead of 10 calls. Buy 100 shares instead of 1,000 shares. And if it pulls back, you get to buy the dip. So NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going here. All right. So the other thing is NVIDIA, what's the ATR? Do we get an expansion day today? All right. So it's $8. We're up 640. So we could see a little bit more. Expansion day breakout, get above 21 day. Yeah, it probably keeps going, right? Probably keeps going, NVIDIA at the high of the day. Still, I can't buy it up here. I would only buy it on a dip this morning. Okay. You had that 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute got a little bit below the 50 and then turned back up very decisively. Volume looks good. NVIDIA. Oh, there it goes. NVIDIA. As I'm talking, there goes NVIDIA. All right. Nice move on NVIDIA. Good job. Good job. The 210s. Okay. NVIDIA at the 210s. Looking good.
Welcome back. The president arriving in Europe for the G7 summit with a framework of a peace agreement in tow after striking that deal with Iran. Deal's expected to be signed on Friday in Geneva. Let's bring in Heidi Kriebel-Rediker, senior fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations. She was also the first ever chief economist at State during the Obama administration. Heidi, it's great to have you and your insight today. Thanks for the help.
Thanks for inviting me.
You make the point that Macron might want to talk about economy, but there might not be enough bandwidth given what's going on geopolitically.
Okay. That looks good.
Yeah, I mean, it's
NVIDIA doing really well. Congrats.
the announcement of this MOU with Iran, that this is going to take center stage. And I think, the UK and France are ready to step up to the plate on delivering. They have the capabilities in demining. This is something that they have, Trump has berated the Europeans for not stepping up and helping with the Strait of Hormuz. And
All right. There
getting
goes NVIDIA.
But this
Meta.
is what they want to put on the table. Help with demining.
Meta's at the high. Looks good.
So important for energy markets. What kinds of capabilities do they have that we don't?
Okay, so right now we're coming into the 12 o'clock noon hour. You don't want to be chasing up here. If the stock is going to stay bullish, it's going to give you a better entry. Can't buy the high of the day here. Okay, Western Digital. All right, some of these look really good. NVIDIA. Okay, Western Digital. That's been the top of the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. That's sitting here. Let's look at the 60-minute. Okay, this extended. You can clearly see this is way extended you away from the 20 MA. You want to buy dips in these. DoorDash. Big move on DoorDash. We saw this earlier this morning. This nice move on DoorDash. Okay. We were looking for a push through the 167 zone. Okay, you got it. I didn't think it was going to go that fast. Wow. Micron. Gapping up, looking good. Strategy, MSTR strategy. BITX. Okay, Bitcoin. BTC, USD. All of these looking good. Nice work. Let's see, Mondo posting IREN, IREN. Nice gap up. Trending. The only thing I don't like about it, Mondo, is it has this range. It'll run up and then it'll pull right back down. Run up, pull right back down. So it's got a lot of volatility in it, but it's trending up. If you were to draw a linear regression line here through price action, you can clearly see most of the time over the last 8 weeks, 10 weeks, it's either above or below, but it's trending along this line. So that looks good. I like it. You just have to have patience unless you're buying the dip and selling the rip. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to keep going. S&P still rising. Hedge flow still rising. You've got this 99 percentile up here at 75, 85. If we get there, I would be taking profits.
But I think just because there are such keen interests in Israel to make sure that they de-risk their border with
Okay, Microsoft's still waiting.
actually control a situation that has been festering for a very long time. It just means that there's a lot that can happen even between now and Friday. So it could be a little bit premature for Europe and the Armada to send their de-risk demining into the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, Reuters today quotes the far-right Israeli national security minister saying that Israel's not bound by this deal, quote, in any way, which will be something to watch as we work our way toward Friday. Heidi, appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
As we watch those sites there of the president arriving in that beautiful French town of Evian for G7. Still to come, call it crypto's pre-IPO frenzy, letting traders bet on some of the world's hottest private companies. We're going to discuss with one exchange operator behind these so-called perpetual futures, which they say correctly predicted the first day pop for shares of SpaceX. That's when Squawk on the Street comes right back.
That's the public debut Friday. That performance has helped boost confidence in a broader AI rally, and it marks the start of a shift from 2 decades of shares.
Okay, Google. Let's take a look at Google.
New era of stock abundance as the likes of OpenAI
Okay, Google.
prepare for IPOs.
All right, still grinding higher. Google looks good. Google.
Has been all over it, and we expect in the
Okay,
next
Google.
days, weeks,
60-minute Google. Turning. Okay, that looks good. Google. Meta. Okay, Meta's still going here. Meta. 60-minute Meta. Turn the corner. Okay, Meta's finally seeing some activity here that suggests that institutions are starting to pick up shares. MACD, stochastic, RSI, everything turning, just what you want to see. Bollinger Bands are pretty wide, so I'm thinking we're going to stop close to 602 or so, the 20-day, or maybe even the 50-day. So you got a little bit of upside in Meta if you're interested in it. I just wouldn't buy right this minute. It is continuing, so there's an appetite. NVIDIA is still showing strength. Everybody having a good day? Certainly a good day here in Myrtle Beach. A little overcast. Let's see, my son went to work. Okay, cool. Kid is really motivated. Works 2 jobs. Cuts the lawn for me and edges and everything. Couldn't be happier as a father. Meta, NVIDIA still pushing. Wow, these are really cooking. Okay, let's see what else is showing. Let's see. S&P, SPXW. Okay, call side 80%, call side 80%. S&P Pulse. Print rate is accelerating at 3 times the baseline. Calls leading S&P. Wow. All right, goes Meta. Wow. NVIDIA. Meta, we said, looks good. Just now turning the corner. NVIDIA. Just now turning the corner. Okay, let me just look at this real quick. Okay, so Snowflake is way over here. Snowflake, Tesla, NVIDIA is here. 89% risk reversal. IB rank is 23%. Realized volatility 45%. Still going here. NVIDIA Pulse, more NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Microsoft Pulse. Okay, Microsoft puts leading 9 times baseline. AMD Pulse puts leading. NVIDIA Pulse Puts leading now. Okay, puts at the high of the day. 2 times baseline. Okay. Tesla call side. 9 times baseline on Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla has pulled back, so that's probably the better entry of all of these right now. Tesla pulling back. All right, so it's already pulled back. It's got a let's see, 9 times baseline on the call side. 9 prints. 750,000. That's not a whole lot yet, so we might wait a little bit. Tesla starting to build. It looks like people starting to build positions in Tesla. Okay, there goes Nvidia, Microsoft, everything turning up now. Okay, Tesla. I might buy some Tesla calls here for Friday. Friday Tesla calls. Let's see. It's starting to turn. Tesla Friday calls. Let's see. 410. Tesla 410. Or 820. What 410? 410, 420. Buy. Or what happened here? Oh, that's okay. Tesla starting to move. Tesla. Okay, 10,000 of the 410 strike. That's a 50 delta. 410s. Tesla looking good. Okay, Trace continues to ramp higher. No inflection yet. No stopping. S&P. BMNU. Okay, BMNU. Let's see. BMNU. 120. Oh, 130. 130. And 1. 34 and 153. Okay, there goes the S&P.
So I think it's a great business for them. I'm just like not clear on.
You hungry, kitty? Okay, let me get this for you. You hungry?
You were made for a long time. Meta is going to be one of the big capital expenditure deployers. Do you see Meta being open to a world of submarine data center as a solution, or looking at orbital data center as an alternative?
I think all of these providers, will look at these technologies when you show tokens being generated. Once I'm at a terminal, I can say, here's a chat experience with a live webcam of a little buoy bobbing in the Southern Ocean, or a feed from the last satellite saying this is where the tokens are being generated. I think everyone's going to perk up and add more attention. Until then, we're talking about theory because no one's done.
As far as days, bullish days are concerned, this is probably, I would think this is probably going to be one of the more bullish days. I mean, we're only a few hours into the trading day, but if this does go off the way it currently looks, think about the economy in the Middle East. Think about all of the fertilizers and the minerals and different kinds of trade, the ships that are sitting over in Hormuz. If those start moving, it's going to take a while, but that should be pretty bullish for the economy and for, not only the U.S. economy, but everyone else's economy, which is a good thing. We need it. Need crude oil to drop. So by this week, we should be, I would think we'd be back down to $3 a barrel, $3 a gallon. Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA.
Zero DTE calls.
An integrated energy and chemicals company.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you
Sanders
need to think about.
Long dated.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Okay, I don't usually post stuff like this, but this one surprised me. I've been playing this game for a few days, just here and there,
Sanders
like last 10 minutes max.
Long
Didn't
dated.
expect anything, but the bonus can actually add up.
Zero DTE calls.
What I like most, you
Stop.
can withdraw anytime. No ads popping up every second. They give you a welcome bonus when you first download. Try it for a minute. If it's not real, just leave it. But if it is, it's kind of a fun little side cash thing. Might be worth playing Cash Farm. Just a small casual thing.
Zero
but it's
DTE
surprisingly well
calls. Stop.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see
All right, so everything is bullish except for Tesla right now. Looking for Tesla to turn back up.
we follow the money.
I would like to adjust some of my positions. I have options that are probably a bit out of the money that I need to adjust. NVIDIA still going here. NVIDIA, high of the day. That was the high of the day before. Now we are up here. Oh, man.
Zero DTE calls. Stop.
Meta's still going.
To use Apple's Siri AI,
Microsoft.
that you can explain where we're at with it in Power On over the weekend. You detailed the most important parts. What's it been like?
NVIDIA at the high of the day. Starting to flag now. Meta. AMD. Getting some more pulse alerts. AMD. Call side, 100% call side, AMD.
It's not perfect. There's a lot it can't do. You can't do in-depth research like you can do on ChatGPT. You're not going to get.
You don't use Claude for research. You use Claude for coding, knucklehead.
Zero DTE calls.
Okay. 3 million on AMD. AMD looking good. AMD, do we have a dip in AMD? Oh, whoo, this is going to be good. AMD, maybe a buy down here. AMD. What do we got? Call side. Let me look at AMD. AMD. Let me just ask AMD.
For the most part right now, the title of the Power On Apple's new Siri is just good enough to ease AI crisis. Have I put the emphasis in the right place? Quick.
It is just good enough because it's not exactly as good as the competition, but for 95% of people and to meet the needs of the majority of the Apple user base, 2 billion plus strong.
The 550 strike calls for June 18. 550 for June 18. Let's see, AMD. Can't believe we're talking 550 for AMD. That's crazy. 550 strike. is pretty 13,000 contracts. By
Just day two as a public company trading in the public markets, but we talked throughout the hour about the lasting effect this will have in not just the next few weeks, but the next few months and years. That does it for this edition of Bloomberg.
AMD looking for a turn here.
There's a lot happening in capital markets across public equity, across debt, and it's the biggest technology companies in the world that are dominating that news flow and that market.
550 strike is active.
You know where to find it on all the Bloomberg platforms as well as on
Thursday.
Apple, Spotify, and iHeart. From San Francisco, day one, this is Bloomberg Tech.
0 DTE call sign. Size.
Continuously pushing performance is how players take their game to the next level, and how Aramco delivers reliable energy to millions.
Thursday.
When control of Congress changes,
All right, looking for a bounce.
on Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. I think that probability is too low. By yes for 23.
Stupid.
Withdrawn at any time.
All right, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour.
Now, Z.AI in Hong Kong surged overnight on the back of this Anthropic fight and the growing bet that open models are going to get more important. Now, there's irony here, too, guys. The move meant to protect America's AI lead, that could actually push more developers, companies, and countries toward AI systems that Washington does not control. And we've seen a version of this with chips. U.S. export controls, they were meant to slow China down, but instead it handed Beijing a bigger reason to build more of its own technology stack. And guys, we're already seeing this. AI costs, they're rising. Companies, they're already routing work to cheaper models and saving the most expensive one for the hardest task. So for investors, the winners here might be open model companies, but also model routers and neutral AI infrastructure. So not just the big closed model labs like Anthropic and OpenAI, which is, a key changing dynamic when you're looking towards these blockbuster IPOs.
Policy currently is regarding AI.
I'm not sure I got that, Carl. Could you repeat that?
I was saying people are using it as a lesson to argue that policy right now regarding AI is still pretty recent.
Microsoft's still ripping here. About time we got something on Microsoft, right?
Has been saying for so long that AI should be regulated, that it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if the industry were to slow down and take stock of
AMD.
this isn't quite the way that they've imagined, as Kate Rooney, I know, has been talking about as well. But all the while, right, AI has become such a polarizing topic here in the U.S.
AMD.
Look at how it's being
Looking for that to turn back up.
over in China. It's kind of like full steam ahead, and they are having to make do with the tools they have, which has created a really competitive environment over there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a debate we'll continue to have about open source, because on one hand, it's good for transparency and safety, but on the other, it can open it up to bad actors, which I guess is part of the issue. Yeah, thank you, Deirdre.
Meantime, all-time highs, say intraday highs. And
This should be good. I would think this would be good going into Wednesday VIX expiration and OPEX Friday. We got Warsh speaking this week. We got President Trump at the G7.
So a huge rebound in the tech trade. NASDAQ is only 2% off of its record high. With the rally we've seen, the S&P is only about 2/3% from its own high. What do we do now?
Well, last Tuesday through Thursday, we were discussing the defensive nature of the market, and was something bigger unfolding? Were we at an inflection point? Had we seen this parabolic move in technology? Was that the alarm signal that the market had reached a high for the year? And very quickly, we've recovered from that. Let's keep in mind, we recovered from Oracle's earnings. We flawlessly executed the SpaceX IPO on Friday. You have the news this weekend as it relates to energy. Listen, the energy story, people that have invested in energy, the XLEs first, you're basically unchanged. And I think what that's going to do is that's going to push so much capital into where the earnings growth is, which is technology itself. So I think what's unfolding right now
in front of our very eyes is you had a really significant correction in technology, and I think capital is going to go right back into that sector. I think it's going right back into the momentum factor itself, and I think you want to
Nvidia
ride
Pulse.
along with it
Long
because
dated.
I don't think
Spider
anything's going to
Pulse.
obstruct
Zero
it like the Fed meeting
DTE.
on Wednesday.
Call
So are we all good now if this framework actually turns into a signing, and then we can actually see text and just see what the substance of all of this is? Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley says
Zero
bull market's
DTE.
intact.
Call for.
Their conviction in
Size.
it is still intact. Bespoke says
Micron
76.20
Pulse.
is
Shenanigans.
a level to watch today. So some of the moves that you put on today suggest that yes, you think we're kind of back to where we were. You bought more Micron and you bought Broadcom.
Yeah, I did. I brought Broadcom back. As you recall, I bought it on the day that it sold off on earnings, which I didn't think was the right move for the stock. I got stopped out pretty quickly. The market was challenged at that point, and I actually got a better price now. So I'd say this is an intermediate trade. The fundamentals look good. The stock's not
Micron
expensive.
Pulse.
It's been expensive for so long. But
Shenanigans.
for next year's earnings, it's not. I added to Micron because I believe that Trump was looking for an off-ramp. The details were sketchy. It's still sketchy. We just don't know. But it doesn't matter. It could be the worst deal in history. Market only wants surety that a deal, that war is coming to an end.
The market doesn't. You're very right. I mean, the market doesn't care.
It doesn't care.
Whether this deal or how different it is. Is it better? Is it worse than the Obama run? The market doesn't care.
It doesn't.
The market
care
wants to see the straight open, boil down, and get back to business of leaning into the strong earnings and a still really resilient economy. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, AMD no bid yet. Continues to drift a bit lower. It's under VWAP. Pretty decent bullish day today. Threatening a breakout. Futures continue to move higher, so I would think that these stocks that have pulled back would be a better entry at this point. Instead of buying NVIDIA at the high of the day or Meta or Google at the high of the day. Google looks good. Google's up quite a bit, actually. Google, I have August calls. Okay. Google, I have 375s on Google. August calls. Those should do well. I think Google's doing well right now. Okay, I got August. 375s. Also has some 375, 380 spreads. And some 400 strike calls, all in August. All in August. Okay, what is Cisco doing? Cisco had pulled back a little bit last week. Cisco. Okay, Cisco's still consolidating. Cisco. All right, if you're trading Cisco, all it's doing right now is consolidating. The recent run up. Okay, it's consolidating. It's not falling off. MACD stochastics are resetting. RSI resetting. So might get something out of Cisco in the next few days if you're in it. Let's see. Firefly. What's that doing? Firefly. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX. Okay, SpaceX is higher. So doing exactly the opposite of what pundits are saying is going to happen. Okay. SpaceX. Okay. Firefly. Okay, these are turning. Rocket Labs looked okay, I guess, right? Rocket Lab. This is a inside day. Rocket Labs, if you're trading any of these, Rocket Labs, inside day, holding above the 50-day. Probably going to take a couple of days before these start to move. ASTS. Okay, inside day here as well. Okay, looking at the stocks that are moving the markets. Still at the top of the list. These haven't changed much. Western Digital, DoorDash, beautiful trade here on DoorDash. I don't know if anybody took it, but it was half of where it is right now. It was trading near 158 this morning. I said, if this breaks out above 167, put an alert up there. Well, it surged by 5-6 points since I mentioned it this morning. That's really good. Looking really good. So Looks like this is ready to turn the corner. If you're trading DoorDash, okay, it's above the 10 EMA weekly. Okay, maybe a couple more days upside. There's no rush here. Once it starts to trend, the 50-day turns up, the 9 and 21-day turns up. You're going to have a swing trade, probably you can buy end of the year position targets. I would say probably around 225 or so, maybe by the end of the year. Let's see what a 50% retracement looks like. DoorDash. Okay, so 50% retracement to bring you back to around 240. All right, you're at a 168, 170. So if this starts to get going, maybe you buy December or January. I wouldn't buy it right now because it's at the high of the day. So it'd be paying up for this. Wait for a dip. DoorDash, I like it. Okay. Okay, S&P 500 really blowing away people today. Yours truly as well. Crazy strength, huh? Crazy strength.
December rate hike that the market is pricing in for whatever reason. That'll be another catalyst. That is coming out.
Bitcoin's up 4.5
The next 10 seconds we're about to have.
or better.
You get this. I think we are close to the high for bond yields. I don't see bond yields moving very much higher. That's another catalyst for the market. So it is
telling our executive producer to make sure he hears you, so that if it is in fact,
because you're going to come back after
you don't get the credit that you deserve. Is that what that was about?
You're going to come back to me for sure. There goes my my earpiece. You're going to come back to me for sure.
Okay.
I also think, staying with the momentum factor, very clearly you had a grand opportunity last week. I love your trade in Micron. Micron from June 3rd to June 5th, it pulled back 20%. You're coming up on earnings. This is a company that trades.
Intel, looking for that to turn up. Okay, S&P is at the high of the day. I don't know how much more we can stretch this to the upside. One thing's, if you look at Thursday's price action, right? And by the end of the day, we were close to the highs of the day when we closed. By all reference standards, I would think that today is considered more bullish. Of course, you got to consider the gap too. But yeah, retest of the highs by Wednesday, maybe. RSI's rising, MACD's turning, stochastics turning. These are all turning from oversold, resetting, if you will. You get the pullback, everything gets reset, all your oscillators, volume picks up. You want to buy the dips, you don't want to buy the rip. So what's dipping at the moment? Well, Tesla's dipping. Watch Tesla. This is probably going to do something. Maybe not right this minute, but this will probably be higher, I would think, by the end of the day, maybe. AMD, watching that one. It's holding up fairly well. That's probably going to be above 550. The 550 strike is really popular right now for Thursday.
Western Digital targets 650. Morgan Stanley, one of their most favored overweights is WDC. Stocks at 642, and they just go to 650. So you own that name as well.
Absolutely. And if you think fundamentally, what's the reasoning behind it? Hard disk drives, storage. Storage is so incredibly important right now as it relates to AI, inference, and training. You need more and more storage. That's why it's about Western Digital. We own that. You could also make a good argument based on the performance of Seagate Technology.
Okay, what else is printing right now?
I'm going to continue to just lean in on the tech trade again, and Joe points to the correction in some respects, or just pullbacks that we've had.
S&P calls being puts being bought at the moment at the highs. S&P puts, SPXW. Okay, 0-day volume. Okay, so they got a lot of action here. The problem with the audio alerts for 0DTE, it's really hard to follow unless you're simultaneously watching this at the same time, right? So you can see that we're pretty much overbought at this level. We got this 99 percentile that probably gets tested, getting close 75, 85. But I see these 0DTE pulse audio alerts and pulse alerts coming across. One says a lot of calls. The other one says a lot of puts. Okay, 0 DTE call side just now. SPY 758C. SPY 758 calls. Somebody just bought 1,100 contracts, 4.7 million. Okay. Yeah. Hard to say what that is. S&P Pulse. Calls leading 100% right now. 2.8 times baseline. Okay. Well, baseline being 1, it's at 2.8. S&P, more S&P. Yeah, you gotta watch hedge flows. All right, everything is starting to show some signs of relaxing at the moment, taking a break. We're in lunch. They're talking Meta now. Meta keeps going.
Microsoft's AI strategy is, what their new product strategy is, as well as what the risk is to their subscription base as you get more products that come out there as AI really comes. I used to believe they were number one beneficiary of AI. I'm not so sure. Whereas you take Meta, who's had this uncanny ability to really come out with new products, etc.
Google 370. Google looking good. Markets feel very stretched right now. Very stretched. We got some puts coming across 0 day.
NVIDIA Pulse. 0 DTE.
I do believe that they're doing what they should be doing, which is really spending on AI, to keep and to grow their lead over all the others. So that's why I take Meta. Both names are settle it. Both names are down for the year. Here's why I believe Steve could be right faster than potentially Rob could. They ultimately could both be right because each of these stocks are down significantly, and they're going to benefit from a lot of inflows towards the Mag 7, a lot of index buying. But for Meta, you mentioned the spending. That's a quick fix for me. If we get the ability to regain confidence in management that they're not going to overspend, and if I could trust them with their spending, then I could resolve much faster that Meta could continue to appreciate. Microsoft, there are more challenges fundamentally as it relates to the potential cannibalization that's occurring from AI.
Okay. Let's look at Apple real quick, because now that the dust has settled, WDC, I'm wondering what we think about that too. And you've been the one that's been accumulating it personally.
Yes, I have.
So, you have a fair amount riding on those purchases, right? Because you're buying it consistently on the way up into WWDC. It has the upset really afterwards. Now what?
So biggest position next to obviously Joe T. I think, as I said to you last week, we were out at the developers conference, that I think the stock gets the benefit of the doubt. I think they did just enough to keep those interested in what their AI strategy ultimately might be. Was it tangible? No. Was it definitive? No, it wasn't. There was a vagueness to it, but there's enough there to keep you interested and to understand that if you bet against this stock in the last several years, you have been on the wrong side of that trade. And I don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade. So I think the market's going to continue to do what it's done over the last 2 years. Give it the benefit of the doubt, and also understand this is not a company that's spending a significant amount of capital chasing the AI story and the tangibility of putting something in the consumer's hand. They'll get there eventually. Will the consumer find it to be the best product ultimately against everything else? I'm not so sure that that'll be the case. But up until that moment, I think the stock continues to move higher.
Let's take a look at SpaceX today.
0
Certainly worth
DTE.
checking following the debut on Friday.
A lot of 0 DTE calls.
Twitter, I think SpaceX might be able to reach approximately $1 trillion revenue in 2030. So stock is obviously having a pretty good post-IPO reaction. It's up another 10% today, $177. Evercore today says up the IPO, like Netscape 30 years ago, could catalyze, quote, dream big FOMO and the next leg of the bull market. Dan Ives, Wedbush says the reactions are positive for broader tech and the AI revolution names. Anybody takers on SpaceX now? How do you think about
Yeah,
it?
you know, I'll
Meta
probably,
Pulse,
I was going to buy it this morning or
SPX
buy it
Pulse,
Friday. I
long
think I'll
dated,
probably buy it
deep
because
calls.
you've already solved the valuation
Zero
issue, which is
DTE,
that the market
call
says
sign.
it doesn't
Size.
care on valuation. It only cares on what the dream is going forward and what that means. So Musk, look, let's face it, he's a genius, he's accomplished a lot. He has people continuing to believe in the Tesla valuation, which is also extremely high despite declining fundamentals. So why not take a bet on SpaceX, where they clearly have a major lead over so many others, over all others, both in what they're doing in space and what they're doing with Starlink. So look, I just think you have to hold your nose, spend valuation. Do I think is predominantly a GARP or a value investor or a growth investor, which are all of them?
Okay, we're starting to. All right, you can see that the S&P is starting. Hedge flows are starting to flatten out at the highs, so we're starting to pull in a little bit, a little fade. We're looking for ABCD patterns on some of these stocks that ran up. Don't want to buy Nvidia at the high of the day. I want to wait for that to pull back a little bit. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Meta's still going though. Meta's still going. Here's the S&P. Google pulling up. Google pulling back a little bit. Google. All right. So this time of day where we start to see things pull back a little bit. Still bullish. You look at the daily over there on the right. Google looks fine. Need to break above 370. We get above 370. That would be good. That's the high of the day. 370. High of the day right there. Okay, so coming off the high of the day right now. All right, Tesla. Looking for Tesla to come off this low right now. Get back above VWAP. Okay, let's watch AMD. We're looking for that to turn up as well. Turn up. Get above 550. Turn up. Tesla. Tesla, watching Tesla here. Watching RSI. Got oversold right there. Okay, at 11 o'clock, 11:05. Starting to trend higher. Look for it to break above this level. Right around 411, 412. Tesla gets above that level. Should run a bit. Okay, I'm going to take a few minute break. I'll be right back.
I want to go back to something that you said though at the outset. You know, Weiss makes the case you can buy it here. You said, well, we agree with Weiss, but then everything taking place with the stock right now is, I think you used the word
Micron.
Right? Underwriters and
It's going to break out again. Micron.
and all of that.
Can't believe I sold this.
If you're watching the program today, that you should feel comfortable buying the stock here, or would you wait until some of the? Let me finish for a second, just please. Would you wait until some of the mechanical aspects of it are gone, the lockups have expired, just see sort of where it kind of settles out and maybe matches up better with its fundamentals? How would you judge all of that?
Meta.
So personally, I wouldn't chase here. I would, and most clients can't do anything because they're locked up. I certainly hope that everybody that's involved in the offering continues to do what they're supposed to and realize these are a little bit long-tailed things. Some of these lockups don't come off for quite some time. So listen, if it retraced back towards the IPO, I'd certainly be a buyer. But I don't know that it's going to, frankly, because of all the support that it has. In addition, I think we've got a unique person in the leadership seat here. There's almost an evangelistic following of him, and momentum is the most powerful force in the market right now. And can you argue that there's another stock that has more momentum right now than this one? It's tough. So I'm not chasing it because we're in, okay? However, I do think that, you might get a chance at some point in the future to be a better buyer, and I would likely be a buyer.
Let me give you another aspect to it, if I could. So, first of all, it's a speculative trade, obviously, because of what it's done. But keep in mind that Morgan Stanley, who stabilized, they traded in the market afterwards, and Goldman Sachs have so much riding on this, right? They want the stock to continue to do well to support other.
Whoa, there goes Bitcoin. There goes Bitcoin.
That could have done the job they've done. In particular, Goldman did the book running.
Bitcoin, nice little run up here on Bitcoin. 60-minute daily. That looks good. All right, so that looks good. Meta. Big day on Meta. Meta at 601 now, starting to stretch it a little bit more.
This was so important to so many other players aside from just SpaceX.
If you're using a calculator and a pencil to try and figure out what to do with the stock, good luck. That's not what you're going to get. Okay? So this is about you buying the track record of Elon Musk. And not very many people are going to bet against him.
Good pulse. Long dated.
Like the icing is still okay. It's underneath. It's not, and what's underneath is much bigger.
TSM pulse.
75% of the economy, I think, is having a hard time. And so if you take part of what we talked about, low income, young people, the housing market, I think most people are having a hard time. Particularly when you get higher fuel prices, higher food prices, it does pressure consumer sentiment. And by the way, you see this in the earnings reports. I mean, it's incredibly dichotomous in terms of where high end is doing, whether it's hotels, retailers, restaurants, and then where, and by the way, I wouldn't just say it's low end, I'd say it's low to middle, even a bit higher than that. So I think you have that dynamic economy. The one thing I'll say that's a travesty is actually most of what's driving consumption in aggregate today is actually the top 10%. So even though the consumer sentiment amongst the broad populace is not in great shape, the sheer aggregate spend there is not that large. So you can actually have an economy, when you look at it, tips of the waves, and say, gosh, the economy is doing pretty well in aggregate, but where most are actually having a hard time. It's part of why I have a different view on where I don't think rates have to go higher.
So don't eat the cake, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Here and here. I wouldn't taste that.
No, exactly.
I just think it's amazing. Maybe what's underneath this episode. I do want to get your thoughts on credit, though, because there was a really interesting headline this morning coming from NVIDIA. With plans for a bond sale targeting $20 billion. That would be NVIDIA's first bond sale since 2021. And you sort of combine that idea with the fact that you're seeing the hyperscalers come out, hit the bond market in a big way. You also have big equity issuance going on as well, especially not just in IPOs. You also have the likes of Alphabet raising equity as well. How are you thinking about that dynamic? That when you look across bonds, you look across equities, you're seeing these big raises. How are you thinking about it in the context of portfolios?
DT.
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, so first of all, I've been doing this. I'm not saying many decades now, but it's the most exciting time I've ever been around investing because you're seeing debt issuance, equity issuance, converts, loans with warrants, all sorts of funny. Because the truth is, they have to come in every market. Coming in the U.S., coming in Europe, coming anywhere that will take it. There's a lot of financing coming. How do we think about it? Listen, I think some of it is, some of the high quality paper that comes in investment grade market is just okay.
Zero DT.
And by the way, there's more to come, as you said, including today. I think some more of the interesting converts, some of the structured financing that's coming, where you can really add some yield, maybe a bit further down the cap stack, maybe some of these new companies that are coming. That's where I find it more interesting. Listen, I mean, because the size is so big, there's some tactical opportunities to go in and then reduce your exposure. But I think, like I said, doing some things that are a bit off the beaten path, where you get some more yield, has been great for the portfolios.
Okay, I have two quick lightning round
Zero
questions.
DT.
Okay, TLT. Yes. It lures so many sailors to shipwreck. It's been going like this for about a year.
Yeah.
Buy it or sell it?
I don't think bond rates are going very far. So that's a terrible, boring answer. But I think it's right. By the way, I think the best expression is sell volatility against it, and volatility's been high, and that's been the best trade. Sell vol against it.
What are your mutual funds
I believe still owns a little bit of Bitcoin. If you're one of the early people inside BlackRock to get into it, it's now sold off 50%. Is it a buy now, or are you going to wait more?
Well, these are specific questions. So, listen, I think it's ultimately going considerably higher. I think the technicals, there's some technical conditions around it that
Zero
causes it to
DTE.
chop around. I think it's ultimately going higher. We're keeping it a pretty moderate exposure, quite frankly, because I think there's some other things that we already talked about in technology, some of the growth engines. By the way, there are places to get yield and things like some parts of the credit markets, EM. And I felt like it's just okay today, and so we reduced exposure. Ultimately, I think it's going higher.
All right, Rick Reader, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
CIO of Global Fixed Income at BlackRock and also head of the BlackRock Global Allocation Team. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg, was SpaceX.
Long dated. Long dated.
We take care of crafting our active ETFs so they can make a difference for the portfolio.
Triple semi-pop. Deep put.
From the cat solutions, capital actively different active ETFs. How can an insight in data help us deliver reliable energy to millions?
TSM.
An integrated energy and
Long dated.
company.
Zero GTE. Cold. Stop.
Improving every detail of the game experience. For example, 85% of NCAA fans have abandoned purchase due to long lines, but AI facial recognition and cashless point-of-sale systems help shorten lines and keep data safe. These solutions depend on reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business, because the game may end when the whistle blows, but the memories last a lot longer.
Fidelity active ETFs can shift and transform as markets do the same. They can cast a wide net, explore and uncover new opportunities, adapt to risk, and leverage the full power of fund managers and research teams to pursue outperformance. Markets can change in real time. Make sure your ETF can too. What if data didn't sit still? What if intelligence moved with us? Cotality helps communities rise, turning insight into action. Because when intelligence moves, we all move forward. Cotality, intelligence beyond bounds.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market and hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive.
Zero GTE.
The
Cold.
end of jobs,
Stop.
or the end of human struggle. We have to see the endless fun streaming on the AI, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Get the game we're playing right now can't hit a jackpot in 10 minutes. Then come try 10 left. You have a chance to win big. No ads, no tricks. Any prize you win can be cashed out straight to your bank account.
Zero GTE. Cold. Stop.
The transactions and the technology. Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne Ripperger in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Poole along with Katie Grenfell. And it's time for today's drill down where we focus on one ETF.
And big.
All right, what do you got?
Katie, today we go from bonds to double leverage SpaceX. So Defiance Daily 2x Space ETF. This is interesting. SPCL. It is a 2x space theme ETF, so that's the way it presents itself. But on Friday, it went full on and just held SpaceX. And for a minute there, this thing was trading about $10 million worth of shares every 10 minutes. Like it was like getting very popular. Then it got halted. It is part of a whole slew of double leverage SpaceX ETFs that come out today. It's a real derby, almost like Bitcoin. Not sure who's going to win or lose, but the prize is big. This one
Intel
here you can
Pulse.
see has 6
Long
million.
dated.
It's very new. The fee is high. Double leverage. Notice it's active, so it can do whatever it wants. Let's look at the holdings, and you'll see here that it's going to be probably some treasuries and then SpaceX. There it is in the flesh, and that's what you're getting with this. Let's look at a live update of this double leverage SpaceX derby that is going on today. If we could get that, there's again 7 different issuers with 11 products. So the one in the lead is leverage shares. It's traded 85 million so far. By the way, if you trade 1 million on day one, that's big. That's like top 5% of ETF launches. So 85 million is crazy big. Now 40 million is the one we just went over here. Then Granite Shares has one, Leverage Shares has a short one, and on and on. So all of these are pretty big hits. If they were all together, we're looking at probably over $1 billion today, which would be massive. But they're going to split that volume. And probably 1 or 2 will make it and hit the big time, be able to buy a small island and retire forever. 2 will eat, and then a couple are just going to have to probably wither away and liquidate. Katie.
Right. Eric, thank you. And on that note, I'm pleased to say that joining us to talk about this ETF is Sylvia Jablonski. She is CIO and CEO over at Defiance ETS. Joining us on set. Sylvia, great to see you.
Great to see you too. Thanks for having me.
So talk to us about what Friday looked like over at Defiance HQ, because as Eric said, this is a
Okay, Meta fading a little bit off the high. Meta stocks, BNC pivots. Looks like that's what's setting up. So that's what you want to wait for. If you miss the morning run up, you don't want to chase.
So essentially, we brought to market the first 2x SpaceX ETF, and we're super happy about that. With the CTF, as you mentioned, so this
According to the Wall Street Journal, Java sold
S&P at the high of the day.
JP Morgan for $175
Okay, S&P doing well.
promising access to $4 million or $4 million rather.
Hedge flow still rising. All right, so they're not done. They're not done. Okay, we're coming up against that level, that 99 percentile. Seek and destroy 75, 85. Okay, S&P.
But did not give any details on what's wrong. It's the latest in a series of hospitalizations, though, for the 84-year-old Kentucky Republican who is retiring at the end of this term. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Contessa, thank you very much for that. That's Contessa Brewer. Coming up, ETF Edge with Dom Chu. What do you have on tap, Domino?
All right, so Scott, now that the framework for a peace deal with Iran is being put into place, how are traders...
All right, Tesla did rise a bit more. Tesla.
We're going to chat with one ETF expert on some of the interesting trends that have been playing out since the war with Iran began and what it'll take to truly change the narrative around crypto. That's coming up next.
Okay, Google did dip a little bit. All right, so we're looking for BNC pivots. This will give us a better entry in the evening session. A lot of these stocks are most likely, and the index will most likely continue what we've started with this week. All right, we're always waiting for a direction out of Sunday night futures into Monday. So we can see we're looking pretty good here. Junk bonds back above the 50-day, headed back up to the 200-day. That's good. 10-year yield. 10-year yield. Lower, 10-year. Okay, so that's good for IWM. Right off the bat, IWM should be higher. It is gapped up, new highs. That big trade that we identified, I think it was Monday last week, the 290 strike, it was August. It was a very large trade. It was about, I want to say about 8 to 12 million on the 290 strike for August monthlies. So that's, that's $7. $7 in the money this morning. And then faded a little bit. So right now we're off the highs. I would imagine that IWM will still keep going. Small caps, 10-year is lower. Okay, yield should be lower. The deal is going to get done, it looks like. Trump is over in, was it Switzerland? For the G7. Will they acknowledge the accomplishment, or will they be standoffish Europeans? You tell me. It's got to be better for them in the long run if Iran doesn't have a nuke. They don't continue to create havoc in the Middle East. People in the Middle East can start to live, maybe hopefully in peace again, if there ever was. I don't know enough about Middle East politics. I'm not even going to attempt. But just logically, it makes so much sense for these things to get better. That's good for the economy. We really need some good news. If you think back about Jimmy Carter's time, if you were around, and when we defeated the Soviets and then ultimately went on to, who was it? We played Sweden or Finland. I forget who we played after that for the gold medal and the Olympics. Yeah, it was a bad time. Everybody was freaking out. The crude oil, gas lines, and everything. We needed some good news. So we need this news. The whole world needs it, really. Okay, Microsoft pulling back a little bit. So expect the prices to pull back a little bit. If you're going to have lunch, now's a good time to do it. Come back around 1:30, 2 o'clock, and see if we can't get some of these to turn up. Oh, Bitcoin, nice little pop in Bitcoin right off my screen on one of my charts here. Okay, that's good. Bitcoin.
Especially for the two flagship ones, Bitcoin and Ethereum. What exactly have you seen trend-wise over the last few months that could or could not tell us about whether this crypto winter is thawing out?
So we've seen net outflows for the category at large, but what intrigues me is at VettaFi, we do surveys of financial advisors on a regular basis. A lot of people are still on the sidelines and they've been.
All right, we're hanging out at the highs, S&P 500. So anticipate that we're going to pull back a little bit, give us a BNC pivot. Market's ripped higher. 75.70. We're off the highs. The high of the day for the cash index, the high of the day. Cash index was 75.77.92. Okay, we still have these levels overhead. All right, looks like we're going to turn back down. We're not going to get there at the moment. So maybe some puts, maybe some puts. Notice all the purple in the background. Okay, positive gamma. By OPEX, at OPEX at the end of the week, a lot of this will most likely go away. So we want to see more positive gamma building over the next few weeks. Okay, here we go. All right, so where's the flip point? Right around 74.25, 74.50, 75, 7,500. That big strike right there, that's going to be support. Okay, as the S&P trades higher. Tesla pulling back a little bit. Okay, the S&P is currently trading 75.72, 75, 70, right in this area. Okay, so we're in between these big strikes here. Okay, this one here, 7,500, and this one here at 7,600. Okay, these two big spikes, that's where we're in between these two. Okay, so that looks good. Let's go over here. 7,400, 7,500. 7,600. You can see this over here building at 8,000. Okay. 8,000 is building now. Very nice. 8,000. Okay, I moved this out of the way a little way so you can see those big spikes and valleys right there at the 8,000 strike. Okay, that's 8,000. What's this here? This is 7,600. Okay, if we can get above 7,600, there's not a whole lot. 7,600, between 7,600 and 8,000 right now. So we're inside of all this action right here, right up in this area. 7,500, and the top one right there is 7,600. Okay. Okay. All right, so we are pulling back a little bit, got positive gamma, looking for BNC pivots.
Have about a 20-30%
3% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low?
Okay, most stocks are pulling back right now. This is giving you the opportunity that we're looking for. AMD was one. Tesla coming off the low. That was another one. NVIDIA, you don't want to buy NVIDIA at the high of the day. You want to wait for NVIDIA to pull back a little bit. All right, so this should be logical, but a lot of people just get too excited and they start chasing. First thing in the morning, they buy up here, only to see prices pull back, take out the gap low. They get stopped out, only to see prices continue to move higher. Now, we saw quite a few voice pulse alerts earlier this morning. It was 100% skewed to the call side. So they were buying the dips. Okay, so we got those alerts. I posted that in the trading room and also on the alerts channel. You only need a couple of those a day.
0 DTE. Call sign.
All right, so the dip, NVIDIA, just a bare minimum of a dip here, and they're already buying again. I'll wait until like 1 o'clock or so. Maybe I'll make some lunch here. Now, the other thing is, I don't know if you recall, but a few weeks back, I guess it was the end of March, we started moving our expiration, our options expirations. We started moving out to June, and then as we started to get into April, we started to move out. To July, and I've been spending a lot of time pushing all my options out to August, September, some in December, giving myself plenty of time.
Championships of the LPGA season. Victory also came with a $2.5 million check. That is the largest purse in women's golf major history. Nelly Cordes here, post 9.
Oh, wow.
As I said, it doesn't matter how the putt goes in. As long as it goes in, we really nervous standing over it.
Oh, I didn't feel anything in my body. I was so nervous. All I was telling myself was, why did you leave yourself such a long putt? It's theoretically, it was just 2.5 feet, but it felt like a 20-footer with how nervous I was.
You made a lot of people proud, obviously, making that. You first qualified for the U.S. Open in 2014.
Nelly Corda, U.S. Open win. Wow, that was pretty good. $2.5 million. She's from Long Island.
How do you get from there to here? What's that journey been like?
A roller coaster for sure, but one I'm super grateful for. I mean, as a 13-year-old, I walked onto that range alongside my sister, and I played with the best players in the world. I warmed up next to the best players in the world, and that's where my dream really started. And to be able to lift that trophy this year through all the ups and downs of what golf has given me, which I'm grateful for because I've grown so much from it. I think that is
That's a nice trophy.
Is that when you knew
U.S. Open trophy. Wow.
compete at the highest level? Like when you're on the range and you're sort of hitting your golf balls, and you're kind of looking around and taking the temperature of everybody around you and seeing, what they've got, what kind of game they have. When did you actually know that this was something?
This is who's on CNBC right now. Nelly Corda. She won the U.S. Open. That's pretty cool. Where's the trophy? There it is. There's the trophy. That's a beautiful trophy. Wow. Congratulations. That's great. That's great. All right. So NVIDIA. All right. So NVIDIA is going to give you that BNC pivot. Okay. So it's going to pull back. I'm not going to buy any NVIDIA until I hear some of these alerts going off. Get some buyers behind us. Tesla trying to get back above VWAP. Can only imagine winning the U.S. Open. Jeez. What's more nerve-wracking, you think? A 2.5-foot putt to win the U.S. Open, or like a 30, 40, 50-foot putt that Tiger used to sink, or Nicholas. Remember that putt that Nicholas stepped in for that guy, and that thing went left and right and up and down and went in the hole? He made it seem so simple. Oh man! All right, just watching the New York Fang components. All right, so we're having a really good day today. Just don't chase, okay? You don't need to chase. We're going to get some good entries. I don't think it's all over just because we hit the highs. All right, so look at this. That's beautiful. Now, erase this bullish candle from today out of your mind, and this is what we were faced with to end the week. All right, so we already started to bounce at the 50-day. RSI was starting to turn up. It was flat to turning up. I got to adjust this now so you can see what this is doing. All right, so that's up. Okay, cool. Let me grab this. All right.
16 handicap. I got a bad back. Like, how many strokes did you give me? Give me top that. That's not what we talked about. When people approach you and they start doing that, your eyes start to roll. You're like, oh, not again. Or because you must get asked all the time when you're in a pro-am or otherwise. Yeah. Hey, can you give me a swing tip here or there? You must get asked all the time about people's golf games.
Wobner. Okay, so this looks really good. Okay, so the momentum alone should carry us into Wednesday, Thursday. So if you're buying the dips, the takeaway here is if you're buying the dips in NVIDIA, okay, here's your New York Fang. Here's New York Fang, big bullish candle. Okay, well, we're left with that bearish a bounce at the 50-day on Friday. But now we got this big bullish candle. RSI is rising. MACD still, everything is turning. So the momentum is clearly shifting. So if you buy NVIDIA, don't buy the high because it'll shake you out. Wait for the dip. Wait for the dip now. Oh, the whole family. All right, the whole family is into sports. There you go. Wow, she's like a foot taller than Weiss.
Congratulations again. Made a lot of people proud with winning our national championship. That's Nelly Corda with the Sierra Post 9.
Oh, speaking of Nelly Corda, what's Nike doing? Nike. Okay, inside day, Nike. Need to break. Nike needs to get above 46, 47. 47.50 would do it. Nike looking for a push higher. The Knicks win in Game 5. That was wild. What was it 94 to 90 or something like that?
Describe the history over the last 250 years of American business and innovation. I think the one word I would use is daring.
Home Depot.
Take risk in order to achieve success.
Axon.
Developed the first vehicle in this country. When you first developed the first airplane, the first computer, you didn't know if that was going to work or not, right? So you had to have a certain amount of conviction, courage, confidence, and a daring spirit to actually move forward.
Okay, Microsoft's trying to bounce. Tesla pull back. All right, so stocks are just going through a ABCD pattern that we see just about every day. If you're a new member, we're looking for this ABCD pattern, okay? The run up in the morning, price exhaustion. People go to lunch. Other people on the West Coast go to work. They get up at 6 o'clock. They trade 6:30 open. They're gone. They're done by 7:30, 8 o'clock. They go to work.
0 DTE call sign.
And, we get the B pivot. We get this pullback. And then we're looking for buyers to step up on stocks like NVIDIA after we see a B pivot. So NVIDIA is starting to do it right now. Okay, it's pulling back a little bit. Not a lot, but which is showing strength. New York Fang is very strong. So the momentum is clearly going to take us forward. Okay. there's just not much out there that could knock this back down right now. I mean, I don't want to say what the things are, but there's always something. You start eliminating all of these issues. Now, if we can just get the Ukraine-Russia conflict over with, that'd be awesome, right? Meta turning back up. Okay, Meta's turning. So the momentum here, the takeaway is the New York FANG components look very strong. All your oscillators are turning from oversold and rising. So if you're going to take anything and you buy on the dip on a bullish stock like, say, NVIDIA, okay, just wait for the dip, okay, because the 60-minute looks good. All right, but we could pull back a little bit. All right. So let's say it pulls back tomorrow, and then it rises on Wednesday into Thursday. Pulls back tomorrow, rises. You want to have enough time to have at least, the chance of making it to 214 or 215. Let's see what options are trading on NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA. I keep hearing alerts going off. Let's see, what was that? What was the alert earlier for NVIDIA? NVIDIA, Meta, NVIDIA. Where are you, NVIDIA? Posted in the trading room, NVIDIA. Okay.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, 0 DTE, call side, size.
What's Bloom Energy doing? Bloom Energy. Okay, that looks pretty good. This is probably going to follow through too. Bloom Energy. Do a little research on Bloom if you're going to buy it. Understand what it does. It's in the energy space, obviously. All right, Bloom Energy, BE. Reports again August 6th. Bloom. Okay, down here. Okay. Solid oxide fuel cell systems. Provides ultra resilient, highly scalable on-site electricity for Fortune 500 customers, including data centers, semiconductor manufacturing, large-scale utilities, hospitals. So they're in a little bit of everything. Headquarters in Silicon Valley. 2,000 people. Let's see. Okay, free cash. Free cash flow, free. Toll free. Cash. Cash. Generated 73 million cash flow. Okay, I'm looking for a free cash flow. Okay, you know what I can do? I can go ahead and go to Gemini, Bloom Energy. What is the free cash flow? All right, so Bloom Energy, what's free cash flow? Instead of reading through prospectus, we just look here. Okay, so we get Gemini to do the hard work. Positive free cash flow, 47 million. That's pretty good. Free cash flow, 280. Trailing 12 months, 285 million in free cash flow. Okay, what's the price to sales? And price to sales. Why is price to sales important, Vinny? Price to sales reflects margins. Okay, if your price to sales is increasing, you know that your margins are going to increase. Let's see. Price to sales, 27 times. Okay. Currently commands a 12-month price to sales ratio fluctuating between 25 and 20 and 30. Massive premium expansion, okay, compared to its historical 10 years. So if you're going to invest in something, understanding free cash flow, price to sales, what's the trend in the price to sales? It's in a business that's directly affected by the AI build out. Its price to sales, its margins are going to increase if price to sales are increasing. Okay, so with all of these factors, buying a pullback on something like Bloom Energy makes so much sense, right? You're not just buying because technically somebody said on StockTwits it's a good buy. Now, does it pull back a little bit? It's a doji. It's been consolidating near the 50-day. If you look at the weekly time frame, you want it above the 10 EMA weekly. It is. It's a bit extended, but it's been riding the trend of the AI build out. A lot of these are extended a bit. So if you're going to buy something like this, understand where it is compared to where it was. It was trading at $20 and 25,000%. That's pretty cool. So understand where you are. Instead of buying 1,000 shares up here, maybe you buy 100 shares, or maybe you buy some in the money leaps and you don't put as much money to work, but you still have part of Bloom Energy's upside, knowing that its price to sales, its free cash flow, its margins are increasing, right? And it has good free cash flow. So that's why you would buy Bloom Energy. Anyway, kind of a long explanation, but these are some of the things that go through my head. I don't always express it in the same way, but that's the way you want to look at stocks. Now, if you're just a day trader, you don't care. You're of the mindset that everything is already figured into price. There's a lot of truth to that too. I aspire to that idea. So price assumes all these things. All right, so I want to buy dips. Right now, I don't want to do anything because it's just sitting here. It is above the 60-minute 20 EMA. Notice the previous pullback. So we're going to see that trend start to develop on Bloom Energy. NVIDIA, we got the dip in NVIDIA. It's holding pretty well inside of that hourly candle, the previous hourly candle. All right, so what do I want to do with NVIDIA? NVIDIA, do I want to buy again? I just can't do it. I can't buy it up here. I mean, how many times have we seen something up here? It looks really great. Everything's kicking. And all of a sudden we get a big bearish candle that drops down to, say, 210. Somebody sells up here. Okay, let me pick up on where we left off here with these audio alerts. 0 DTE. SPY 759 call. There's 22,000 of those at the 759 strike. SPY 759 call. Why doesn't some of these give you a strike? SPY gives you a strike. The Qs give you a strike. 744 call for a Q. The 744 call. 20,000 contracts just traded. Was that a buy or a sell? The Qs. That's the other way to play this, by the way. All of these things, all of these stocks are rallying. Another way to play it is to buy the Q instead. Even that, I don't want to buy it up here at the high. I want to buy it on a dip.
Jeff Pierce will join me for our FOMO segment. In the middle part of the show, we'll talk
Okay. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 15th, a little after 1 o'clock. Did they give the, did they just do the, okay, they already finished. Okay, looks like NVIDIA wants to go some more. I just can't buy the high today here. So if you still got position on, looks like we're going to continue to move higher. Micron, we got calls are leading 100%. Calls, AMD calls are leading 100%. We had a print at 12:53 just a few minutes ago, 1.6 million. We got 6 times the baseline. Print acceleration is 6 times baseline.
Kelly, the other key part of this is that it should lead to the immediate, U.S. officials say, reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, although, of course, it will take a few weeks for traffic to increase back to regular levels. But crucially, some senior U.S. officials did say that there's still some question out there about what the opening will look like after the end of the 60 days. A senior U.S. official told reporters that there are some options that people in the region may like better, suggesting that something like tolls may be on the table. They're not on the table for this 60-day deal.
AMD.
By the end of it, that's something that the White House says they will be entertaining. So much more to come on that. The final piece of this is that as we are still all scraping together details, trying to figure out exactly what has been signed, officials now say that the Memorandum of Understanding will be released in full. We will be able to read the text ourselves. One official said 24 to 48 hours from now. President Trump said that won't be released till sometime after the Friday signing, but at least we will wait for it. We will get to see it, and we'll bring you more details on it as we have it. Kelly?
Did you say, Megan, that the U.S. was open to tolls being collected by Iran after 60 days?
0 DTE.
This is a really key part of this. They're not right now saying that they're open to it, but let me read you again the exact language. This was a senior U.S. official reiterating that there are no tolls or charges for the duration of this 60-day period. But officials do keep telling us today that during these 60 days, they have to figure out what exactly things will look like on the other side of this. And so what one official said is that while there aren't any tolls now, quote, there are some other options people in the region may like better and will entertain those. So the White House not shutting the door entirely, not saying there will never be tolls. Granted, the president did say in a lot of his first pronouncements on Truth Social overnight that this would be a toll-free reopening, and that may well be where we land. But the fact that there are discussions now about other options, about what exactly the strait will look like at the end of this, that's really key, and that's going to be a huge part of this. I should say that.
Okay, Qs. This looks really good. The Qs. These are probably going to keep going, right? The Q is going to keep going, gapping up. Volume looks good. MACD stochastic Rs. I think these are just going to keep going. Q.
In this sort of situation in the future. I hope you can squeeze in a little bike ride, Megan, because it looks so lovely.
Okay, what's going on? 13,000 contracts trading at the 745 strike.
Megan, thank you very much for now. We appreciate it, Megan Costello. Our next guest says the U.S. should now maximize its leverage for nuclear talks by maintaining its military footprint and coordinating with European and Gulf allies. Let's bring in Jonathan Tanikoff. He's director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Jonathan, I'll circle back to that. Welcome. Let's just start with what Megan said, which is that the administration said other options that people in the region may like better would be entertained in the future. Does that mean tolls? Well, what other options would there be regarding the Strait of Hormuz?
Okay, let's see.
Good to be back with you. Look, I think tolls is
All right, looks like it's going to print higher.
obviously incredibly concerning, frankly. A lot of the Gulf officials I've spoken to say, look,
0
that is a
DTE.
non-starter. If you don't have a strait that's free for passage, reverting back to pre-war situation, this is not going to be okay with them. On the other hand, the Iranians have been pretty clear that they're not particularly interested in just reverting to the norm that
0
existed before the
DTE.
war. So how do you square that circle from 60 days? I think part of the challenge that even as the war may be coming to an end is going to cause some level of concern long term.
Okay, so this time of day, you probably want to be having lunch, waiting for B and C pivots. So I'm going to take a little break here. Okay, here's the Qs. Let's see, what's the best looking setup right now? Okay, Tesla. Let's keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla been trying to do something here. Tesla.
Triple semi-pulse.
Tesla trying to get something going here.
Now to the nuclear piece of this, you say the U.S. should maximize its leverage for those talks. How so?
Look, so there's two problems that we've seen throughout this war. One is that, frankly, you did not have the European
Tesla. Okay, let's keep an eye on this one.
Did give us some insight into how the U.S. does view where things are going, including that the Strait of Hormuz needs to remain toll-free, amid reporting from Iranian state media this morning that seemed to indicate that the country wants to retain some sort of grip over
Zero
the waterway
DT.
after a deal is reached, saying that after the 60-day ceasefire, we could see Iran still impose fees related to navigational, environmental, and insurance services, according to Iranian state media. There, though, Kaylee, a senior administration official, did brief us reporters within the last hour or so and gave us a little bit more details on what could be in this agreement, including a $300 billion fund that Iran could use to rebuild the country. The question of what financial relief is going to look like for the country in this memorandum of understanding has been one of those outstanding points, and perhaps this is giving us a little bit more clarity on where that relief may come from.
Well, and as that clarity emerges and all of this moves forward,
Zero
Tyler, it seems the
DTE.
president is already signaling that he'll shift his attention elsewhere. In that bilateral meeting with Emmanuel Macron, he suggested he's now going to be focused on Russia and Ukraine. And what a coincidence that Vladimir Zelensky is also going to be in attendance tomorrow.
Right, and we're watching really closely to see if Ukrainian President Zelensky gets an individual bilateral meeting with President Trump. We know that this is something that Ukraine has been pushing for. So far, only on the
Zero
schedule is that
DTE.
he's going
Hold.
to attend this
Stop.
meeting with the other G7 leaders. But this comes after over the weekend,
Spider.
President Trump held phone calls both with Russian President Vladimir Putin as well as the Ukrainian President Zelensky. So it is clear that perhaps there could be some momentum building here after what has really been stalled progress at this point for months. And we did see an uptick in fighting over the weekend too, with Ukraine hitting a Russian petrochemical facility and a fuel depot, ramping up this war and what really has just been churning along at this point. We know that the G7 allies, Kaylee, want to surge some more additional relief to Ukraine and try to get the U.S. on board to help get some sort of agreement over the finish line.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live in Geneva for us. Thank you so much. And for more analysis now, we turn to Evelyn Farkas of the McCain Institute, where she's the executive director. She's also former deputy assistant secretary of defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia in the Obama administration. Evelyn, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. And I do want to get your take on the situation between Russia and Ukraine. But if we could begin with this memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran, at the root of it, it seems really this is an agreement to extend the ceasefire, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and try to figure out the nuclear program over the course of the next 60 days. Is this a win for the United States, at least for the time being?
I mean, Kelly, it does look like a win. Obviously, the devil is in the details, and it seems like an extended amount of time for a ceasefire. Hopefully, they will put the, taking apart the blockade as a priority, and then put that in the front, in terms of front loading. We haven't seen the details of the agreement, as has been remarked upon already, and so we don't know if there's a timeline for that. But that has to happen first. That will, of course, then pave the way. But the hardest part, of course, will be at the end. Coming up with a deal to freeze Iran's nuclear weapons program.
Well, and we know that it was hard labor to get a deal with Iran back in 2015 during the Obama administration and the JCPOA agreement. It took nearly 2 full years to complete. So what realistically do you think can be accomplished in just 60 days, Evelyn?
Yeah, I mean, in 60 days, certainly, again, they can come to an agreement to remove the blockades. They can come to an agreement that there should be freedom of navigation, no tolls. I do believe that the administration will find a way to open up the spigot and provide Iran with some of its frozen assets or some other way to to give them an incentive to continue to talk. I think that within 60 days, you could have a nuclear deal, but it depends on how badly the Iranians want to negotiate and whether we withhold enough of the money to make them do so in good faith. Because, it's a tall order. I mean, they have to agree to stop enriching. That's what the United States is asking for, at least for 15 or 20 years. They need to agree to take all the enriched uranium and either take it out of the country or put it under lock and seal. They need to agree to inspections. And then, of course, not opening the nuclear sites. So that's all doable, but it really comes down to whether the Iranians want to negotiate in good faith.
Mhm. Well, and of course, as we consider these negotiations that still have to play out
Zero
over a
DT
longer period, I wonder how they could be complicated by the conduct of Israel, which, of course, just yesterday, on the eve of what was supposed to be an electronic signing of this agreement, we saw once again Israel strikes into Lebanon in the aim of going after Hezbollah. And the president actually called up Axios and complained about this. I'm going to have to censor the language here a little, Evelyn, but he said to Axios, and I quote, "Why did Bibi have to do an effing attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know he has no effing judgment." And I wonder if you too have questions about Netanyahu's judgment and the way in which it could impact things going forward if a ceasefire in Lebanon is going to be a prerequisite for any longer-term understanding between Iran and the United States.
Right. I mean, look, Prime Minister Netanyahu's judgment is impacted by his objectives, which are not the same as ours, not the same as President Trump's. He would like to continue to, destroy as much of Iran's military as possible, as much of the proxy forces that still exist in Lebanon. His population is angry that there have been attacks from southern Lebanon into Israel, so he has some support for this. And then, of course, we all know that he's on the political ropes, and if the war ends, there will be reckoning for him for those allegations of the case against him of corruption. Not to mention, of course, all of this started with the attack, coming out of Gaza, engineered by Hamas, which the Netanyahu government did not prevent. So there's a lot for Netanyahu to motivate him, objectively, if you will, in his self-interest to keep this war going. And President Trump, of course, does not want to keep this war going.
Well, and so I guess it becomes a question of whether or not President Trump would be willing to exercise any leverage the United States has over Israel to make sure he stays in line here. Do you think it would actually get to that point, Evelyn? Which pressure is greater for Netanyahu, the domestic one that you were just describing, or the threat of that from the United States?
Yeah, it may have to, but then if you think about what leverage we have, the leverage we have is the assistance we provide Israel in the form of military assistance as well as economic assistance. And, separately from this conflict, on another screen, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been talking about the fact that he no longer wants to take U.S. assistance. And that's another way of saying, I don't want to have to listen to President Trump or any future presidents.
Well, as we consider who is and is not listening to President Trump, I'd also like to ask you, Evelyn, about Russia and Ukraine, because the president said when he was meeting with Emmanuel Macron in the last hour that he had very good conversations yesterday with both Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And yes, of course, yet obviously we saw renewed strikes against Ukraine from Russia yesterday, including the destruction of a very important religious site in Ukraine. So as President Trump says his next focus is going to be Russia's war in Ukraine, and that is his priority next, how confident are you that the U.S. can play a hand in bringing that conflict to an end?
I mean, Kelly, I continue to believe, as I have all along, that the Ukrainians really carry their destiny in their own hands, and they are using the assistance they get from us and our European allies to great effect. I don't know that U.S. involvement in negotiations will change the calculation tremendously unless President Trump starts to understand that Russia is losing, and then his conversation with Vladimir Putin is one where he says this has to stop, you have to compromise. Because so far, as you know, the Russians have been unwilling to compromise. But, I can go into all the detail. The Russians are back on their heels militarily, economically, and politically. They've never been weaker than they are right now.
Well, briefly, Evelyn, how weak is Russia right now? What advancements has Ukraine been able to make, and how much of Russia's weakness is due to what Ukraine has been able to accomplish on the battlefield versus just the reality of the financial situation of maintaining this war for over 4 years?
Well, the two things are interconnected, Kaylee. Because the Ukrainians are having so much success, it's costing Russia more in terms of military ammunition, military, of course, oil as well, and then, of course, manpower. And Russia's barely been able to replace the troops in the field. They have a horrendous rate of attrition. It's about 30,000 troops are either killed or injured every month. The Ukrainians now manufacture at least 70% of their own munitions domestically. They are using the leverage they get from that, because no one can tell them how to use them, to attack the Russian petroleum, the oil depots, and the oil infrastructure, military infrastructure in the rear. But then even more significantly, much more recently, the Ukrainians are using drone swarms to attack the logistics convoys, the logistics lines of communications, if you will, to use a military term, that connect the Russian troops across the border with, the fighting, the line of action, but also into Crimea. So this is a real change, because the Ukrainians are taking land back from the Russians, and they are also squeezing Crimea. And Crimea is, frankly, for all intents and purposes, a large base for the Russians.
Well, I'm sure all of this is going to work its way into the discussion at the G7 summit in France this week, as Vladimir Zelensky will be in attendance. Would you expect, Evelyn, in our final moment here, anything really tangible to come from the G7 this time?
I don't, only because I'm not sure that President Trump fully understands yet that Russia's losing. And I'm not sure whether Russia's ready to capitulate in any way or compromise. So I'm skeptical that anything new will come out with regard to Russia-Ukraine. Maybe on the Middle East, but not on Russia-Ukraine.
All right, Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Institute, thank you so much for joining us on Balance of Power. And I would note, at that G7 summit, we're continuing to see G7 leaders arriving for the so-called family photo. The EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen just exited her vehicle and is making her way, being greeted by the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. We, of course, have also seen a number of other arrivals. They will all be getting together for this photo. But will they get together on a message coming out of this summit, whether it's in regard to Ukraine, the Strait of Hormuz, or anything else? We'll have more on that as we turn to our political panel. Up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV.
Hi, I'm Adam from Myrtle Beach Home Buyers. Do you have a property that's costing you too much time and money? Maybe your home needs repairs, or you've inherited a property you're not sure what to do, or you own rental properties and you're tired of being a landlord. No matter your situation and condition of your property, I will give you a no-obligation, guaranteed cash offer. We pay all the closing costs, and you never have to make any repairs. If you want to sell your house with no hassle or uncertainty, give us a call at 843-305-8888. That's 843-305-8888.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was a new position. But when I arrived here, I thought there was something missing. So that's when I started working on Wall Street, covering pharmaceutical stocks. I wanted to learn different skills to expand my impact in medicine. Then I moved to Silicon Valley and founded Unicisive. Finding my own path opened up opportunities to help people that I couldn't have imagined.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We, secretive trillion dollars,
long data,
others follow
deep
the
goals.
We follow the money.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, mitigation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure that you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Across South Carolina, we're more than a dealership. We're family.
Over the years, you've watched our kids grow up, and we're still here for you.
So thank you for your support.
We're here with the same commitment in 2026 and beyond.
Before you buy,
Give Mike a try.
If the game you're playing right now can't hit a jackpot in 10 minutes, just delete it. Then
Long
come
data,
you have a chance
deep
to win
hooks.
big. No ads, no tricks. Any price you win can be cashed out straight to your bank account. Just log in and claim your free daily bonus.
Take a breath.
breath of fresh air with the Stanley Steamer Air Duct Cleaner. We clean over 10 million feet of air ducts each year with our specialized trucks, built by us, removing the contaminants from your home. Your air ducts aren't clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
A lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines before I was in them.
So is it Paradise Ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
Zero DT. Cold.
And I'm Christina Graffiti. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg this weekend, bringing a little
NVIDIA turning back up.
Get routine. Watch, listen, stream. In case you missed it on Bloomberg Tech Asia.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep core.
Actually go into regular everyday environments which were designed for humans. The other reason from the machine learning perspective is that humanoids have the shape of humans. So perhaps we can learn from humans making different tasks
Spider
and
pulse.
transfer that
Long
to
dated.
humans.
Don't miss Bloomberg Tech Asia every month.
NVIDIA.
It's 121 on Wall Street.
Watching NVIDIA.
Stocks push higher. Oil is selling off. We're very close to session highs
Zero
on the
DT.
S&P. Right now we've got S&P
Stop.
500 index
Spider.
140. That is a gain of 0.9%. Stocks are rallying. Oil slumping after the U.S. and Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Dow Industrials at a record 51,935
Zero
now,
DT.
up 733 points,
Stop.
up 1.4%. NASDAQ higher by 3%. The NASDAQ 100 index up just about 3.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is gaining by 1.1%. The stocks up almost 5% right now. That, of course, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's semiconductor index. The VIX right around 16 with a 10-year at 4.46%, the 2-year 4.05%, and the 30-year 4.97%. Gold up $100. The ounce spot gold at 43.31, up 2.6%. The sell-off in crude WTI down now by 5.1%, holding above $80 a barrel, right around 80. We've got Brent 83.20 for a barrel of Brent crude, down by 4.7%. Deal news: Fox Corp has agreed to acquire Roku, and the deal that values the streaming video platform at about $22 billion, including debt. Shares now of Roku, they are down by 1%, but
Looks like Brett's on right now. I'm going to put him on.
Recording in progress. A float of 350 million shares, right? The NASDAQ is going to come later. I think its edition is 20 days out, as far as I know. So that's more of like a July situation. But Monday, Tuesday could be Russell edition. So there's a lot of demand for the stock, and there's not a lot of shares. So why does that matter? Trying to pull up my window here. So the tradable float now, that might be 2x. So if you start getting $1 to $2 billion worth of $1 billion worth of demand should move the stock 1%. It's what the transaction cost model will tell you. So, but Pedro, you're talking about August 21st. That is like, float does get unlocked as we go. I'm talking about something that may happen like this week is what I'm watching. I think we could have the mother of all gamma squeezes in this thing this week because of all the things that I'm talking about. I think blow off top on this thing is the Thursday. So if you start getting delta demand of $1, $2, $3, $4 billion, I think that can move the stock 20, 30%. Kind of easily. And I think the setup is super unique because of how low that float is. And then you throw on to the, yeah, I mean, Steve, how do the Reddit people not go in on this? And this is the reason that I was like, I don't want to, I was like wincing a little bit talking about this after I talked about it because, you know, I in my position, it's like you always want people to get, you know, like you want attention on stuff, and then you're like, and no one else is talking about this, at least to my knowledge. And I just think that this thing could make a full ridiculous move based on what I just outlined. So SpaceX is ready to go into Hero for tomorrow. Should start showing us stuff. I think that the stock could go bananas, and I own the stock already based on this thesis. I could sell it at any point. There's my 10 cents. Does everyone understand the thesis there? The idea and why? I think it's super. So here's how I think the options also trade too. I think that the market's going to be super wide. I think it's going to be very illiquid. I think that there's going to be a ton of demand.
Long dated.
And I think that
0 DTE.
the vol is going to be very highly.
Size.
So I am going to be looking to sell put options for like July to play a vol contraction. And I want to use some of those put options that I sell to buy short dated calls. That's what I think I'm going to be doing. I have to see how weird it gets. And I have to see what the prices of those options are. Does that make sense? Now, someone's asking about Core 1M. Core 1M will not take SpaceX into account because you have to be an S&P 500 constituent. So, and Max is saying that S&P 500 won't directly push the S&P. That is agreed. I agree with that. SpaceX, you know, is not a big enough stock, I don't think, to suck up that. I mean, the amount of liquidity that goes in this thing can be kind of crazy. So if SpaceX does go full ridiculous, we're going to take that into account for the Core 1M, though. Core 1M is below 6, and you see SpaceX go crazy on this call. Like, you remember how Avis was, like, sucking up the liquidity in the room? And what a unique situation that was. And, I mean, that was one of the best trades I've had in the last 10 years, you know, shorting the ball on that thing. SpaceX is a little bit of a scarier one because it's not a defunct car company. So I'm not saying that we're going to wait for these calls to, like, set up to crash, but there's going to be some very interesting things to go. So, Mark, the rough math here is $1 billion worth of stock demand should move the stock 1% based on basic, we call it transaction cost modeling. So when you're looking at Hero, you know, 1 billion for a stock is a lot, and there's not going to be a lot of deltas on those shares because it's new options, right? So there's not going to be, you know, you could get a lot of at the money options. The gamma is going to be the interesting thing, right? The gamma, like running the gamma map on like Wednesday night will be super interesting. So if you get these out of the money calls trading, 200 strike calls, and they're piling on in the short term, that gamma, you can add up that gamma and say they got to buy 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion on a 2-3% stock move. There's not enough liquidity for that, and you cannot go to Tesla or QQQ to hedge that out. You got to use SpaceX. So it's going to be super interesting.
Bitcoin fading from the highs. Bitcoin.
I'm going to be in and out of this thing, and I'm telling you all this now because I do want to buy a lot of calls, and I think, you know, that's my plan for tomorrow. So, you know, that's the interesting idea. Please don't trade a lot on that. Please don't write any emails if this whole thing implodes. And I did ditch what you said. I'm not saying you should do this. I'm saying I'm watching for this setup. Do your own due diligence, all that sort of stuff. it's going to be super interesting. There's no calls to buy right now, so I do own the stock, and I think it could just go pretty wild, really into like Thursday even. But options are not. All right, questions, which I largely ignored. Euro being positive for XLE. Let's check that out. That's like one big trade this morning. It was a 0DD trade. You can see it's one jump, right? And then it's quiet after that. So one really big trade. Looks like somebody maybe bought some puts to see. Big put trade, 0DT. So, or this week's expiration. So I think somebody closed.
Looking for looking for C and D pivots into the evening session.
So that's all that is. 99% seek and destroy. You know, it was in full bloom today. It still is in there. If you don't know what this is, I mean, you can go into the Discord. We talk about this a lot. Go into the Discord bot. If you're not a member of Discord, I'll show you how to get in there. Come in here, hit support bot, say what's seek and destroy, and you'll get an answer. So that will be, you know, that'll take you through. But basically, the sum of it is the market tends to move to where the 99th percentile strikes are, and then you look at the way it's pointing in order to weigh that out, right? Silver and gold, you know, I just think they look good at this moment, but that's just I mean, you look at this is quite bullish, right? Not massively bullish. You know, SLV's kind of trended down. That looks pretty strong. All expiration flow. Same thing here. Pretty good size flow. Not
Robinhood giving you a BNC pivot potentially as well.
These
Robinhood.
things have pulled back a lot. The thing that strikes me more as interesting is I just think that the calls and puts, or excuse me, calls are starting to get cheap, right? This is not an IB rank of 33 is not that low, but no one really wants calls right now, so call spreads maybe start to make sense. I just think it's interesting given the outcome of this whole event. So there's a little macro take in there. So ignore it. So this was covered a lot in the course last week because what happened in the S&P 500 is it's pretty quiet, and it's actually mildly negative on the day. You know, looking at this, right, minus 1 billion. So, you know, I can, if I change my toggle there, it should sync up to these numbers. But this is, let's call it flat to mildly negative on the day, right? But look at S&P equities. That's 4 billion positive. So what's bigger, 1 billion or maybe 100 million or 4 billion? You know, if this is going up at 4 billion, people are buying calls or buying longer dated calls. That's bullish. We said as much in Discord this morning. You just don't want to short that. Maybe today you want to short for tomorrow or something, maybe okay, but intraday, just don't short this look in the hero.
We're listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma. Just got the mic for now, talking through the markets with members at spotgamma.com.
Yeah, Max, that's my thesis. My thesis is not a sell S&P to buy SpaceX. My thesis is the float is very small.
Tesla turning up.
Game is squeezing. And it doesn't have anything to do with SPX. This is only for equities, a shock.
Tesla. All right, so Brent's talking SpaceX.
So when you look at S&P equities every day,
SpaceX, 183. Okay, this is looking good.
Is it Mag 7? Mag 7 is 2.5 billion of the 4 billion. Okay, that's a lot. But clearly there's 2 billion of other flow that's the other not Mag 7s, right? So what is that? I can sort the signal. People are buying Airbnb. Look at that. Affirm, mRNA, Boeing, Booking. A lot of these travel names, interestingly. HIMS, so when you're on travel, you're looking good, feeling good. Look at that gold flow. There's a GDXJ, really strong, right? So, you know, there's robust buying, and the vols are coming down. So for right now, that's a bullish signal. I don't want to short this today. We already talked about when we would think about wanting to short. While here is negative, the stocks are positive. Let's check that out. these are very chunky, small orders. I mean, this is $9 billion, right? It's not huge. And the stock gapped open, and then you saw some chunky, this is not persistent. This is just kind of noise, ultimately, right? It's just not very big. So, while every day there is a hero signal, it's not always important on that.
SpaceX continues to move higher. SpaceX.
Short dated options. You see how these lines chunk down at the same time. It's just, yes, it's negative. People selling into the rally a little bit, but it's hardly $300, $400, $500 million worth of flow. So, SML, if that makes sense. Here, you want to sneak preview something? This is a new signal for Hero. I call it burst. So you'll be able to look at this, and this is when the flow is bursting. It's going to replace the flow alert. This is just an RSI. And then you'll be able to know if the options are driving the stock. So next time you ask a question like that, you should have this. When is this going to be out? I'm hoping it's making the release before July, but there you go. Buy or sell signal. It's technically, statistically, a volatility signal. Did options drive this move? Yes or no? Yes? Great. So
SpaceX still pushing higher.
I'm supposed to show you that, but it answers this kind of question. Right?
NVIDIA pulling back. Tesla popping a bit.
We want to see, I don't know, guys like you, Angel, have been waiting a while for that kind of stuff. So, and it's a new charting package. It's going to replace this. That charting package I showed you is not exactly the charting package. That's Baby Brenti's local implementation. Yeah, Big Red, and that's the thing too. It's like, tell me when the flow matters, and that's what that matters. There's no JP Morgan call on the upside. The call strike for that is below the market. Another reason that call selling systematically is just a horrible, just the idea, because they sold something like a 6,900 strike call. They sold it in the future space. So we did make an accounting mark for that. It's off the chart here, but if we go to Equity Hub and we look up SPX.
Okay, markets are just kind of sitting here for now.
This call right here, that's your JP Morgan strike.
75.70.
Trade, we adjusted it for SPX terms. So
75.85. Both of these 99 percentiles because we're kind of like chopping around inside of that at the moment.
What kind of a tax on that is if you own that?
Tesla.
600 handles.
Tesla turning back up.
Well,
ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings been doing pretty good today. Dip buyers came in. ARM Holdings dropped below 378, something like that, and buyers just stepped up immediately. ARM Holdings. ARM still going there. It's going to break out again.
Package itself, I know there's some beta testers in this room that have tried the actual chart package. That's there. So, having a pulse like a flow alert, I think that would also be interesting. Big Red, the pulse on chart. And actually, if you look in the Discord channel and go to, I think we had it in here. Not plotting these things.
ARM Holdings still mushing higher. ARM.
You can get pulse on here. If you click the chart. I'm hoping it's working.
ARM Holdings still pushing higher.
Steve has tested that. I should fact check this chart and make sure it looks okay. But everyone in this room has access to options flow pulse, and then you go to Pulse Voice and listen to the flows. I added 10 new stocks, 15 new stocks today. New voices. SpaceX, like I said before, can be ready for here tomorrow, so that'll be in there. And cousin, you're doing a nice job giving shout outs to that, so I appreciate it. If you want to sign up for Discord, just go here, go to social, and then click Discord. Chuck's giving us full hearts over here. My flowers. Most I can't most flowers. I'll accept the one that has. The Gamma calendar, I posted that into. So that is another one that's supposed to be live. lose the sound for this loaded up. You are referring to this bad boy and its cousins. This is a high priority item as well.
All right, looks like Tesla wants to go. There goes ARM Holdings.
I need to find a better way to stream these to you guys every day in some convenient form. I don't know. What else? Okay, here. We talked about doing the AM brief instead of the full Flow Patrol report. So here's that as well. So, there's a much shorter, more condensed version of Flow Patrol. Old Flow Patrol is still going to be there, so you can go and get it the same way you always have, just a little shorter. So that's there. This gamma map, we're trying to integrate it into the system. Obviously I have the maps here as well. I'm just showing you all this stuff because it's live, it's here, it's ready. We got to integrate. We got to integrate it thoughtfully, and the team likes to do. I like to throw stuff, and then you guys can figure it out on your own. They're doing it the right way. I tend to spray and pray, and then everyone's like, "What is this?" And then I break it, and people get mad, rightfully so. Any idea what a volume change on trace when you change time frame? Hero, you mean? For SMH, it looks like traders are short options, individual names, and long SMH options. Yes, I think that is true. Chris. And Chris smartly flags that because if you look in the positioning for the SMH, it's negative gamma. And it's been that way for a while. And then if you look at Sandus and all these other names, it's positive gamma. So it seems like there's some offsetting trade there. The vol in those single stock names are just crazy. And so it looks like the street is net short options on those positions and long options in SMH. So if you go and look at AMD, it's positive. Like these things up 7% a day don't trade like that. So it's a weird thing. But if you were thinking about it just from a vol perspective, the vol in these names is crazy, right? So if you don't care about the underlying price as much as you're trading the vol, then it's an interesting trade. But that is how that stuff is set up. These things just keep getting pumped, though. So it's a weird. Sandus is bananas. So, yeah. Hero, I keep mine on rolling window of 1 day. That's where I like to keep mine. If you adjust that, it'll include overnight. Infinity will do overnight too, whereas 1 day starts at 9:30. That's why I just keep mine on. The dude wants NVIDIA. NVIDIA is threatening to make a move. You're going to see a lot of positive game in NVIDIA. See that positive game in Tesla up to right where we are right now. This thing has just been a pig, right? I thought it was going to rally into SpaceX. Totally wrong, which is another reason you don't want to track everything I say, particularly on stocks. But that didn't work out very well. It reads like it's just going to get stuck here in the 415 area. NVIDIA is interesting. As you get over this level, you would think it could start to move back into this 225 area. So I think this is actually a pretty good long at this point. It could kind of catch back up as the other mags are into particularly Thursday. So I think it's a good long with solid support here at 210, 212. Excuse me, at 210, 208. So I like it. Sell like a 200 strike put to buy like a 220 call. I don't know what those prices are, but that could be an interesting trade to me. Likai, I hope I pronounced your name. Interesting. I saw you wrote something in there, and then you posted the Q&A at the same time. So I was looking at the two the same way. Hope your boss doesn't hear me. If the person does, tell them I said hello. That's very strong. This is very strong hero flow in NVIDIA, right? Like there's a nice separation here. 800 million is a solid day. It looks good. Likai asked, could you give more examples about algo buying and selling pressure on hero, especially how to spot it quickly in real time?
Geez, the ARM Holdings is killing it.
So what's the best way? You can look at the stock screener. I like to do this a lot. I'll sort it and see where the big flows are and the smaller flows are. So what's getting sold off, what's getting bid up, right? Those are the things that are interesting as you sort these things. So if you look at Airbnb, huge buying today, for that stock, double its biggest ever. 14 million is like a laugh when you look at like Tesla or something, but on a relative basis, that's a lot. And then, how is it acting around key levels, right? Look what happens here. It hits the call wall, and then the options flow stops, right? So, if you were looking for a setup, sorry about that. If you're looking for a setup in a name like this, and strong call buying, we hit 140, and then the options flow stops, right? It's over. So, these are the ways, like, if you're looking for the setup, like, you would expect the hero flow, kind of like when we're watching Trace in the S&P. At the big strike, you expect the hero flow to either reverse or stop. In this case, it just stops, and that turns out, in this case, to be a nice short, right? So I didn't know that in this name, but that's what I looked at it. Let's just check another one here. Roku, same thing. Not a massive, amount of hero flow at 28 million, but not a bad side. No big strikes in this case, and honestly, this is weird. This one's weird. So it looks like a lot of zero DT flow, year flow alerts, and then there's this kind of quick burst of bearish flow. So in this case, there's not a key level here. There's some noise. What do you make of that one? Not much. Clearly, there's no bidding in this one on the dip. But this isn't also like, if this was $500 million of flow, you'd be like, ooh, maybe there's a short here, but I just don't see a whole lot. Like that to me, like, why would you want to buy the dip on this information? It's more of a do nothing on that information, I think. Look at this in Alta. I mean, they're just selling options, selling Delta. Delta's going down. It's not huge, 11 million on 13 million, and they're mainly selling calls. So what does Alta look like, actually? Oh, man. Selling calls in this thing with the stock down, I mean, this just is not looking good. What would be an interesting level for Equity Hub-based positioning to say, hey, maybe this thing has had enough? $430 maybe. I mean, the positioning is just, it looks like they're long puts down here. So I'm thinking this 430 area, 410 area, if you want to zoom out on Alta, maybe. I mean, people are short options down here, so the dealers are long them, which tells you, like, okay, even there, people don't think it's going to go much lower because they're shorting puts in that general vicinity. These are like interesting setups, but not, not the ones where you're like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I love this setup. I mean, some of you have been subscribers for a long time. For example, with the SpaceX thing, I can't think of another time I ever stopped and been like, let's talk about this just banana setup. So I hope that one is kind of interesting. What does Micron look like?
Zero DTE.
So and also, Lee Kai, you missed this hero burst signal. This is going to be, this is going to solve a lot of these equations. Like, what do I do? Because you'll get the alert that says, like, look, the options flow is now impacting the name, right? There's a statistical back indication of this. You get a size of the flow, and that seems to make sense. Micron is call buying. You can see because it's orange up, and it's longer dated call buying. This just looks bullish. There's really kind of no way you can push back that. We get into this 150 plus area, you're talking all-time highs. Intel, much more muted. There was a real spasm this morning, the 130s. And see how these calls get sold every time we hit that 130? See what I'm saying? Every time we hit this 130, the options come for sale. So I would watch that area closely. Let's go check Equity Hub to see what that looks like. Isn't that interesting? So like right in here, area of positive and negative gamma, where you're kind of seeing that. See how the gamma kind of disappears and you go with the negative gamma. So if you get over that 130, maybe you start to run a little bit. That could be interesting. And then Micron. Look how much positive. I mean, there's so much positive gamma. It's really wild, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. It thins out a lot of this 190 area. You can see that gamma decaying, but Again, this goes back to the dispersion idea where it looks like traders are, like volatility traders are short options in these big things, these big high vol names, and maybe long gamma in SMH. So it's kind of interesting trade. No sense of adventure with the stocks. To be honest with you, Mark, I don't necessarily blame you a lot of that stuff. I mean, you can do so well. I think just trading heat, trace maps, waiting for these 99 percentile setups. It looks like we're going to correct a little bit here. It's like, what's the interesting setup here? Just to dig into this. If we look at Charm and you kind of hover over the map, normally what you look for is the name to move to where the intersections of the red and blue meet, right? But in this case, the strike that's most interesting is this one, right? So, Hero's coming down, which means that pressure on the S&P is kind of down. And there's this bulk of strikes in here. None of them are particularly huge in and of themselves, but as a whole, it's not smally sized. So in this situation, you're like, well, what's the trade? You're like, it looks like it could be a little bit of weak downside, and we have a pretty stacked upside. So is it like sell the call spread? That's kind of how that looks to me. Plus, founders note before, it's like, well, we should stay in this area until tomorrow and just become, at some point, someone like grinding in the zone. So I think the expression of that is selling call or call spread above that strike. Like, this is resistance now. And maybe have a little soft underbelly down into some of this zone, but that's okay. The Charm today, if you hover over this, Philip, do you see any big percentiles there? I don't. I'm talking like a 99th, 80th percentile Charm. It's just not there. So, if you're up here, there's a ton of decay. See that? Up in that zone. So, there's your 99. That's where it's like Charm. 0DT won't change the map, this map. It only changes the strikes. I don't look at how much dollars are next to them, Ram. I just want to know 99th percentile because that's based on the last 30 days. So that's already waiting between a big, huge positive gamma regime and a negative or a quieter regime, for example. So 99, and the difference between 99.04 and 99.9 is a huge difference, right? Like if you're going 99.5 plus, it's like I will put a trade on the 9.5% position, almost guaranteed. Talking to myself. 99 percentile, I'm likely to do a trade on it. Like right now, I missed the boat on that. So like, what would I want to do? I sold a couple put spreads this morning. I did okay. I would have done a lot better had I just bought this.
0DT.
And let it run.
Start.
And I think if we sell off a little bit, you want to play a rally back into that strike. That could be a nice trade, right? Assuming that size doesn't move. So if you look at the size there, it's closing a little bit. It was 4,500. Now it's 3,900. Like you want to see a 10,000 lot strike, right? And so between the puts at that strike and calls, you're a little over 5,000 lot, which is the minimum to care. Like under 5,000, it's like forget it. And I'm adding the puts and calls together. That's what I'm doing. So total open interest at that strike. That looks like the puts are stable. Calls are 3,900. So you get about 5,000. That's not. I mean, look at this strike, right? 7,000. That's much more meaningful. 99.9 is Musk size. That's like a 20,000, 30,000 lot at the money options. That's the biggest.
0D call sign.
SPX 7000's thesis is you need a trigger for that, right? You need to have Worst be like, what? You need Trump to be like, there is no deal. Core 1M is at 8. Trump says, screw this. Worst is like, I'm hiking. I mean, it doesn't have to be scorched earth to get it to trade that low, but like that's a ways down. Like, let's just be honest. I have the 7,200, 7,000, 6,800 put fly. So I need to click the right indicators. What I need to do. I need a 5% decline for that to start to pay. Overall, that's a 7%. Is that unprecedented over 2-3 weeks? No. But if we start to move down 5%, this put buy will start to pay me. It will look pretty good. So I feel all right with that. If I was going to put this position on today, to be honest with you, I might go with the same position because I bet you can get that 7,200 strike put or slide it up a little bit more. I bet you can get that for really cheap. And if you're going for spiders, you're probably not paying much for that at all. Trump might track core. You could be right about that. What Trump likes to do is the moment after we have a spasm, he goes like, "Why we should be buying stuff." PJH. The reason is normally you say is VIX expiration on Wednesday. Is that the opportunity for weakness? I think that they hedge out FOMC so well, and there's ball hedges on for that event that it kind of masks this a little bit. If we didn't have FOMC, we didn't have a 3-day holiday, then I would be leaning more into wanting to short the market on this event. But, you know, it certainly looks like the VIX is going to make its low at options expiration, right? At VIX expiration. So I'm thinking we'll trade back into that level. A lot of it is worse dependent. I mean, imagine a day where worse is actually like neutral and then market still sells off. Could happen, right? So it's tough with this lineup, right, of events. So that, you know, I just literally go like, look, I'm going to be buying a little tron. Like, I want a full sandwich. I'm going to take a little, you know, I'm going to take a little nibble first, and then, you know, I'll have my full sandwich by Thursday. That's kind of what the idea is.
S&P is fading.
They heard us talking about core 1M. Pablo got the 7,400, 7,300, 7,200 XSP for 60 cents. That's not bad. You know, and if you get a spasm, that 7,400 put should wake up, right? I might slide it down a little bit more and go a little bit wider, like 7,300, 7,100, 6,900. The idea is that you want to get that top strike put for as cheap as you can. Does core 1M predict correlations well now because high concentration? Yes, I think it would move a little bit more in. I think these bigger stocks are becoming bigger components, right? It is an IV weighted mechanism, which is what I'm pausing for. So it's not I don't think it's a market cap weighted mechanism at all. I don't think that accounts into it. So, but the balls keep getting crazier. So that's the important thing. The other thing is if you look at the NASDAQ version of that correlation, it's even crazier. I have it here.
0 DTE call sign. Stop.
In here somewhere I did a NASDAQ core 1M, but I'm not. I guess I didn't. I did a NASDAQ core 1M, and I'll have to find that. Bank of America said once rates get over 5, it's an issue. We got over 5 and it didn't care, and that was the 20-year. Again, because it was like, well, oil's coming off, so we can discount everything. Then, well, crap. So now is an interesting moment, right? Because if Hero were, you can see this, you can see the charm, you see this charm kind of path, right? It's kind of interesting. Hero, if it starts to return, then do we revisit? This is not a huge position, so it's like, but are you able to put on like the call fly or, you know, +1, -2, and kind of play a little rally back into that, for example, right? I would like to see it a little bit lower and then play the bounce maybe, but as long as that strike sits there, betting on that, a revisit of that area, I think makes sense. But
SPS long data 0 DTE call sign. Stop.
there's a lot of I don't know how the lockups all work in SpaceX, you know, and it's rolling, right? August, September, December, like throughout the year, there's more rolling to meet allegedly index demand. So I don't know how many people can immediately sell on the open. Like I said, they're going to roll some stock out. So I'm not thinking SpaceX is the squeeze for the next 6 months. I think this specific week is a very interesting week because of this convergence of dynamics. Tesla Pulse Voice is a Discord channel. You click on it, and when there's big trades, the Pulse Voice says so.
DTE.
You can probably hear it in the background. And the goal with the Pulse Alert is just to tell you there's a lot of flow in trading. It's just pure trades, right? That's not a delta signal, it's a number of contracts. You probably saw Pulse Alert this morning, the AMD dude, off of this stuff. And so the goal is if you're just listening to it and you're like, AMD Pulse, AMD Pulse, AMD Pulse, you're like, what is going on in AMD? And then I can go over there and be like, oh, wow. Like, okay, here's what I have to do after you're alerted to it, right? Then you can kind of pay attention. I don't trade a lot of leaps from my portfolio, although, Deval, I do own a lot of Spider shares. Well, a lot is a relative term. I do own Spider shares, and I love to sell short-dated calls against them, and I do this in my retirement account. A lot of times, 0 DTE, and a lot of times the stock gets called away on a daily basis, which is fine because I'll just like buy Spiders and write it again the next day. And so some days, like today, I would have done a lot better had I just not done that, obviously, because the market's up 2%. But then for the next 2-3 days, I'll be able to sell, the at the money's for $1.50 or so, roughly, and then you start to catch up and do a little bit better. And then the goal is that when I want to hedge, if we're below the risk off level, I'll hedge those positions, or I'll just won't put them back on until we get back over, say, the football trigger, right? So that's something that I do. I've been thinking that I could replace that with a leap, which probably makes a lot of sense, particularly in a taxable account where you can buy XXP and then you get the better tax treatment, right? So I've been thinking about that. The big thing is I don't see that far out in time according to the SG data, so I have no edge for, like, let's buy. There's no ad tabs probably because you already have that stock in there. Yeah. Marcus is asking about the SpaceX ball. I think they're going to have to. I don't think they can have a good model on it. I'm sure they're modeling in a call skew, and I'm sure they're pricing in super high ball and very wide. I mean, tech in general has a massive ball right now, and then so what they're going to do, I think, is just have. I think a leaning call skew, a ball surface high overall. I think
We're just listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma, talking to subscribers, just talking through the markets at the moment.
considering that the 0 DT, I'm imagining they're going to have the Thursday expiration option. So again, I think
S&P, BNC pivots.
Something I've never done, Ash. I talk about it. We don't offer investment advice here, and we're not allowed to do anything close to that. And so it's like a weird thing to navigate. I overtrade probably. So what's in my portfolio at this moment will probably be drastically different. But I thought about just modeling out the selling of just trading the spider flow, because owning SPYs, knowing when you sell a call, to buy a put, that could be a lot easier of a transition. Hopefully, right? See any signs of market tucking tail into 2 p.m. I think FOMC is on Wednesday, isn't it? So, tail tuck means I think we just consolidate in here and that's it. That's a lot of deltas for sale. Holy cow. Look at that. We went from 3, what is that on here? 1 or $500 million down to 4.5 billion. Big. If this reverses, they close that up. They close that. See that? That's what Hero's registering. Dun, 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 dun. So you're gonna bet on that?
Zero
team? Yep.
Call side. Size. Triple semi-pop.
Rumble, I don't know anything about that one. That's not my great options name, Mr. Zoom user or Bob. What did you think?
All right. Just watching the markets fade. Looking for a BNC pivot.
I don't don't think there's much of an options position.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
I'll take that back. There's one decent strike here at 9. Field of 9?
SPX pulse.
Maybe.
Long dated.
Core Weave, I was looking at that before, like a breakout kind of thing. Huge positive game from that strike at 100. So if you're going to play a kind of a pin support level, that'd be it. But this is a decent amount of positive game, which says it shouldn't do that much. I mean, it's not a whole lot there when you look at this. This is an interesting strike. If we're selling off, it's like, okay, I would expect that to be support, but is there an overhead level that you're like, hey, sounds good? A lot of 0 DT. See that? So this is a short-term pumper is what this one is. I would think that this rally is maybe a little less stable than some of the other ones, plus up
0
7%.
Call size. 0 DTE.
Because it's a lot of 0 DT or short dated flow too, it doesn't read quite as good to me. I don't like the upside in this one quite as much based off of this. All right, ARM, and then we're gonna wrap this one up. Same thing, a lot of 0 DTE flow. I mean, this is looking good. Looks maybe a little overextended on the short dated flow. They're so strong over this call wall level. The short term pumpers are in there. A lot of these things are just getting very extended again. Like they're over their gamma levels. It's like there's a lot of flow, but you see it's just like runs out of positioning. So I think good support there at 400 kind of feels a little extended with the 0 DT flow taking over. So, that stuff gets a little more speculative, I would say, into the thick of things. See, as this bounces now, you may get a nice mean reversion on this. We don't have the same clear upside target, but it's easy to say this sold off because this position was closed, right?
0 DT.
Does that mean you want to buy the dip? If Hero keeps bouncing, maybe, but the next level you start to watch be up here, and those are just not as attractive as big gamma strikes, right? So, I wouldn't freak out about wanting to short the market here. Don't necessarily want to buy this dip at this moment. But the idea of like, oh, we're going to roll over and puke. Well, we just closed the position, and that was the driver. So other than that, we're in the middle of the range we've been thinking about that wouldn't hold until FOMC. So, okay. Something seems fine. Maybe the expression here is sell put spread at 75.50 for 0 DTE and just let that play out. I guess that's the way I would express it. Like, okay, we're not going to go that much farther down. I mean, that rally. Okay. The charm, see how much the charm widened out though? It's kind of interesting. See how big this is now? Because that position was closed, right? See how that changes? Like widened out and got stronger. Interesting.
ARM holdings still rising.
For me today, it's 2:09 here. If you have any questions, info@spotgaming.com. I hope today's session was helpful. Keep an eye on SpaceX for tomorrow. Should be fun. Because I don't know. They just schedule times and chuck me out there, and that's where we go. If you're new here, welcome. Thank you very much. If you're one of the OGs, thank you all. Of course, mostly thank you and love to you all. I know a lot of you have been around here for today. We love your feedback. Info at Spot Game for that, or hit the sport.
All right, looking for a B pivot here.
Check out the Discord Pulse. Give you a sneak preview.
Brett winding up a private session with members.
Fancy release. I'm not going to leak that one. We're working hard on that.
New York Fang still looking pretty good here.
SpaceX will be a lot of fun. I'll be in Discord chatting about that, so you can join me there if you want.
Despite this little fade that we're getting midday, this looks pretty good. New York Fang. Let's check. The breadth.
You want some of these basic questions answered?
Okay, everything's starting to put a little hook on it, except for NASDAQ. NASDAQ is showing strength.
There's a lot of great information in there. So that's it.
Intel turning back
All right,
up.
everybody. We will see y'all soon.
All right, that was Brent over at Spot Gamma. All right, so we can see that the NASDAQ in the lower panel, check S&P in the top, mid caps, small caps, descending order. And at the lower panel, you got the NASDAQ. So we want to keep an eye on the Qs. They're doing well. Okay, Qs up and to the right. All right, starting to find a bottom here. Is this a B and C pivot? I get the same idea. You get A up here. People sell into lunch, take lunch, come back after lunch and see if we're going to get any kind of follow through. We'll see. S&P, watching for a B pivot right here. Okay, I'm going to mute you guys for 1 second.
base case, not risk case. And so it's extra risk, it's a downside risk, but the details of that, I'm not sure that specifically would matter for the markets.
So are we really safe to say and smart to say it's going to be a different Iran going forward? I mean, Iran, of course, has been, the catalyst for so many different terrorist groups or supporter, if you will, right? I mean, do we truly think that this is now a different way forward for the region and for Iran specifically?
I think the only thing I would say with extra confidence is that there's a change in leadership, given what's happened for the past few months. Anytime there's any change in leadership in any country, you often see some sort of policy shifts. Whether this is incremental change or it's leading to some sort of more fundamental shift with Iran, that is, again, the time will tell. But the fact that, again, there's negotiations, what I hear from sort of experts in space is that there's a little bit more pragmatism, among the Iranian leadership, maybe less ideologically driven, but, again, time will tell how this plays out.
Let me just throw you, it's a great story of Bloomberg. I loved it. I kind of freaked out when I read it this morning. Wall Street gets access to catastrophe models for the age of war. The number of countries engaged in external conflicts has nearly doubled since 2008. The economic impact of violence now stands at almost $22 trillion. Net risk experts are adapting methodologies used to predict natural catastrophes and other threats to help investors, blah, 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 blah. We know that this is a part of what any financial entity does, but it does seem like it's amped up. Do you guys talk about more and more potentially than you ever did, maybe in the last 5-10 years? And forgive me, just about 30 seconds.
I would say, generally speaking, we're in a world that's gone from sort of unipolar, US-led to multipolar, where there's geopolitical conflicts, there's conflicts and tensions regarding trade, access to resources. There'll be tension points regardless. I think that's the reality. So politics and geopolitics have to factor into what we think about it, because it's not just purely economic decisions. In the 2010s, the last 20 years, it's been central banks or markets. Yeah. Now I think it's much more policy.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Kind of Hunger Games on so many different levels.
A lot of suffer us and adjust and consider.
Yeah, and consider. You're great guest. Thank you so much. Glad you could be our passenger over at UBS, the Chief Investment Office.
Ready to
Not much of a bounce. Just watching New York Fangs. We've had a good day. We've had a really good day today. So this time of day, I'm looking for end of day trades. Generally, what I'll do is I'll look at the 1 minute chart, something like, say, Taiwan Semiconductor. Did it get oversold? A little bit. The daily, okay, looking at the daily, we're bullish. Stochastics is turning up. So stochastics turning up. Look at the last time stochastics turned up. MACD bottomed. Same thing happened. Volume's about the same. Okay. And if we look at price action, what happened? We had a nice rally off the 21 day from about 405 all the way up to 449. All right. So almost a 50-point run right there. You could say it's 50 points. So same scenario. Okay. MACD's turning up. Volume's picking up. Stochastics is turning up, telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. We're bouncing at the 50-day. The 21 day. Pushing right off. So what I would generally look for is a ratio trade. Very similar. Okay. I would just take this and I would do this. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. Somewhere in this area after we break out of 450, somewhere along here, 475, 480, maybe 500. Everything else looks the same. Okay. So when stochastics turned up, okay, MACD turned up, stochastics turned up, and it's right in this area. That's right in here. Okay. So like that. Okay. So right in that area where stochastics, MACD turned up, RSI turned up. Okay. All these things added up, the same thing. And the volume. So right now I'm looking for this to continue. Just one example. So depending on what it does in the evening session on the 1 minute chart, I'd be looking for the 1 minute to be oversold, like right here. Doesn't feel like a whole lot of momentum, does it? Right now. Feels like the markets are just kind of tired from the morning run up. Look at Apple. Apple's getting oversold right now. Okay. All right, so this actually might go, Apple. If we get a bid, you got oversold condition, you got a higher low. Price has just made a lower low, just slightly lower low. Now, if this gets going, maybe it makes it back to 296, gets above that line, and rallies. Let's look at the 60 minutes. 60 minute was extended, right? A little bit extended from the 20 EMA, coming back to test it. So this is good. Pull back. Wait for the buyers to show up. If they do show up, look for the push higher and put a stop underneath 294. Okay, Google was pretty good today. Let's take a look at Google as another example. Okay, here is Google on the hourly. Here's Google on the 1 minute. All right, it's just kind of sitting there flat. Not really interested because of the pattern. Daily looks fine. It's above the 50-day. Stochastics, MACD are turning. This is probably going to continue from a swing trade perspective. It's probably going to continue. RSI is rising. That looks good. Okay, here's Google. Okay, the previous example was Taiwan Semiconductor. You didn't see what I was talking about. I apologize. So let me go over it one more time. So with Taiwan Semi, last time RSI got oversold. MACD turned up. Volume started to pick up. Okay, price was right here. RSI moved off this level, and we had this run up. So all I'm looking for right now is a similar move like that. So 480, 500, something like that. Volume looks better actually than over here. The last time this rolled up, MACD and stochastics rolled up from oversold. Okay, the volume looks a lot better in this area, right? So at a minimum, I would think with RSI starting to turn right here, we start to see this move higher. Take out this high. Take out this high right here, like so. And just head to the upside. Okay. So that was Google. Sorry, you didn't see it the first time I talked about it. What else? Tesla. We're watching for Tesla to get above, what is it, 50-day? Let me see. Tesla, the 200-day. We're at the 200-day. We're above the 50-day. Doji, RSI is rising. Okay, you can see RSI is at 50. MACD stochastics reset. Okay, so we had these two little waves down. Now we look like we're going to have a wave up. As this turns up like it did over here in April, last time it got oversold like this, in April, what happened? It ran up from 340 up to 409. Okay, can we do something similar? We did right behind it. We ran from 370 up to, what's that, 433? 453. So can we do it again? All right, so if you look at the weekly, okay, weekly looks good. All right, so weekly. All right, so this run up in weekly, just looking for this to do the same thing and get back up to the highs here. Okay. MACD, momentum indicators are turning up. All right, so Tesla's probably going to do something. A lot of people are going to talk about that again. A lot of people are going to talk about merging with SpaceX at some point. They were talking about it 2 weeks ago. The likelihood of it merging with SpaceX. Dan Ives was talking about that. Will it? I don't know. I really don't care. I'm just looking at price action and what it tells us. Okay, so New York FANG. We talked about New York FANG. Big bullish day. The momentum alone is probably going to carry us forward. Look at stochastics and MACD. These are both turning up. RSI is rising. If we look at the weekly time frame, okay, we're above the 10 EMA. Doji at the 10 EMA. All right, 3-candle reversal, bearish candle, Doji, indecision, bullish candle. So the momentum is clearly with the bulls right now. I don't see any reason why we should fear something unusual happening, because even with the markets, even with Iran, the conflict and the constant back and forth, we're going to sign a deal. No, we're not. We're going to sign a deal. No, we're not. For what, months now, right? Or at least a month. But yet the markets have managed to make a bounce. So now that the momentum is turning up, we're probably going to test the highs short term. Bollinger Bands, lower bands starting to turn inward. We could consolidate. RSI is rising. MACD stochastic. This is set up. It's ready to go. So I'm looking to buy dips. Okay, Netflix right now. Netflix. Let's see what Netflix looks like on the daily. They still got a lot of work to do. Got to get above 95. Clearing 90 would be the 50-day. So this is still just sliding along. The markdown phase, you know what the markdown phase is. Phase 4. Phase 1 eventually. Are we going to come down to a double bottom at 75? Looks more and more like that, right? Double bottom. We look at the weekly time frame. Okay, we make a double bottom. Eventually, Netflix turns back up. Institutions start buying. That starts phase 1, accumulation. Then phase 2 starts, and we get this kind of trend like I have over here on the left. Okay? That's assumed. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just assumed to repeat. Okay, S&P. B pivot's not holding now. VWAP is right below. Okay, futures. Okay, S&P. A lot of purple on the screen. So positive gamma should be supportive. We should stay above these levels. Should stay above 7,500, 7,550, maybe. Maybe we stay above 7,550. If you're going to trade something like IWM, you make sure that you have the 10-year fading. All right, so IWM. Okay, it's fading from the high of the day. Okay, down here. I would be interested in buying, especially if the 10-year backs off a little bit more. 10-year. Okay, it's sitting right here. So if we lose the 50-day, that would be good. A lot of people didn't think gold was going to lose a 50-day back a few months ago, right? Everybody thought gold was going to bounce way over here. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. We bounced, then we rolled over, lost the 50-day, and then the 50-day became resistance. So this is markdown. Okay, let's see what if there's any accumulation here. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Why? Why is it not showing up? Anyway, doesn't look like a basing down here yet. It just dropped off pretty dramatically, bounced a little bit. This needs to base down here a while. Silver was below the 50-day. Holding on to it, wasn't it? Holding on to the 200-day. All right, it's right at the 200-day. Sorry about that. I swiped the wrong direction. I have an interface where if I swipe on the wrong screen, it'll kick me out of the stream. I got to constantly be active in the screen that you're looking at. Okay, S&P just dropped off a little more there. Okay, so we're looking for a B pivot. Keep in mind, if you're getting nervous, keep in mind we got purple underneath, positive gamma. Let's see what the projected out into the end of the week looks like. Okay. Okay, so here's 7,500 right there. We're above this. We're in between these two levels, 75 and 76. Notice we're above the call wall. Notice all the purple below. This is going out to Thursday. At the bottom of the screen, you can see the days. June 16, 17, 18. So all this purple down below is positive gamma, so that should be supportive of price action. We should get a bounce.
I think the speed at which Google is able to raise in the public markets shows the depth and the capacity for the capital markets.
So I put some Celsius in my office freezer, some cans of Celsius. I forgot about it, and they exploded. When I muted a few minutes ago, I had to go clean out the freezer real quick. Those Celsius cans, they can't handle the freeze. They're so light. The whole inside was orange. All right, just watching the S&P. All right, so I'm going to take a couple-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com. What we're looking for right now is a reason to buy anything in the evening session. Okay, so here's AMD, for example. Here's AMD. And I'm looking at the 1-minute chart. We're bullish. We're down at the low, looking for RSI to turn up. If it starts to turn, it's a flat price. You can see a flat range here on the day, up and down, just sideways. A couple of big trades. Let's see, Tesla, if it looks a little better. Not really. NVIDIA, not really. It's just kind of sideways. DoorDash from before. Okay, that had a nice little dip, oversold. So this is what I'm looking for, oversold. But it's already overbought again. I'm looking for these oversold conditions where we can day trade in the evening session. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go take a break for a few minutes. Watch the S&P. And I will be looking for B pivots. Okay, I'll be right back.
Circular financing. What keeps me sleeping well at night about this is the fact that we're having the conversation. And I think if people are acknowledging it, we're talking about it, you're dissecting it, you're diligencing it, I think the cycle has room to continue to grow. I think it's the unknown risks, not less the known risks that I think could derail the cycle.
And when we look at this market, is there a risk in kind of just thinking about the difference between a hyperscaler who is historically been the best cash flow cows in the history of mankind? They can at least turn off spending. How do you think about companies that are spending and need to spend but don't have hundreds of billions of dollars annually or biannually in terms of free cash flow?
Yeah, look, I think you have to look at the fundamentals of the contracts. What is a contract? What is contracted from the demand bill that they have today, and get comfortable that what they're investing in right now has the right economics to yield a return in 3 or 5 years. And I think you're right. But, they might not have the free cash flow spigot today, but you look at what is contracted and what could be come to fruition in a high quality way in the next 2 to 3 years. You can bridge to that free cash flow.
We got 30 seconds left here. You've been covering this market. What do you want to see?
Do we see more private equity IPOs in the second half, or is that still an area, broadly speaking, that's such a go?
I think definitively yes. I think the market will be accommodative for that, and our backlog suggests that we will have a number of those in the second half.
In about 10 seconds, how much does debt leverage, or how much does leverage ratios matter for those companies?
It matters. I think you want to get to a comfortable starting point, but I think for good free cash flow stories with solid, predictable revenue growth, the market can get comfortable.
So welcome to our regular weekly segment. We'll see you both on Monday. Kelly Lipschultz, of course, Bloomberg News IPO reporter, Dave Bauer, head of equity capital markets, America's over at JP Morgan Chase. When we come back, what may determine whether stagflation becomes a real risk? We'll explore that when Bloomberg Business Retail that continues. A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. Others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Hi, my name is Wally. This is my wife, Vicky. We are staying in our new remodeled showroom at Sunspace in Myrtle Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high quality, efficient work on every project, no subcontractors involved.
With 3 custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process stress-free and easy for you.
Our goal is to bring your vision to life. Come see us at our showroom and let us build the perfect submarine for you.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
You're behind on your mortgage, and you're tired of making payments. Your entire life feels upside down. You don't have to face the stress and uncertainty alone. Call me. I'm Adam of Myrtle Beach Home Loans. I'll help you explore all your options and can even help you avoid foreclosure. No matter your situation or the condition of your property, we can help. We can buy your house in as little as 7 days. We can pay for all the closing costs, and you'll never have to make any repairs. There's no fees, no obligations, no hassle. If you want to move on with your life or cash in your pocket, please call me.
Known for sharing what we love. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer, including certain early-stage cancers. One of those cancers is triple-negative breast cancer. Keytruda may be used with chemotherapy medicines as treatment before surgery, and then continued alone after surgery when you have early-stage breast cancer and are at high risk of coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, or myasthenia gravis, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, and organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, or receive chest radiation. Keytruda can run around like you.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true, Keytruda. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
I lost my dad to Alzheimer's, so I know how difficult it is to watch someone you love slowly fade away. As more people live into their 80s and beyond, more families will experience the devastating emotional and financial costs of this disease. People should be able to enjoy their later years, so we need a breakthrough in Alzheimer's to allow that. With all of the new tools and approaches in drug development, I believe we're on the cusp of a big breakthrough in Alzheimer's R&D. We now have a breakthrough blood test that can identify the disease sooner. This is the time to accelerate the progress before the big costs hit countries that won't be able to afford the high-priced therapy, and where the budget implications of this epidemic could devastate health systems. Our understanding of the brain and Alzheimer's is advancing a great deal. We're making real progress, but we need to do even more. I think we can develop an intervention that may drastically reduce the impact of the disease. This is the frontier where we can dramatically improve human life.
At Stanley Steamer, a clean home is our top priority. Get the peace of mind that comes with a clean and comfortable home. Call 1-800-STEAMER or schedule online with your local Stanley Steamer.
Focus Melissa live every weekday.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story. California Governor Gavin Newsom is accusing President Trump of ordering the U.S. Department of Justice to investigate him and his wife. In a video statement, Newsom said the Trump administration is targeting him because, quote, he's considering running for president.
One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today, I'm proudly
Join that list.
California Governor Gavin Newsom. Stocks are higher. We are, however, off session highs. The Dow Jones Industrial Average on track for a record close right now at 51,800. This after the U.S. and Iran agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That word sending oil lower. Stocks are rallying. The S&P at 7563, up 131 points now, up 1.8%. We've got NASDAQ up 778 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 3%. The NASDAQ 100 Index doing slightly better, up 3.1%. All of this with the stocks. The Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index now higher by 5.6%, and the VIX holding right around 16. 10-year 4.46%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.06%, and the 30-year yield 4.97%. Gold up 2.5%, 43.25. West Texas Intermediate crude selling off by 4.7%, 80.88 a barrel. Brent 83.27, down now by 4.6%. SpaceX shares surging again now, up by 16.1%. You recall Friday, IPO day, they were up by 19.1%. Recapping, S&P 500 index up now by 1.8%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is on Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Masterton, Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Yes, indeed, it is Monday, and there's a bunch of things we're watching. Obviously, the developments regarding the U.S. war in Iran. It does seem like there's market enthusiasm, although, as we just heard from Charlie, we're definitely off our highs of the session. We've also got a Fed meeting, the first one with Kevin Warsh.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be flying to Las Vegas.
We're kind of bummed about
our
it.
show on
I love
Thursday.
the tick by tick of a Fed.
Yeah, I've had a little FOMO, I'll be honest.
All right, you and me both.
Yeah, we'll see if the plane has Starlink and we can actually tune in. If not, we'll land. We have no idea what's going on.
Right, exactly.
That's fine.
Surprise.
That's healthy too, though.
Yeah, it is.
Occasionally.
Kind of tying it all together, our next guest is watching the 3Ds, duration, devastation, and disruption from the Iran war. She notes that these indicators will inform whether stagflation becomes a real risk rather than a headline. So we want to get into it with Rebecca Humkes.
She's a lecturer at the London Business School faculty at Duke Corporate Executive Education. She previously served as a fellow at the White House's President's Council of Economic Advisors. She's also the author of Survive, Reset, Thrive, Leading Breakthrough Growth Strategy in Volatile Times. Sentiment shift yet again in global markets because of the U.S. war in Iran. Does the recent action around what people are calling a ceasefire right now feel like, in your view, we are indeed nearing the end of this conflict?
Hi, Carol, Tim. Great to see both of you again. I think we are all, most CEOs and executives are looking at today's news with some healthy skepticism. And we've been a couple of days away from a deal basically over the last 100 days. So there is hope that we will see a deal on Friday. But until some details are announced, it's very difficult to do anything more than just wait and see what details we get.
So if an executive or leader's calling you, you're going to say, you got to wait here.
It's a wait and see. Now, I think we already knew what was going to happen in the Fed meeting this week. It's very unlikely that the Fed makes any moves. I mean, doing nothing is doing something, as we've spoken about before. This really just further puts pressure that we will see maybe a little bit less talk of any potential rate change. So I think that kind of just solidifies what we already were expecting for this week's Fed meeting. But any other decision making is absolutely wait and see. We don't just need details. We need to show that this deal will actually go forward and be acted upon. There's just been
Okay, we got a B pivot so far. See if we can't get a follow through. All right, NVIDIA did turn back up. NVIDIA, if you're looking for a dip to buy on NVIDIA, okay, you got a B pivot there. Here's A, here's B. Looking for a follow through. NVIDIA is probably going to continue. You can see MACD on the right is turning. RSI and stochastics are all turned up on the daily, not shown on the chart that's live on the screen, but NVIDIA looking for a push. All right, let's see. Okay, all the purple down below. Positive gamma. Lots of positive gamma. Supportive. Whenever you see purple, no need to fear. Okay, watching for a bounce. Starting to get a little bit of a bounce with NVIDIA and with S&P. The B pivot there. S&P. So far bouncing at VWAP. Any day last week, I would have been a little bit more skeptical going into Thursday and Friday, but today, less skeptical, mainly because of all the positive gamma we got below, plus everything that's going on is moving in the right direction. What's out there to upset the markets? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think Warsh is he wants to reduce rates. Warsh, he wants to get rates below inflation. Or is it the other way around? Inflation below rates. At any rate, inflation's pretty low. What was it, 5%? Anyway, debatable. The main thing though is that S&P is looking good, and let's take a look at the weekly. New York FANG looks good. New York FANG. Okay, New York FANG having a really good day. Okay, we're back up to the highs. Okay, there's no wick. You see that? Maribozu candle on New York FANG. Wow, impressive. Don't want that. What happened? Mm-hmm.
Do you think it happens from wave power first, or do you think we get data centers in space first?
My bet is we'll have both, but I think that wave power will scale. It's about 100 times cheaper to put a ton in the ocean than it is to put a ton in space. So I've got a long sort of cost advantage to burn down there. SpaceX will obviously put data centers in space. They've already got the technology to do it. It's a question of how fast they think will scale and what the economics are. But if you sort of zoom out a little bit, there is solar power that is 99% cheaper than it used to be, batteries that are 99% cheaper than it used to be, next generation reactors, fission reactors that are coming online this summer for the first time, full power up. You've got fusion technologies. You've got all sorts of different ways to
Maribozu.
power for data centers. In many cases, it is cheaper and cleaner than sort of traditional ways of doing this because the rotting cost goes down. Solar gets cheaper every year, batteries get cheaper every year, and that's the exciting part about this transition.
Wait, what does this assume about data center demand, about AI demand, and whether and when it could stabilize, and sort of what the power needs are going to be, even if it does stabilize at some point?
I mean, that's a $1 trillion question everyone's asking, right? Is it, how fast are we going to build all these things out? I started this 4 years ago, before the current sort of boom. I knew we were going to grow data center capacity. I didn't know it was going to be this much, to be honest. I wish I did. So I think the demand is going to increase even if we slow data centers. Because even if you delete data centers from the U.S. grid, you still have electric vehicles, you still have onshoring and manufacturing. People are still moving to electrified homes in different ways. An increase in power demand over the next decade in a way we haven't seen in the last 2 or 3 decades. And that's, going to cause some challenges over the next couple of years. I think people are talking about consumer energy prices. There's a crunch for power equipment. And so the excitement we see is there's a new raft of companies who are here to deliver energy technology, not 10 years from now, but in the next 12 to 24 months, and to do so at a scale and pace that's more familiar with how your iPhone gets delivered or how software gets delivered on the web, rather than traditional infrastructure that takes decades to build.
Well, and we're talking about power generation, but part of the problem is also just the pipes, right? Like the wires, how it gets to us, the grid itself. And so do you think that there is enough investment in that side of the equation? And are we really going to have a huge project across the country that's updating that infrastructure?
The grid is the thing that I am the most nervous about. It is challenging to permit and get power lines installed. And so yes, if we can, we should invest everything we can as a country in the grid. I think it's a national asset and key to our economic competitiveness. However, there's alternative technologies out there, in particular batteries. If you look at the ability of someone to build a solar and battery powered off-grid data center, you can probably stand that up quicker than you can get the permits, for a new power line. So batteries in particular are a way to sort of shift the power needs and reduce the demand on the grid. So I'm very bullish on battery technology, on solar, on different new techniques.
Okay, Maribozu. Looking good.
Depend on the grid. And we talk about space-based data centers as well. I think you're going to see a huge increase in techniques like that over the next few years.
While I have you, and sort of pivoting away from energy and power for a moment, as I mentioned, you have been the CTO at Meta. You were there when it was Facebook, and you were there when it had its IPO. So we've been talking a lot about the Facebook IPO because of the SpaceX IPO and sort of its size. Yeah. So how do you think about, were you reflecting on it also, watching the SpaceX IPO, and thinking about what Facebook was then and what Meta became?
Yeah, I think about it all the time. For those who remember, the IPO happened under a lot of excitement, and then the stock price, fell quite quickly and stayed there for a while, many months, 6, 9, 12 months afterwards. And as a leader of the company, it was a huge challenge at the time. And like many of these companies, the risk hadn't been fully retired. At the time for Meta, the question was, would we be able to compete in a platform shift to mobile? And so I think when you think about companies like SpaceX, there's a lot of promise left. Will Starship work? Will data center space and work? Data centers in space work? These are unproven bets that you have to either decide you're going to make or decide you're not going to make. And that's why you're going to see the volatility.
Looking good, looking good. All right, so the momentum should carry us forward tomorrow. It's been a pretty good day today. We did hit the highs and then kind of consolidate. NVIDIA is starting to turn back up. There goes NVIDIA. If you wanted to get back into NVIDIA, a nice opportunity as it pushes higher. Okay, let me just check.
SP exports, long dated.
Okay, NVIDIA looks good.
0 DTE, call stream. Size.
A lot of 0-day. S&P spiders, S&P 500 cash.
Shenanigans. Q's pulse.
The Qs, you just heard the Qs just now. Microsoft turning off the low. Okay, NVIDIA from earlier, NVIDIA.
long dated, deep calls, deep
Home
puts,
Depot.
0 DTE.
All right, NVIDIA turning back up.
Size.
Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. Back to the highs. Okay, so here is your A right here. Here's your B. Looking for a higher low. C, somewhere over here. Okay, ABCD. All right, almost 3 o'clock. Wow. Day is flying by. MACD's turning. Looking good. We should follow through tomorrow, I would think. More precisely, we should follow through over the next few days. The momentum is clearly bullish. Your New York FANG giving us a Maribozu candle. Looks good.
0 DTE. Call size.
Okay, I just noticed the 9 EMA is down here below the 21-day for now. That needs to flip back up. The 9 EMA is right there. 50 days right there. Moving averages are getting very close together. I'm going to see that 9 EMA right there. Dotted blue line, need that to run up. But we have a Maribozu. That's a very bullish candle coming off of a support level. RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning. So the momentum should clearly push prices or drag prices higher, however you want to look at it. New York FANG. Okay, S&P.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Tesla just sitting here. A lot of stocks are just kind of chopping around. If you buy something that's chopping around like this, if you buy the dip rather than the high. Okay, Amazon looks like it wants to do something here. Amazon turning back up. It's probably going to run into resistance up here at 246 or so, 247. Does look okay. Google turning back up. It's flat. Meta looked good this morning. It flattened out. Microsoft turning the corner, but still at the low. Let's look at the top stocks that have held on to the highs on the NASDAQ 100. Western Digital. DoorDash. DoorDash had a really big day today and still going. DoorDash. Big bullish Maribozu candle. Reversing. Okay, so that's DoorDash. Micron, number 3 on the NASDAQ 100. Number 3 on the S&P 500 as well. Micron. Okay. Coming off the high. Okay. So it got oversold earlier at around 115. That started to turn up. That was a good entry. Stop below. Don't want to do it now. Wait for that to pull back. Okay, that is Micron. Marvell, number 4. Lots of pulse audio alerts on Marvell today. That turned back up. 304. Is this going to be a ARM Holdings? ARM, when we sold it, what was it? 350, 400. It got all the way up to 500, and then it just kept going. Is ARM going to do that? That's what it looks like. Marvell, ARM, these all have continued. Watching the futures. Futures right now. Okay, let me turn this down so you can see it. Okay, you can see a hedge flows just kind of oscillating here. We had a nice trend in the morning, and then we fade sideways to slightly lower.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls. Deep puts. Q's pulse, long dated.
Q's. Okay, so right now NVIDIA is still pulling back. The Q's. Okay, that's pretty much the same. Apple turning back up. Apple off the low. So if you catch Apple, if you catch one of these day trades like Apple, watch your 1 minute chart. It's bullish. Okay. So we got oversold, a lower low, turning back up. All the moving averages turn up. Price gets above the 100. Looks good. Apple. Here goes Microsoft. Microsoft's starting to cook. Turning back up. This might be a good one here, Microsoft.
Zero DTE, call side.
Microsoft. All my positions are August. Microsoft. Okay, got a ways to go. Microsoft. Microsoft turning back up.
This is something I've talked to a lot of people about today. The Strait of Hormuz has been a major trade route for thousands of years. They have survived wars, they survived getting mined in the
Microsoft, nice turn, Microsoft. Okay, there goes Microsoft.
That has changed the risk practices. UAE is accelerating work on the pipeline. Saudi Arabia is capacity of filling pipelines. Iraq is looking at pipelines. And other buyers around the world have all been saying, the governments and companies have been saying, we are so reliant on the Middle East. We cannot risk what's happening there. Now they're
SP exports. Long dated. Deep puts.
Mhm. Watching Microsoft with less than an hour to go. Microsoft.
Micron pulse. Deep calls. Shenanigans. SP exports. Long dated. Deep puts. AMD pulse.
All right, Microsoft pulling back. So Alphabet with 84 billion in spending. For AI, Oracle's 47.5, Amazon 37 billion, Meta 25 billion. Spending a lot of money.
Triple semi pulse.
Okay, Microsoft getting rejected. All right, let's see what these guys have to say over at CNBC. Getting kind of quiet.
I think we're all the way back to where we were at the beginning, where right now people are rewarding the CapEx as long as it stays in this band of Goldilocks, and eventually we all know it'll be a problem. But for now, I think people think the return's too high, and we count only 18% of companies are even benefiting from AI productivity right now, public companies in the U.S. So that's the problem with getting negative too early is more of the earnings are on the come.
Is part of the rebound in the market realization that actually there was some positioning changes around the SpaceX IPO coming to market? People needed to free up some cash from certain places. Now that was well absorbed. The IPO went off great. It's trading great. Now the mega caps are back. So that's proof.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Unwind more so than anything fundamental taking place within the tech orbit.
I talked to a bunch of people who thought the size of how much SpaceX was looking to raise, 86 billion, including the green shoe allotment, would be sort of like a meteor hitting the Earth, and the disruption would go on for a while. Nobody thought it was like the end of the world, but people really did think
Zero
you were gonna get this air
DTE.
pocket of the
Call
market
sign.
as people
Size.
shuffled money from one pocket to the other. Not only did it not happen, thankfully, the Dow was plus 350, the NASDAQ was up 80, and a lot of the stocks that you would guess, yeah, people are definitely going to sell that to buy SpaceX, including Tesla. It didn't work out that way. The thing that had to happen before they get into the index funds, you've got a lot of retail. You need hedge funds. There's no other giant pool of capital besides traditional asset managers. You need hedge funds to be part of this handoff where they buy it with the expectation that you're going to get the Qs, the Invescos of the world come in, take it off their hands in 2 weeks. It looks like that's holding, unless we think retail all of a sudden is the best behaved version of itself in the history of mankind. which I doubt. So there's real money supporting this stock. They took it up again today, and
It's like 10% earlier.
it's not that long before the queues come in to buy and all the growth funds. And
All right, let's see if they can run this higher end of day. Watching Microsoft, high or low. It was a really good morning.
You know, how it's traded, where you feel like the supply demand question is. You talk to a lot of, you know, well-known hedge fund people in institutional world about how they're thinking about something like this.
I didn't get as many people, I guess, as you did, Josh, saying that they were worried about the imbalance. I really didn't get it because I think if your S&P long only index, you knew it wasn't going to be a massive part out of the gate, and you knew you weren't going to get your allocation.
Zero
So
DTE.
It was a little
Call
bit, it's a little
Size.
bit confusing how passive demand can exceed the float, and your mind melts on that. But ultimately, I think they're going to buy some independent of price here. I think it was about up the perfect amount on the first day. I don't think you wanted it up 50, and I don't think you wanted it down.
What Leslie Picker was saying
Right.
is she was, you know, in the trenches on Morgan Stanley's trading floor.
20%
That 20% was kind of the bullseye.
I actually wrote a couple weeks ago that that's the goal. The goal was 20%, and then any distance from that you would penalize. So they kind of nailed it in terms of the pricing. So I don't think you're going to see mass rotation. The other thing I think we talked about here, and I wrote is I wouldn't be way underweight Tesla. Every institutional investor I know, I analyze a lot of portfolios. They're very comfortable being underweight Tesla. And it just felt to me like that's a weird bet to make when you know the X-Sphere thinks there's an 80% chance that they merge into one company a couple years. It's very dangerous. So I know Tesla.
Brad Gerstner sitting here on Friday as we were watching the IPO unfold. Is a believer.
Microsoft trying to push a bit higher. Microsoft. Apple's turning back up. Shorts covering. Here's Microsoft. Get that 400 strike area.
I don't think there's any doubt that there was positioning in front of this IPO. I think that's pretty clear from talking to the desks around the street and just the price action in general. In terms of the IPOs, this is the story of the day. We've talked about it today. We've talked about it for 4 years now. And whether it's SpaceX or Anthropic, OpenAI, et cetera, there's, for lack of a better word, insatiable demand for exposure to this.
Zero DTE. Call
At some point,
Size.
it will end. It doesn't appear likely to be today, tomorrow, the next day.
It's also what it's also done. It's kept the retail cohort highly engaged in this market. Not like even through a period of, you know, tech upset last week and the volatility that we had, it just showed you that the retail cohort wasn't running for the exits.
I think it's actually the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of what happened in 2021. What happened in 2021 is a lot of issuers came. There were 1,000 IPOs on the New York and the NASDAQ combined in 1 year, not to mention all the IPOs from 2020. But by the end of 21, the quality of the deals had made it so that people were just absolutely vaporized coming to buy these things. There was a lot of
All right, here goes Microsoft.
and that killed that, in addition to interest rates, killed that cycle. This is the opposite. If you're a retail investor and you put in
Microsoft 0-day calls. The 400s are going for like 25 cents. The 400 strike call that expires today, 0-day, is going for like 25 cents. 25. Okay, it's 30 cents now. It just jumped 5 cents. Okay.
TSM Pulse. Long dated.
Think about all the dreams so dark. Think about all the dreams SpaceX has. Think about all the dreams they have. All the dreams SpaceX has. Every dream. It has AI, it has space, it has nuclear, it has defense.
TSM Pulse. Long dated.
Dream today and you hold on to it.
When you hold on to it forever, you could.
And then you realize your dream rather than
you could, and that's
take the sucker angle of it.
Well, one or the other. But I look. My view is these businesses that traded 100 times sales usually don't trade those multiples forever. I don't think anybody's saying
Zero
I think this is
DTE.
fundamentally attractive.
Call
They're
sign.
saying it's awesome, and it's
Size.
dreamy, and for now it's good.
Last quick point.
I'm sorry. Stocks that traded 100 times, listen, Adam knows plenty of stocks that traded 100 times sales require a different type of investment mindset.
New York Bang's having a good day today.
Long dated.
New York Fang Index having a good day today. Momentum is clearly bullish. Look for a follow through tomorrow. Hopefully not a doji, but a follow through day.
turning their attention to the big business of sports investing. PE firm Juggernaut teaming up with the football icon Gareth Bale, launching a new sports investment platform. The founder of the firm and one of the best footballers of his generation here at Post 9. Next.
SP Exports. Long dated. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. SP Exports. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
All right, S&P, what are you going to do? Apple, a little profit taking, Amazon profit taking, Google, Meta, everything's starting to see a little profit taking at the highs. Okay, Microsoft pulling back. Okay, Amazon, what's this? Microsoft. Amazon, pretty flat all day, Amazon, right? Amazon, sideways, Google, sideways, and it drop off a little bit. Apple, trying to do something, no follow through. NVIDIA, holding up very well. NVIDIA, the chips doing very well. Micron, making new highs after new highs. LRCX, okay. Marvell, been active today. Marvell, along with DoorDash and Western Digital. All of these very active today. ARM Holdings continues to hold just off the highs of the session. ARM Holdings, nice reversal day. Came right back down to the 9 EMA. Buyers stepped up, bought throughout the day after that dip early this morning. That was a great entry. Stochastics, RSI, MACD, everything oversold on a 1 minute time frame. Okay, what's the Qs doing? Qs. All right, so looking for a follow through tomorrow. The Qs gapping up. Intel turning back up. Intel. Okay, let's look at Intel, INTC. Intel. Need to get above 133 on Intel. Okay, Intel.
Welcome back. Sports has become one of the fastest growing asset classes as valuations from the NFL to second and third tier sports continue to rise. Our next guest would like a piece of that action. John Schulman's Juggernaut Capital Partners founder and managing partner, Gareth Bale.
Can't believe, I mean, $1 million for a Knicks ticket, front row on the floor. $1 million for a game.
TSM Pulse. Long dated.
That's crazy.
Deep calls.
Since we're here, I thought
Q's Pulse.
diversification, you don't have to talk about the Knicks and SpaceX.
It's hard not to, right? Everybody's jazzed up about both.
So we're going to try to give you something else to talk about. So Juggernaut has been an investor in sports for well over 10 years and in a very intensive way over the last
Spider
5 or
Pulse.
6 years. So
Long dated.
the firm's evolution,
Zero
it
DTE.
made sense for
Call
us to
sign.
now do a
Sign.
Okay, let's see if Intel can get something going here end of day.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, there's a high of the day way over there. 129 and change. The high of the day was 132.61. 60 minute. Okay, we're flagging. So this looks good. Getting ready to push through 130. 132, 133. Okay. So looks pretty good for Intel. Intel, 30 minute.
Most of the sports funds that have been launched in the recent past, as you know, are multi-billion-dollar vehicles chasing very
Zero
different things that we're
DTE
chasing.
call
You're going
sign.
to be a sub-billion-dollar platform, and we're all about looking for businesses that buy at the right value and that we can build. And with Garrett's assistance and his understanding of the athlete, it's just a perfect partnership from my perspective.
Sounds like you're going to be instrumental in helping to grow this business internationally and look for opportunities that, you know,
All
these
right,
guys
so 36 minutes to go. A little bit more than 36 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, June the 15th. Coming into the last half an hour of the trading day.
Inside the athlete, inside what kind of makes a sports franchise or a youth diversification, kind of going through the age groups, kind of getting that side of things, and then bringing John's business expertise into it. It's kind of a good partnership to grow together, and something that we think we can really grow in lots of areas.
Are you raising new capital for a dedicated?
Zero DTE.
All right, Intel's trying to go right here. Watch Intel. Intel's trying to push. Intel is trying.
New investments that we're about to make that will go into this platform. We will be raising capital in this platform as well as those existing investments that will go in.
You're looking for control too, right? I mean,
All right, Intel's trying to push off here.
differentiator as well. You're not looking to be minority investors where you're passive, you have no say. You want to run the action.
Yeah, we have zero interest in being a teeny piece of something gigantic that's out there, because then we have really no ability to affect what happens to it. Somebody else is doing that. We're very active investors, and so yes, we want to have a bias towards control. We want to have a bias towards things that you can kind of
More
buy
sports
here,
investing
them up to
companies.
here. And we also have a
Sports
bias towards
investing.
doing things in women's sports, which
Not
has been so
sports betting,
underinvested.
sports investing.
It just
Okay.
amazes me. You know, last time I checked, there are more women on this planet than men, and I believe that's going to continue to be the case. I think we're going into a golden era of investing in women's sports, and what you're going to hear from us in the not too distant future is we're going to make our first investment in professional women's sports. We're already in women's amateur sports in a very big way, but you will see us focusing on that as well. So when you hear this strategy,
Intel's trying to push off of the 10 EMA on the 60 minute. Actually, that's a 30 minute.
The last I heard, investing or business-wise with you was interest in Cardiff, right? Trying to buy the team. Is that
Microsoft
together?
trailing off again.
Is that still something you're pursuing after being rebuffed initially?
I think it's something that we want to consider. Obviously, there's no specific team at all that we're kind of wanting to get at the moment. It's something that we would
Zero
look in and try and find
DTE
the right thing.
call
Like John was saying, we want to
size.
kind of grow something, build a community, build kind of a fan base, and really grow with that club, that team, whether it be in women's sports, men's sports, or a different sport completely other than football. So yeah, something that's very exciting, and like John said, taking control and doing the things that we think are right is very important.
You played for many different, the world's greatest clubs with some of the other greatest footballers. You've sort of, I would imagine you've seen either
Come on, Intel, let's go.
periphery what the David Beckhams have done, and some of the
NVIDIA
other
Pulse.
biggest stars
Long
who've
data.
ever played that sport have done. Did that give you a window into wanting to do more around finance and investing when your playing days were over? How did that help shape what you're doing now?
I think it's one of those, when you finish,
NVIDIA
exactly
Pulse.
the
Long data.
route you want to go down, and it's all about trial and error, and maybe trying this, trying that. And this is something that now, after meeting John, it really
Micron
excites
Pulse.
me, and something that
Long data.
a route that probably
Deep
I want to
calls.
take more
Deep
than any other
puts.
route. A lot of players maybe go to coaching or other parts of kind of the sport that they left. But yeah, I feel this is a route that I like to go down. It's our kind of visions align really well at what we want to achieve, what we want to do, and yeah, it's really exciting times, and hopefully the future is
All right, here goes Intel. Intel's starting to tick up.
yeah, it's obviously been a very early start. I think there's a lot of games that maybe the big teams aren't playing against each other at the moment, so it's difficult to gauge.
Intel's ticking up here.
Each team's currently playing well or not at the moment, but I think coming through the group.
There we go. Come on, Intel, let's do it. Let's do it, do it, do it. Do it. There we go. Intel. Our RSI rising, 1 minute chart.
the last 6 months, it matched up in the perfect way. So yeah, we feel we want to make this announcement at exactly this time. And I will say one more thing about soccer. You'll kill me if I don't call it football.
I was in America. That's why I was calling it football.
You know, the streets are littered with people who went in and thought they could buy a club even at any level and turn
Spider
it around
Pulse,
or move it up.
long dated, deep calls.
It's very difficult to do, and we're going to be very, very discerning about that. Of course, Cardiff has something to do with where Gareth grew up. We had a meeting just before we got here with another owner of a European soccer team. So there's a certain logic behind the idea that we would do something in soccer. Of course.
Yeah, they're going to keep it here for now. Maybe we'll get a follow through tomorrow. S&P's drifting a bit lower now. Okay, momentum is clearly bullish. Okay, Bitcoin's pulling back a little bit. Momentum is clearly bullish. We've got positive gamma, so that's good for tomorrow. Going into tomorrow, if you want to look at the next couple of days, okay, here's the next couple of days. Let's just boost the color. Okay, so you can see right now S&P is 75. What is that? 75.56. We're at 75.56. Okay, so that's right up in here. All this purple going into Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the purple. That's a positive gamma. So that's supportive of price action. You know that dealers will buy dips and sell rips. You can see, I don't know if you can tell the gray area here, the grayed histogram, but there's a lot of support down below. Okay, and we're above 75.56. It looks like 75.55 right now. So we're right in the middle of this upper section here, 75, 7600. A lot of purple. A lot of purple. We are pulling back though. We are coming back at the moment. A little profit taking.
SPX Pulse, long dated, 0 DTE, call side, size.
NTLA.
SPX Pulse, long dated. Zero DTE, call side.
Okay, Intel.
Size.
Intel trying to get going here. It's got VWAP overhead. I don't think we're going to get through VWAP, but we had a pretty decent day. Spinning top on the daily over there on the right. Okay, we got to get above this previous high. That's the task for this week. Get above that previous high. I got an alert right here at 133. If it gets above 133, I'm going to start adding to it. Intel. I currently have Intel. Let's see what I have here. Intel. I don't even know what I have with Intel. Where are you? There you are. Intel. I have the June 18 Friday 131.40s. All right. So if we get some kind of something going on here with Intel, if we get above 130 and start running tomorrow, next day, if it doesn't happen tomorrow, I'll probably take this off with a small loss or maybe just let it go and see how far we go. I mean, they're pretty cheap. MACD's crossing on the daily. You can see that over there on the right. MACD's crossed. Okay. 50-day, 21-day, 90. We're above everything. Looking for the breakout. Looking for the breakout. Intel. Okay. The big thing, though, the big thing today is the New York FANG. What a great rally this is. We've got a little bit of a wick now, so stochastics, everything is reset and ready to go. So the momentum is clearly ready to go, provided we get a follow through. The momentum is there to carry us forward, and we got the junk bonds. Junk bonds are telling us to look for a follow through. So if you're swinging into tomorrow, I am as well. Okay, some of the Friday calls. I got a couple of those. Intel, Apple. Just Intel for now. Apple, I don't think I have Friday. I don't think I have Friday, do I? I didn't buy any Apple today. No, I don't have any Apple. I got 17 July Apple. CBRS. Got buyers stepping up. CBRS turning back up. CBRS.
Long dated. Deep
Okay, still basing down here. CBRS. Requiring a little
Zero
patience.
DTE. Call side. Size.
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the last 30. What do we got? 26 minutes to go. Last 26 minutes to go in this session for Monday, June the 15th. Hope you're having a good day. There goes Apple. Apple's trying to push a bit higher. Apple. Okay, Apple looking really good. If we can push off of this into tomorrow and we start trending like we were over here, if we start trending, Apple above the 20 EMA, 60-minute. If that starts to happen, we could probably get a swing, 3 or 4 day swing out of this. I'm thinking Apple into Wednesday, Friday, that period between Wednesday and Friday, OPEX on Friday, VIX expiration on Wednesday. Yeah, so if we can see this head up towards the 20-day, that'd be good. RSI's turned up, MACD stochastic. Everything is reset. Most of your charts should be reset. Stochastics and MACD should be reset and ready to turn as a function of price. Price is moving above Thursday's high here. Apple, Thursday high right there. Start to move higher. Okay, there goes Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft, very cheap. 0-day calls. They're like 5 cents right now, 10 cents for the 400s. The 400s are very cheap. They're like 10 cents, 10 cents. Okay, looks good. I never thought we'd get to this point. I mean, every time you wake up, every time you think about oil and gas, you think about Iran and all the problems the Iranian people have had for all these years. 47 years. It's crazy. 47 years. Okay, NVIDIA falling off here. NVIDIA. All right, we're looking for a follow through tomorrow for NVIDIA and chips in general. ARM Holdings. Let's see what ARM looks like. ARM, that had a nice bounce today. It's off the highs of the session. Holding up fairly well, though. ARM Holdings. AMD turning back up now. Oversold condition right there. I didn't catch this one. I don't know if you caught it, but it had an oversold condition on the 1 minute. 305, 307. Nice rally up there. So that's a 4-point move right there. 4-point move. So a 50 delta call, you would have made $200 per call. 2 or 3 of them, you made your day in the span of 30 minutes. Just waiting for that one setup. RSI oversold, provided it follows through, of course. Okay. Even if you wait until this second higher low, 145 to 148, that's $3. 3-point move, that's $1.50, $150 per contract per option for a 50 delta. Okay, Intel's trying to do something here. Intel.
Spider Pulse. Long dated.
Boy George of the Iconic Culture Club, now teaming up with the music and tech company Artist Included to re-record the band's #1 song Karma Chameleon using AI in the process. George is here at Post 9 along with Artist Included.
The boy George.
It's great to have you.
Boy George.
Spider Pulse.
Oh, he just said the F word live.
So this is really fascinating to me. And you brought the new Karma Chameleon music video. It dropped at midnight, right? Let's listen to a piece of that. This is the new one, and we can discuss after hearing this. Let's listen.
You
listening to that. This is
That's
not
wild.
a synthetic voice.
Spider
This is your voice.
Yeah, you have to go back in and sing it to the old version and try to remember how you first performed it. This is in a time before technology, so a lot of reverb was used, a lot of echoes, and just the way you sung it, changes over the years. So you have to go back and impersonate yourself, which is really fun.
Zero DTE.
What role
Call
does the
sign.
technology
Sign.
play?
That's wild.
That we just heard.
We used demos before we were signed. Our first producer, Steve Levine, had copies of early demos that were prior to our contract. So using both those elements, I went back in and re-sung it, and then they were somehow brought together in a technology I do not understand. But when I heard it, after many, many attempts, I was gobsmacked. I was like, wow.
That's English
for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what your reaction was when you first heard the
Zero
new
DTE.
recording.
But I heard a few that weren't quite
Sign.
right, and I sounded like sort of me, but someone else. Like as if someone was impersonating me.
And you knew it immediately.
Yeah, and then once I got to hear the final one, I could literally tell no difference at all. Except everybody I played it to says it's warmer sounding. It's a warmer sounding version of the original.
Interesting. Where did the idea for this company come from?
Paul Kemsley, who doubles as George's manager, and Jeremy Rosen first came up with it. To answer, Scott, your first question, none of our voices, not even yours, 40 years later,
Apple
either
Pulse.
speaking or
Long
singing,
dated.
are the same.
Marvel.
But the
Deep.
listener wants to still hear the original sound. And with the aid of AI, in the studio...
All right, so Intel's starting to push now. All right, there goes Microsoft. If you bought those 10-cent calls, what are they going for now? Okay, that was pretty cool. For today, the 400s are 30 cents. All right, 10 cents, 30 cents, 300%. So nice. The 400s. Did I say 300? I mean 400s. Yeah, 400s looking good. 101,000 contracts trading.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Microsoft getting that little pop towards the end of the day that we're looking for. The 400 strike call. 400 strike call was going for 10 cents a few minutes ago. It's 34 cents now. Microsoft with 19 minutes to go. Boy George on CNBC. I've seen everything now.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Because they want to reconfigure the track, make it more alive. And when you've got artists that have got
Nvidia
tracks
Pulse. Long
that
dated.
for many years they weren't
Deep
involved
calls.
in.
Shenanigans.
Sang it with absolute love on stage, always. But knowing that you've got more control over it will definitely bring a new energy to the shows. Because you can actually talk about it and celebrate it.
Zero DTE. Call
They
sign.
can also get to
Size.
decide which is better, the old or the new.
George's re-recording has been...
All right, there goes Microsoft. Go Microsoft. Go Microsoft.
It's not lost on me that you use the word ethically. And that's a big part. It's all over what I've read and how you both think about this. What does that mean to you in the context of recording music?
Sure. I think the whole creative community has been very nervous about the emergence of AI and how AI could overtake their presence and not need them. And here we've made sure there's no fake, there's nothing else. Everything is with all the appropriate consents. No one's rights are ever being challenged here. But it's giving the artist the opportunity all these years later. And he said a beautiful thing this morning whilst he was getting in makeup and hat. He said, I'm back in love with Karma.
When I think of you and the kind of
Microsoft. Nice little rally there on Microsoft. Okay, there's 400 coming in to view.
all the things that AI is not, you know what I mean? So for somebody who has embraced this technology so dramatically, like you have, you've admitted using it to help you write albums. How do you bridge that divide between what comes from your heart, which makes oftentimes a song great, and something that technology has had something to do with?
Well, I think you mustn't lose your heart, number one. And in my case, I always use human musicians once I play it live. But it's a sort of new type of freedom for somebody like me who is basically a top-line writer, like Bernie Taupin. So I get sent the track, or I'll come in with the melody and the chorus. And this, in a way, allows you to write a song.
SP exports.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Microsoft. Intel's still going. Intel's still pushing off the low. Looks good.
It's not a device for the lazy. People think it's going to make you lazy. In my case, it's made me much more engaged in what I'm doing because I feel a new type of freedom.
I've also heard you, make a comment like if you're worried about AI or technology displacing you, you're not thinking
SP
hard enough, you're not
exports.
working hard
Long
enough.
dated.
Or you're not trying hard enough, or you're not using it in a way that can benefit you. ChatGPT, all of those tools are great for having someone to talk to in the middle of the night, and you can have more
0 DTE. Call
AI
sign.
than you can with
All right, Intel. All right, goes Microsoft. Microsoft pushing through 400. All right, those 10-cent calls got to be, what are they going for now? Microsoft, today's 400s are now 50 cents, 55 cents, 55 cents. All right, 10 cents to 55.
Spider pulse. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Willing to be there and participate.
You're still performing live too, didn't you? You guys just did a residency in Las Vegas.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Always here at some point every year.
SP exports. Long dated.
Starting to open up first now in the UK as well. I do, DJing as well, and I'm also an artist, so I'm busy. If they're not busy, I'm busy.
But you feel that in some respects is now
SP
from here
exports.
forward, now that
Long
this
dated.
is dropped, when you perform live, your own voice is going to have to match up to what you feel you're new.
No, this is to go out in the marketplace. This doesn't stop me from being who I am now, and I'm not unhappy with who I am now because I've got a richer voice. There are things I can do.
0 DTE. Call sign.
But I don't have that sort of
Size.
soft tones. I've got much more.
All right, Microsoft continues to rally up
0
here.
DTE.
Microsoft.
Call sign. Size. Micron pulse.
Okay, they're 65 cents now. 65 cents.
It was a real interesting because I feel like my life has been a mix of nostalgia and now, all the time that you're fighting to keep the artist you are alive now, and also dipping into nostalgia. And this moment is nostalgia and technology in a perfect dance. It's crazy. It's such a great opportunity because it allows.
Okay, Microsoft continues to move higher. Netflix breaking higher as well. Okay, Microsoft, nice little pop on Microsoft.
Don't let him in.
All right, coming up next, it is back to the markets. The big rally on Wall Street, of course, as we head closer to the bell. Dow's on track for a record close. We'll document it next.
Boy, George. There goes Netflix. There goes Netflix. Go Netflix. Go Netflix. Netflix ripping. Netflix going. Do 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 do.
Long dated.
Do 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 do. Karma, black chameleon. All right, Netflix moving higher. Okay.
Marvel pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay.
PTCT.
The 400's at 70 cents now. Okay, 70 cents on those Microsoft calls. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
ARQQ.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Microsoft.
Shenanigans.
SPCU. SPAX. SPCF.
Amazon Pulse.
ARQQ. RBI. SPCF. SPAX. SPCU. LOFF. SPCL. SPAL. NTLA.
0 DT.
Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Got to try these more often. Got to do these more often.
Welcome back, 10 to the bell. Let's get back to Christina Partsenevelos now for the stocks that she's watching. Hi there.
Hi, Scott. Well, Fox Corp shares are sinking after reaching an agreement to acquire Roku for roughly $22 billion. Roku operates the free-to-watch Roku channel, which will be kept separate under the deal from Fox ad-supporting streaming platform, which is called Tubi. Roku shares
Spider
are also
Pulse.
down ever
Long
so slightly,
dated.
down about 2%, but that's after a 20% gain just on Friday around all of these initial reports of a sale. Honeywell shares rising roughly about 4% right now, almost 4% after the board approved the plan.
Okay, so what are these going for now?
Clearing the way for the separation.
Okay, 400's back down to 20. Okay, there you go. Boom.
Is expected to begin regular trading on the Nasdaq on June 29. And Micron shares, look at that, jumping again, almost 10% with a broader chip rally, plus a huge price target from TD Cowen, more than doubled to $1,500 from $660.
0 DTE. Call side.
Structural rather than cyclical, and Micron is going to continue to benefit, Scott.
That's wild.
Long dated.
The market rally. We head towards the close. BTIG's Jonathan Krinsky is with us. What are the charts telling him about where we could go from here? I'll tell you inside the zone.
Triple semi pulse. Long dated. Deep put. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
SPCU. SPCF.
0 DTE. Call side.
PTRN. SPCL.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
RBI. SPCF. SPCX.
All right, so that was a nice little pop and drop on Microsoft. You couldn't overstay there. So I have to keep in mind that if you make, scale out on the way up, you make 100%, 200%, 300%, whatever, scale out on the way up because they tend to do that a lot. At the end of the day.
0 DTE, call side, size.
All right, Bloom Energy, BE. Okay. You can see what they did on Microsoft just now. BE. BE pulling back a little bit. Okay, Intel, Apple. All right, so not a bad day. Not a bad day. We got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Hope everyone had a good day today. Intel. Looking for a follow through. Okay. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. What's Home Depot doing? Home Depot, looking for that to follow through. Home Depot. Okay, trending. Let's see if it gets up here to 350 this week. Home Depot does well, usually does well during the summer months. All right. Okay, let's see. 2025. Here's June, July, August. All right, June, July, August. Into the peak. All right, so do we get something similar? That was last year, 2025. 2024, you can see what it did. Okay. And looks like 2023. That was when we were trying to turn the corner after the 2022 bear market. So that was off. June, July, August. It did rally into August. Home Depot. Okay.
Marvel, long dated, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side, size. Marvel Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse, 0 DTE, call side.
Options traded today, and 3/4 of it was tied to puts. One trader put on a bearish diagonal, spending more than $2 million.
June, July, August. All right, this is Home Depot.
Long dated, deep calls. Shenanigans.
To offset the cost, we predicts to stay below that level over the next 2 days. We also saw bulls take interest in gold as bond yields dropped and crude oil slid toward
Intel Pulse, long dated, deep puts. Shenanigans.
almost 1,200 of the 490 straight calls in March next year for over $1 million, looking for a 25% rally in gold in next 9 months. Scott.
Oliver, thank you very much for that. Oliver Rennick. Nippa, it's been a while since we've seen this level in oil.
That's right, Scott. WTI
Micron Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Geopolitical risk premium since the war began, but not all, since WTI was at 65 at the end of February. Now, oil's price direction will depend on how fast it flows through the Straits of Hormuz. City saying traffic will normalize by mid to late July, saying the market is pricing in the MOU, but not an agreement that secures steady flows, which could see prices drop
Intel Pulse.
Oh, there we go.
Shenanigans. AMD Pulse.
65 next year, notably more bearish than others, including SocGen, which puts Brent at
Home Depot.
the year. Some relief for consumers with the national average at the pump at $4.07
Sanderson Pulse.
and forecast to hit
Q's
three
Pulse.
handle in the coming
Long
days,
dated.
down nearly 50
Size.
cents in the higher
Deep
end.
calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans. AMD Pulse.
Got a nice rebound to say the least. What do the charts tell you where we go from here?
Yes, Scott. So I think, a couple things that markets do reliably well. One of them is they tend to front run known catalysts. And we had 2 major known catalysts in the last couple of days. One of them was the SpaceX IPO, and we saw Mag 7 names down about 10% into that, a large part likely because investors needed to raise some liquidity, raise some cash ahead of that. And we're seeing a rebound today. The second was the de-escalation in the Middle East with the MOU. And I think what we saw from June 2nd to last Friday,
long dated, micron pulse, shenanigans.
But the S&P fell over 2%. Why? Because tech was the worst sector, down 8%. And so you kind of had this broadening trade. And when you have the broadening, that's at the expense of tech. And so we get to today, and I think it's kind of a reversion of that broadening that we saw. So that's two things we see. The final piece is bond market. And over the last couple months, interest rates and crude oil have had an extremely high correlation with the inflationary report. But what we see today, crude is down 5%, whereas bond yields opened last night at the lows, and they're basically at the highs of the day here. We think that's because we're looking ahead to the Fed meeting this Wednesday, where markets like to test that Fed chair's first meeting, and that probably means
Okay, Netflix, a little bounce there. Okay, everything pulled back a little bit. Little shenanigans end of day. Netflix.
You're just kind of seeing a reversion of what we already saw over the last 2 weeks.
AMD pulse, shenanigans, Meta pulse, long dated.
Says and does in the middle of the week. Bottom line to you, the trend is still fully intact. This record-setting bull market, which is going to get another Dow record likely today.
Yeah, I mean, look, the trend for most of the indices really has not broken. It's more a function of, as we've talked about, do parts of the market get too overheated, too extreme like semis? And we saw a couple Fridays ago what can happen when you get too stretched. You had like a down 10% day for the tech AI trade. And then the other part of the coin is, do we get that rotation, the reversion higher in some of the laggards? And we did see that over the last 2 weeks. So I think both can be true. You can have
Tesla
kind of
pulse,
push, pull back.
AMD pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
All right, that's it for me. Hope everyone has a good evening.
Market today. We'll see where all of that goes from here, and I will see you.
All right, folks. That's it for me. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell, Monday, June the 15th. It's been a good day. Have a good one. Should be good again tomorrow. We've got positive gamma behind us. Okay, so we got positive gamma behind us, below, underneath, whatever you want to call it. So it looks pretty good. A lot of positive gamma. All right. So we got support down below. Have a good evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.